Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. By the looks of it already, it looks like today's gonna be a pretty big day. I didn't think we'd have so many storms already today. It looked like today might be a bit of a hit or miss event, and it looks like it's hitting pretty hard so far. We got a lot of storms out there that are producing the threat of severe weather, including the potential as well for tornadoes. We actually have a tornado on the ground in Nebraska. We have a new tornado warning that was just issued here in Oklahoma. So storms are quickly firing up. We're gonna start north to south first, beginning with the most northern storms. We have a bunch of warnings back up in North and South Dakota. The good news is that most of these storms are mainly hail and wind producers. We could see an isolated tornado out of this activity, but it should remain on the lower side of things the further north you go. Unfortunately, we already have a confirmed tornado back over in Nebraska. That's going to be just to the west of Hyannis, near the Bingham area and Ashby, right along Highway 2. This is a pretty dangerous storm overall, producing, at least as of right now, a confirmed tornado. This is confirmed by weather spotters in the area, moving to the northeast. So if you are in this pink polygon, you do need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is right here a confirmed tornado by weather spotters that is currently moving off to the northeast. So this storm is obviously dangerous in its own regard right now, as it does continue to move that direction. We also have other storms that are producing the potential for at least damaging winds and hail, maybe an isolated tornado risk, as those do continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Now, further down to the south, we do have a tornado watch that is a very thin corridor, anywhere from San Angelo and anywhere near Brownwood back into southwest Oklahoma. This goes until 11 o'clock tonight. The main concern is going to be large hail damaging winds, but we also could see an isolated tornado or two. And this is another storm that's probably about to get tornado warned near Hamlin, Texas. That right there you go. New tornado warning now over in Hamlin, Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's a brand new tornado warning just west of Hamlin, Texas. This storm right here is definitely going to have the chance to produce a tornado. Rotation is a bit stronger in this one right now, moving down to the east-southeast. Notice that strong couplet right there just to the southwest of Hamlin. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That rotation definitely on the stronger side as it does continue to move east-southeast. We also have another storm that was back southwest of Abilene. That thing really looked like, yeah, that thing fizzled really quickly. We have one near San Angelo that was producing baseball-sized hail and 70 to 80 mile per hour damaging winds. That storm has been weakening. It is outflow driven as of right now. Might produce maybe some large hail, damaging winds, and maybe an isolated tornado as that continues to move down to the southeast. But again, we have 3 different tornado warnings right now. We have a grand total of 27 severe thunderstorm warnings, and things have really gotten active quick. Again, we have warnings all over the place right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have another tornado warning. I don't know where this one is. This is in Tennessee. Okay, so we're hopping over to Tennessee, near Pleasant Hill and Crossville. This is another tornado warning. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, another tornado warning here. This one again is in Tennessee. This is again getting pretty crazy right now. If you're in this warning, again, seek shelter if you are over in Pleasant Hill or Crossville, Tennessee. This is the Radar Omega cyclone port in that area. Notice the very ominous skies. Looks like we might have a lowering on the right side of your screen, so that's what we're watching for here. This is the entire storm, though, right here. This is going to be, again, moving right towards another tornado warning. Wow, this is unbelievable.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I mean, we have another tornado warning. This one's south of Waco. And so that's also strong rotation. This is unbelievable. I didn't think we would have this much activity. And I mean, we're just started the stream. We're up to 5 tornado warnings. We have one that's south of Waco. And again, these are all different storms, just for the record. We don't have tornado warnings on the same storms. We have, multiple tornado warnings right now. We got another one just south of Lorena, south of Waco. If you're in this pink polygon, you also need to seek shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is another storm that is producing a potential for a tornado. No CC drop on that one as of right now, but that is moving northeast, and that will be approaching areas like Waco, Texas here relatively soon. So seek shelter if you're in that pink polygon. I mean, oh my God, we're only like not even 5 minutes into the stream, and we just had 4 warnings, I think, issued in the last 5 minutes. That's literally crazy. Here's the other one over in Texas, again, near Hamlin. This one is definitely producing the potential for a tornado. Here's that circulation just to the southwest of Hamlin. It should stay in relatively rural areas of Texas here, but we could definitely get a photogenic tornado. As that moves further down to the east-southeast, it'll be moving towards Highway 57 and a few other areas in the vicinity here, just northwest of Abilene. So if you're in this area, again, make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. So I was going to mention, before all those warnings got issued, the tornado warning up here in Oklahoma, which we have not really been able to break down. There was a pretty strong area of circulation near Dodson. That is seemingly broadened out for the time being. We do have Storm Runner Media, bottom right of your screen, who is on this particular storm. So we are going to keep a close eye on them, which they just lost connection, but we'll keep a close eye on them, as that is a storm in this environment in particular is going to be favorable for maybe an isolated tornado or two. So we'll be watching that closely. All right. Again, the confirmed tornado that we currently have is over in Nebraska, west of the Hyannis area. I don't think this is on the ground anymore. If it is, it's probably going to be right there near Highway 2. Don't see anything really strong on radar that would indicate a tornado. Again, this was observed. It was presumably this right here where the tornado was, so maybe something really small near the Bingham area. If there is still a tornado, it would be pretty close to Bingham, Nebraska. So if you are still in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, we have, if you're just tuning in, I know a lot of things have just happened in the last 5 minutes. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you get an idea of where everything is. All right, we have 3 tornado warnings in the southern plains. We got one here in southwest Oklahoma. We got one west of Abilene. We got one just to the south, I believe, of Waco and north of Austin. We have one over here in Tennessee, which is closer to Knoxville, but it's still relatively far from that area. And we have our other tornado warning that has a confirmed tornado back over to the northwest and North Platte. So there's a lot of stuff happening right now, and I, again, did not expect this much activity right when we started the stream, so it's gotten a little bit crazy. Here's the one in Tennessee, which we do have a live view on here on Radar Omega. That right there is your possible tornado. If it is on the ground, it's going to be really just east of Pleasant Hill now, right along Route 70. So if you're in this pink polygon, again, continue to stay in your safe place. Live view here on the Radar Omega app. This is, again, a pretty decent looking shelf cloud, at least. We might have some sort of lowering here in the background. That's at least where I would be thinking the rotation would be here, just kind of looking into this perspective. So again, we'll keep a close eye on this and see if we can end up seeing anything on it. Looks like maybe some sort of lowering there in the background. But again, that storm, at least as of right now, moving eastbound, going to be going towards Crossville and as well as Fairfield Glade. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter immediately. We have, again, 5 different tornado warnings, so we're going to be copping kind of all over the place here. Here's the one in Waco. The new velocity scan should be in here in just a second. So looks like that area of rotation is right along Interstate 35. So we should have an update here in just a second on the velocities, and we'll see if that is still producing at least the potential for a tornado. And this is the one south of Waco, Texas. So if you're in this pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. All right, looks like that weakened out here on the last scan. That's good news. Also, it looks like we just had some huge hail in San Angelo, Texas. This was sent in by John Cutrer. I think that's how you say his name. This is some huge hail in San Angelo. This is around baseball-sized hail. Tennis ball to baseball-sized hail that fell near San Angelo not long ago. So that's something right there. I don't see a CC drop on this either, but that rotation on the latest scan did broaden out quite a bit. So that's good news there. And here's the other storm back over west of Abilene that's tornado warned. The latest velocity scan showing a area of rotation still prominent just to the west-southwest of Hamlin. Actually, Hamlin, Texas, I don't remember when it was, but they had a tornado not very long ago. So this is an area that's been hit before. We could get another one here. That's just to the east of Rotan, moving eastbound. Again, just to the southwest of Hamlin. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. But yeah, this storm is definitely trying to produce something here as it continues to roll to the east-southeast. Let's go back to the Oklahoma tornado warning real quick. Is the one in Nebraska still confirmed? I don't think they've updated that warning. The Grant County. So the only tornado we have on the ground right now is the Grant, Garden, and Sheridan County, Nebraska tornado, which is right near Highway 2, which I don't think is on the ground anymore. But that's the other one that's on the ground. Here is the storm that Storm Runner Media is on right now near Arnett. So we do have a circulation here that's approaching them as we speak. And this is the live view of that storm right now, which does not seem to be updated. All right, let's go back to here. Give me 1 second. Oh, never mind. They just lost connection. That would be why. All right, never mind. We'll go back to them once they are back. They actually have a pretty good view of that storm, though, by the looks of it. So there is some rotation on that storm. And again, that one's right now moving to the east. So continue to stay in your safe place. Here's the confirmed tornado report. Fire department, excuse me, reported a tornado south of Bingham in Nebraska. So that's just south of Highway 2. So that's where we had a reported tornado here. So again, there might still be something here. This was as of 20 minutes ago, and it's back down to radar indicated, so it's no longer confirmed. But if you are in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. All right, let me go back to Tennessee again. And we're going to be hopping a lot all over the place. We got tornado warnings kind of all over the place. This is the one near Crossville, Tennessee. Let's check out the live view of this again. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port right there in Crossville, Tennessee. Again, we're trying to see if there's any sort of, tornado or even just a funnel cloud. Again, there might be something there. It just kind of looks all, ruggish here right along the leading edge of this storm activity. Not seeing anything clear here on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. And this is the one that's tornado warned in Tennessee, right over in Crossville. We do have circulation on radar for sure. There's definitely some rotation here, and that'll be right along Route 70 right now, going towards Bowling and Interstate 40 in Tennessee. So if you're in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in that safe place. This environment not really supportive for strong tornadoes, but we could get a tornado which would still cause damage in nature. So that's that's what we're watching for right now as this moves towards Crossville. All right, let me go back to Texas again. Let's go to Waco. And this rotation, still some rotation here. So that's your area of circulation. Cyclonic rotation just to the south of Lorena. And just to the south of Waco. So we are still watching for a possible tornado with this. Let me see the CC here. Yeah, so no debris signature, but we definitely have some rotation there. So if you're anywhere just south of Waco here near Hewitt, stay in your safe place. You'll be watching that storm pretty closely. Let's go back to San Angelo again. The storm activity near San Angelo still has a potential for a tornado, but it looks to be more of a threat for hail and wind right now. The initial storm that was producing baseball plus-sized hail has now definitely moved to the east here. But this is the storm back over southeast of San Angelo that could at least produce some ping-pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And there's at least a low tornado risk with that as it continues to move east-southeast. The storm southwest of Abilene, that one's weakened entirely. We're done with that one, at least for now. This is the storm northwest of Abilene that does have a tornado warning. Once again, that is just southwest of Marlin, Texas. This circulation seemingly has broadened quite a bit. So good news for now. It does not appear as if it's going to produce a tornado imminently, but I would at least stay in your safe place just in case something happens there. At the bare minimum, this is going to be producing hail up to the size of 2 inches in diameter, which is a considerable threat that'll definitely cause at least some dents to vehicles. So if you've not already, protect your vehicle. There's going to be a chance for some large to very large hail today. And here's the storm near in Oklahoma that I think might be the most concerning one that we have right now. We have multiple tornado warnings, but this one in particular, it is pretty discreet. That circulation, it's not really strong, tight, and confined right now, but it is definitely starting to ramp up here, right on where that hook is. And you can see that here on radar. One thing that we'll have to watch for here in southwest Oklahoma near Hollis is the potential for a storm merger. This storm is moving a little bit faster than this one, so if they merge here, we could end up seeing 2 updrafts kind of collide with each other, and that could kind of increase this tornado risk a little bit. And this is Storm Runner Media on that storm right now near Hollis, Oklahoma. You'll notice there's a pretty solid amount of hail falling right now on this. They were mentioning that maybe up to tennis ball sized hail is falling. But right now I'm seeing a lot of just small hail. Looks more like
Kathleen,
quarters, maybe $half, just kind of the cheese curd size variety for hail on this particular storm.
says your connection's up.
The amount of warnings that we have right now, by the way, I'm just gonna be honest with you, it's pretty insane. I really,
when I went back there, it was
like,
completely
I almost
off.
didn't even get to go live as early as I wanted to because we were doing computer upgrades to this computer, and I cannot believe how many warnings we already have.
It shows up on Velobox now.
Really kind of crazy stuff.
Maybe whatever I did helps.
You guys have the magic power.
Maybe that.
We'll go back to them here in a moment. Again, they're on the storm that is once again near Hollis. This one is the one that's potentially going to produce a tornado. Yeah, we got circulation just approaching the McKnight area and Ron. That's again moving east-northeast. Let's go back to Nebraska again. This is the one that was confirmed. I'm not seeing a whole lot of circulation here. This warning will probably be let to expire because the rotation on radar just does not look impressive. But still stay in your safe place for the next 5 minutes if you are just west of Hyannis on that particular tornado warning, as that storm does continue to move northeast. And let's go back to the one in Waco, and we'll go back to the one in Tennessee in a moment. And I'm not seeing a debris signature. This is 5 minutes old on this particular radar scan. Still radar indicated as of right now. They just condensed this warning, so it is still a radar indicated area of rotation. We'll go back to it once the radar updates. Let's go back to the tornado warning in Tennessee. This area of circulation again is approaching Crossville. Don't have a view of it anymore really on radar. This is the radar Omega cyclone port on this storm. That is in Tennessee. Look at that thing. Wow, this is a pretty ominous sky here. We got a big shelf cloud. Not really seeing any sort of lowering here, just for the record. So I'm not really seeing any sort of lowering. And this is also further to the right. Looks like a lot of scud cloud right now in this particular storm. Yeah, that's pretty ominous. Problem is, we don't have really good radar coverage out here, but if you are in Crossville, again, just continue to stay in your safe place. The other thing to keep in mind here is that we do have range folding with the velocities radar, which kind of hinders our view of the radar. You can see that here. I mean, it just kind of cuts out. So this is kind of a range folding issue here. But if you're in Crossville or Bowling, just continue to stay in your safe place just in case. All right, let's go back to the one in Waco, Texas real quick. And I'm not really seeing much circulation. I would say the area that we might have to watch for now would possibly be right here, just south of Highway 7. So that might be the new area to watch for. The velocities don't really show much, but that would be the next area to watch for on the storm south of Waco. All right, let's go back to the one southeast of San Angelo real quick. Okay, I'm not seeing too much right now on this one. Maybe an isolated tornado. Very rural areas of Texas on this one. Again, we'll continue to keep a close eye on that one, but that rotation is at least right now a little bit weaker. Let's go back to the one near Hamlin. Yeah, this one looks broader too. So we have a few areas of broader rotation. I still think the most concerning one that we have right now on radar is this one that's in Oklahoma, and that's why. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is pretty strong rotation now. Near McKnight, Oklahoma. So if you're in this warning, definitely make sure that you're seeking shelter. It is radar indicated still. This is a POV on this from Stormrunner Media. They are, again, right now where this hook echo is. You can see their location on the bottom left. They're like literally in the hail core of this right now.
They're getting bigger. I feel it.
They're enjoying getting hit by hail, I guess.
Yeah, they're getting bigger. You can feel it.
Yeah, look at how big those hailstones are, guys.
Shake the car.
Holy mackerel.
That's a lot of hail.
These aren't golf balls. They're
not golf balls. Heck no. As we got a lowering in front of us.
Just a full-blown hailstorm right now on this one in southwest Oklahoma. Wow.
Dude, stop hitting my window. Gosh, dang it.
Hold on, go south a little bit.
Okay, am I good behind you?
Yeah,
if you guys do see any reports on Twitter, by the way, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'm gonna do a little bit of technical stuff real quick.
Yeah, it's even more terrifying because I can see them falling before they hit the ground.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, very strong rotation on this storm near McKnight. They are right on the storm, so we'll see if we see anything. But very strong rotation just north of Hollis, Oklahoma.
Yeah, this is definitely a hook right here.
Okay.
If you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible.
That would not be surprising.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll go go back to them in a second. This is what we're looking at in this storm. Again, relatively strong rotation. This is probably going to drop a tornado at any time. That's, again, near Hollis, Oklahoma. Very strong circulation. It is just to the north of Route 62. So seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible in southwest Oklahoma on this particular warning. Probably the most concerning one, again, that we have right now on radar is this one here in Oklahoma. And we are up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings and 5 tornado warnings. I mean, again, I did not think we would have that many warnings. It's pretty miraculous. We have a lot of storms out there right now. A lot of them are widely scattered, but I mean, man, we got storms everywhere. This is the one just south of Waco. Again, I'm not seeing as much circulation on this one right now. It's at least broader for the time being. The one that's back over near the Eden area of Texas, that one looks mostly like a hail and wind storm. There's no tornado warning on that one. The storm south of Hamlin is also currently not really looking that intense on radar. There's at least some rotation there, but it's not substantial. But if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place just in case it does try to drop a tornado. 9 of the severe thunderstorm warnings just expired. The tornado warning, I believe, in Nebraska just ended. Yeah, so that one in Nebraska is done. This is the tornado warning that's back over near Crossville, Tennessee. Don't really have a view of anything really on this storm. This is the radar Omega cyclone port looking in this general area. I don't really see much here. There's maybe a little bit of spin there, but it looks more like a wind threat here. But just in case, we don't have great radar coverage here, so it's hard to tell what's actually happening inside the storm. But if you are in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, just in case anything weird does happen with this, as it does continue to track east over the next several minutes. Okay, so the one in Nebraska is done. We're going to mostly probably focus, at least for now, on this tornado warning cell. We have a great view of this with Storm Runner Media. Rotation appears very strong on radar too, and this is just to the north of Hollis, Oklahoma, and also just northwest of Gold. And here's that view right now on this storm. So we have a pretty solid shot on this storm right now. If it does produce a tornado, we'll probably see it. It doesn't look really rain-wrapped on radar. All right, latest radar scan's a bit broader. Let's hope that kind of continues that direction.
Right up above us. Gosh dang, why is there water over there?
That sounds like a hailstone.
Don't fling a baseball at me. I think there's a funnel cloud right on top of us here. Yeah, dude, there is. Look straight up. Get out of the car, look.
Oh, look at that right there. Yeah, there's some spin right there. Look at that. Huh.
It's right here, right?
Look at that spin right there.
How do you see it? Well, look how it's spinning.
That is rotating right there in front of you.
Watch for ground circulation.
Look at that. That's at least rotation right
Rapid
there in the
motion
clouds,
of
right at the top of your
clouds, guys.
screen.
Right here. It's directly on top of us.
They're literally under this.
It's tight. The center. It's tight. Bit by something on the ground here.
Still a relatively broad and slow area of rotation, but there's something here.
It's
Rotating right there at the top of your screen.
I can't tell.
Still there. Very top of your screen, still rotating there in the clouds.
Funnel cloud right here. Direct, straight up.
All right, we do have a funnel cloud in the storm now in Oklahoma.
This is incredible.
Rotation on the storm just south of Hamlin, by the way, does look a little bit stronger on the one near Hamlin, Texas. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. And if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning right here in McKnight and near Hollis in Oklahoma. Again, there's some circulation there. There's definitely a funnel cloud here. And you can see the rotation. It doesn't look super impressive. It actually looked stronger a moment ago. But it looks like it's trying to recycle here. But the one thing I would keep in mind here is if we do get a tornado, it would probably be short-lived due to the fact we're probably about to get a storm merger here. And if that happens, this should remain short-lived. After that happens, though, I think we'll get a better shot at a tornado risk. The reason why is because we're going to have 2 updrafts basically colliding with each other. That would eventually increase the potential for a tornado as these storms do continue to move eastbound. and as well as northeast. So, and also the storm back up near the Edric area or Eric area of Oklahoma is also starting to ramp up with some golf ball sized hail. Here's that live shot again right now from Storm Radar Media near Hollis, Oklahoma. Look at that thing right there. That right there is your funnel cloud. They just canceled the tornado warning actually in Hamlin, Texas.
Yep. Okay, we do.
That tornado warning south of Waco, that rotation was broad the last time I looked.
Getting attacked by mosquitoes out here.
That's pretty crazy how close they are to this. That's the rotation that we're talking about in the storm near Hollis, Oklahoma.
On there, it looks oddly weird. It looks like it's coming my way.
Yeah.
It only has so much time to hit the ground, but this thing definitely has a chance. We'll see. It's on a clock right now. If you're just tuning in, we're looking at the Hollis, Oklahoma storm. If you're confused on what we're looking at, very top of your screen, there's some circulation there. That's presumably a funnel cloud. That's on the storm near Hollis. That's definitely a funnel, actually. You can actually clearly see it now. It's been more scuddy before.
It's right there.
That is definitely a funnel cloud. It's hard to tell how close it is to the ground, but I'm assuming it's still a little over, halfway up off the ground. This is crazy. I mean, we're literally right next to that storm.
Yep, there it is. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, everyone can see. Yep.
Funnel cloud. Right there, funnel cloud. Got it right on stream.
That's pretty crazy. That's a funnel cloud in real time.
We should be still good.
This is again near McKnight and Hollis in Oklahoma. If you're in Hollis, Gold, or McQueen, Oklahoma, definitely seek shelter. You can already tell there's definitely a funnel cloud there. I just don't know how much time this is going to have to, really develop. It kind of looks like it's thinning out a little bit, but we'll see. Problem is we have a storm merger happening here, so if that happens, this should kind of fizzle quickly. And then might redevelop after that. It's usually what happens with most storm mergers.
That is so cool.
I mean, look at that thing. Look at that thing spin. I don't think it's going to reach the ground, but that's pretty crazy. I mean, that's funnel cloud in real time. We're about to have the updrafts kind of collide with each other here, so. And this is near Hollis, Oklahoma. Little funnel cloud up there. Not nearly as definitive as a minute ago.
Stupid bugs. Yeah, it's kind of going back up now.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of fizzling here.
I might be retrying.
The latest radar scan on the velocities really broadens it out here on the bottom right of your screen. I do think, again, this storm merger is playing a factor. If we go back to radar here, you'll see that in real time. Again, we got that initial supercell right here, was really organized, and then we got that storm colliding with that. This is kind of, again, combining two updrafts into one, and we're eventually going to probably see a bigger supercell overall that might have a better shot at producing a tornado, as long as we do have a successful storm merger there. So interesting to see that in real time. I do think this will have a chance down the road to try to redevelop a tornado risk, but it's pretty crazy stuff. All right, quick update on the other tornado warnings. The one near Hamlin was canceled. That circulation, you can actually see it on the velocities here. Let's go to velocities, and you can see the velocities, they've kind of fizzled on this. The rotation is just really, really weak, so I'm not super concerned about this right now near Hamlin, but still a hail and wind threat for sure. Might still see an isolated tornado. The one near Waco, that rotation weakened pretty quickly. There was an initial circulation that was warned on this that is kind of died out pretty quickly on this. So I'm not seeing much anymore. This was your initial circulation, and then it kind of fizzled. did like a little drunkenado style, kind of occluded almost. And then now we're kind of looking at a new part of the storm that's going to be back over here, just to the west of Marlin. But even then, I think it's going to, take a little bit of time for that tornado risk to kind of ramp up again on that storm. And we got the one over in Cumberland, Tennessee, which is still tornado warned. It is radar indicated. It goes for 7 more minutes. I do think this warning as well. It could continue if we have any sort of like observation of anything, but they might just make it a tornado possible label, on a severe thunderstorm warning, because this storm, we just don't have any good radar view of this. It's in between a radar hole, and when that happens, we just don't have a great view of this. So overall, so it's a little bit more tricky to see this in on radar. But we didn't really see anything when the storm passed, other than just kind of like a shelf cloud. That was really about it. So but next up will really just be this storm in Oklahoma with the storm merger. I think this is probably going to be our better shot for seeing a tornado, and it looks like that funnel cloud is completely gone. So the storm merger is happening now, and so it could ramp up again in terms of the tornado threat here in just a little while. It might not be too long until that happens. So
Yeah, it's merging with the storm to the south. Is that what it looks like?
Yep.
again, this is the tornado warning near Hollis right now in Oklahoma. All right, let me quickly get to a couple of these things. Thank you, Nextel, for becoming a Velocity member. Is Oklahoma City in the threat area today? I don't think we'll see much there. Maybe some isolated hail. Okay, we have a tornado in Chilton, Texas. Where's that? That might be a confirmed tornado that just got issued. Nope, radar indicated.
Over there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Nebraska. So this is going to be some rotation that's back over to the southeast of Llewellyn, or Llewellyn. If you're in this warning, seek shelter. We have a tornado that apparently is on the ground back over on the tornado warning in Texas here near Waco. Getting a photo on Twitter of a cone. A cone-shaped tornado. I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter. And now it's dissipated. Okay, so it's on the ground for 2 minutes. Wow, that's shocking. Okay, so I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter, but it's literally a cone-shaped tornado that just happened for maybe like a minute or two on this storm near the Chilton, Texas area, which is right here. Which the velocities, again, don't really show much, but it goes to kind of show you. I mean, we can see tornadoes in between radar scans. I'm guessing the tornado was probably right about here. So, and that was at, again, 551 to about 553, the ETA on that tornado. So, again, still, I guess, has a chance to produce a few tornadoes here, as that does continue to move northeast. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. The tornado warning that was in Nebraska, or not Nebraska, sorry, the one in Tennessee, that one has been canceled. So we no longer have that warning. But this one, again, just produced a tornado for a couple of minutes, and it could produce again. So if you're near Marlin, continue to stay in your safe place. Again, velocities don't really show us much on radar, but again, we can still see tornadoes even if the radar does not verify it. All right, let's go back to the one northwest of Abilene. Okay, so this one's kind of done. Again, it's mostly a wind and hail threat. That rotation, at least for now, is very much limited. Also a wind threat back over to the west of Seymour, Texas. And then the storm merger on this tornado warning back over near Gold is what we're watching for now. And here's that storm right now.
This is what it looks like now.
And this is near Hollis, Oklahoma, is where Storm Intermediate is at right now.
I see it though. We're okay.
All right, I don't know if I answered the
Rotation on
Oklahoma
this is
City question, but I
actually-
think the main concern will be hail.
If there's anything, it's
With any storms that happen there, and that's primarily what we already saw. So I don't think we're going to see much beyond this.
It's merging with the southern
for
south,
Oklahoma
so
City.
it's going to be
It's a
all
low
over the
risk for storms later
Right.
today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning on the storm that is over near Marlin, Texas. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, that's just to the west of Cosi, and it's also just off to the northeast of Lott, Texas, south of Waco. So it's going to be this pink polygon here, which was where we just had a confirmed tornado for a couple of minutes. And it has, at least as of 5:53, dissipated, but it could produce again. In addition to that, they just issued a localized tornado watch. This is a very small tornado watch. The Storm Prediction Center just issued a tornado watch for just east of Waco, northeast of Austin. It's a very small area, but if you're anywhere in this area, you are now in an area where conditions are favorable for an isolated tornado or two. So stay weather aware if you're in this area. But we now do have a tornado watch that is now in effect here across parts of central Texas. But if we do have any sort of tornado, it would be approaching Triangle, Texas, and it'll be approaching Marlin. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter. It's an interior room of your home or building, away from windows as this continues to move to the east. The tornado warning in Oklahoma does expire in a minute. I kind of feel like they will probably hold off on a new tornado warning until this storm merger happens, and if something ramps up after that, they'll probably issue a new one. I think that's what they'll do. I don't know, but I just don't see a whole lot of rotation here anymore. The initial storm that was producing the potential for a tornado here is definitely kind of fizzling for the time being. But once the storm merger happens, I do think there will be a better shot here at a tornado. And there goes the tornado warning. So we're back down to 3 tornado warnings. And we're back down to also 15 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. All right, let's go back to the one in Texas, near Marlin. Actually, let's go to one in now we have a confirmed tornado in Nebraska. All right, so now confirmed tornado in Nebraska.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So a tornado on the ground now in Nebraska. If you're in this warning, again, make sure that you're seeking shelter. This has been observed as well. Weather spotters confirmed tornado here just to the east. But Llewellyn, Nebraska, approaching Lake McConaughey, maybe, north of Big Springs, north of Brule, and northwest of Ogallala, here in Nebraska. So I guess I'm not pronouncing these right. But if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, this is now a confirmed tornado here, north of Big Springs. Yeah, I knew this one was tornado warned. We didn't check back in on it. We're kind of looking at the other ones down to the south. This one's confirmed by weather spotters. And again, this is a big, radar hole that we have here. There's some range folding on this radar as well right now, so it's harder to see the velocities. But if there is a tornado, it would be right about here. So just kind of south of Highway 92, southeast of Llewellyn. And that'll again be dragging to the east, eventually going towards Martin in Nebraska. And the only location in this warning, just for the record, is Belmar in Nebraska. So that's the new area. That's like the only area included in this warning, essentially. Otherwise, it's relatively rural areas here. But obviously, if you are in this warning, just continue to stay in that safe place, just in case there's still a tornado here, which there's very strong possibility that there is with how strong the velocities are from a distance. And this will again continue to move to the east over the next several minutes. All right. Actually, you can see a debris signature, it looks like, possibly. That might be debris. It's hard to tell, but if that is debris, that's actually a little debris signature just southeast of Llewellyn. I kind of doubt it is, but you never know. I mean, again, we're just so far away from the radar site, it's going to be more extruded from this distance. We are looking well up into the atmosphere on this storm. We're probably looking at least 5,000 to 6,000 plus feet into the atmosphere on this storm with how far it is. Probably more than that, actually. It's probably closer to 10,000 feet. So it's definitely going to be hard to see the storm on radar. But this is, again, a confirmed tornado here going towards Martin. All right, let's go back to Texas again. Just to the northeast of Austin, southeast of Waco. This did produce a tornado briefly. It was actually a little cone-shaped tornado that we had on this storm. So, this has already produced a tornado, and it could again. And that'll be moving towards Cosi and Marlin, Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. That's actually going to be on the storm that's back over near Eric, Texas. Or sorry, Eric, Oklahoma. So this is in western Oklahoma. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This one's going to be radar indicated, so not confirmed, but there is rotation on this one. That is going to be probably right back in here is my guess. So possibly a little tornado just southeast of Eric. But that's going to be right over the Eric area or just south of it, or maybe just east. It's going to be a little bit east of it now. We're going to be moving towards Sierre. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible as that continues to move eastbound. Also, I was going to show this until that warning got issued, but we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Discrete supercells capable of producing very large hail over 2 inches in diameter, damaging wind gusts over 70 miles per hour, and tornadoes will continue. Which, again, we have a lot of storms right now that are discrete. So that's definitely a concern. Now, this one near Marlin, Texas, again, it does not look impressive really when it comes to the velocities on radar, but this did produce a tornado when it didn't look like much. So I'd still make sure that you are staying in your safe place as it moves towards Marlin. It is a very discrete supercell. It's also producing some hail on the northern side of it. So we're at least going to get some hail. Got some rotation right in here. And if we do end up getting a tornado, it will be just to the southwest of Marlin right now. And it'll be approaching that area, eventually going towards Cosi, and as well as the north side of Bremond in Texas. All right, let's go back to the confirmed tornado. Wow, okay. This is the confirmed tornado over in Nebraska. And this rotation, I mean, on radar is really strong. It's pretty impressive.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Oklahoma. So we now have another tornado warning on the storm. This is the storm merger. This is kind of expected, honestly. We've been talking about it for a while. If you are in this warning, seek shelter. That's for Gold and Hollis and southwest Oklahoma. And Storm Runner Media, bottom right of your screen, they are approaching this storm. So they're the ones on this storm as well. Circulation as of right now, it's not super strong, but it's probably going to intensify as it moves further off to the east and east-northeast in southwest Oklahoma. I mean, it's pretty crazy how many storms we have rotating right now. I don't think many of us expected this. I mean, honestly, I thought we were going to see some storms like this today, but we've had a lot more discrete cells. They're very, very spread out. I mean, you'll see that all across the map. Like if I zoom out here, they are very spread out. We got a discrete cell here. We got one right here. We got one right here. We got one developing here now. We got multiple up in Oklahoma. We got like 3 there. But I mean, look how spaced apart these are. 100 miles, 50 miles, 55 miles. I mean, they are very spread apart. So these are really favorable storms as long as they can intensify and maintain intensity. They are definitely in a favorable environment here to produce the potential for a tornado. The storm that is southeast of San Angelo still looks pretty intense. At least has golf ball sized hail. Still has the potential as well for maybe an isolated tornado as that moves east. It still has to have the outflow boundary, which is kind of carrying that storm down to the southeast. This is the one near Marlin, Texas, southeast of Waco, and it looks more right now like a wind threat, but we could still get a tornado with this. We briefly had a cone tornado on this. It was only on the ground for about 2 minutes, according to a storm spotter in the area, but it could still produce as that moves east. Even if it does not produce, it's producing very large hail. We'll have a velocity scan coming in, I think, in a moment, so we'll stay here for a second. The confirmed tornado that we have again is in Nebraska. That is going to include Keith and Garden counties. Let's see if the velocities do update. Oh, there you go. Okay, so main circulation is going to be kind of back down in here on that hook. So right over just to the southwest of Sunrise and south of Marlin, Texas, and that's again moving eastbound. Got another warning in Oklahoma. Let's see if there's any report on this. All right, so this is just radar indicated rotation right now in southwest Oklahoma. The one that is near Sierre and Eric is still relatively broad. It could also be a non-precip tornado somewhere down in here. That's possible as well as that moves eastbound. We have another storm south of Woodward, which is producing mainly just hail and wind. We have a conditional threat in Kansas for discrete supercells. So far, nothing's fired off there, which anything really today is conditional other than Nebraska. But it's definitely, at this point, really intense back. It's definitely intensified back over in western Oklahoma and as well as even into western central Texas. This is the confirmed tornado in Nebraska, right along Highway 92. Again, we are far away from the radar site, so we don't have a great view of this, but presumably that tornado, it would be crossing over Highway 92 just to the east of Llewellyn, Nebraska. So continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this warning. Again, it's a very rural area here. It's like 380 people or something like that. I think the main town is Belmar, so Belmar is on the track of this. And near Ruthton. So if we have a tornado, it would be approaching Belmar, Nebraska. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on that, and we'll see if there's any more reports on that down the road. This is the base on the storm that is in Oklahoma. That's Storm Radar Media, looking at that cloud base. So nothing really lowering yet on this, and I don't see a whole lot of strong rotation, but this is going to probably be the next storm that tries to produce in Oklahoma.
But I mean, you
Either
can
that or
see
the one near Eric.
how it's trying to merge into one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning north of Abilene, and this is the one near Anson. So if you're in this warning, also seek shelter. And another radar indicated area of rotation here in Texas. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. And then into an interior room of your home or building as this continues to move east-southeast. Wow. I mean, I'm a little bit stunned with how many discrete cells we have right now. I only thought we'd have maybe 3 or 4, and that would be about it. We have like 7 or 8 right now across the board. The craziest one to me is the one south of Waco. I'm shocked by that one. This rotation is still broad, but it could produce a tornado as it moves towards the north side of Abilene. All right. Let's go to Texas. We're already in Texas, but let's go to Marlin again. We have another velocity scan right here, maybe in a second. Kansas is a conditional threat. We may or may not see storms in like southern Kansas. Northern Kansas probably going to see storms, but southern Kansas is more of just a conditional discrete threat. All right, velocities didn't update here, but if we do have a tornado, it would be south of Marlin, Texas. All right, looks like the storm's wrapping a little bit now. Got a little bit more circulation just south of Hollis and southwest of Gold. Which the reflectivity did not update, but that would be where your rotation is. So a little bit more rotation now in the storm in southwest Oklahoma. Not confirmed, but it is rotating. There's also rotation west-southwest of Sierre. We're still watching that one closely. Nothing confirmed on that. And this is the one that's, again, confirmed in Nebraska. If it is still on the ground, it would be approaching Belmar, Nebraska. It's currently near Highway 92. And this was observed by weather spotters in the area. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, just at me at MaxVelocityWX. Wow, this could be hail contamination, but that rotation is definitely strong. If that is rotation, it's hard to tell because we are just, again, so far away from the radar site. Definitely hail, that's without a doubt. Now, let's go back to Storm Runner Media here for just a second. Again, this storm might produce a tornado. If it does, it's probably going to be very photogenic. There's not really... It's in a low precip area on this particular hook right now. Jake, are you talking about the storm in Nebraska?
Anywhere that you can stop will be okay.
Actually, you know what? It shows the rotation being over here, believe it or not.
On this southern pipe?
Alright, so there's still a tornado on the ground on the one in Nebraska. You know what this is? It large or is it just kind of like a rope or something like that? It's so hard to tell from that radar site. Oh. Alright, that sound should be better.
Yeah, I think this is our bowl right here.
That's our bowl, yeah. You'll be correct. Oh, look at the ground.
That,
There's dirt being picked up on the bottom there.
yeah,
Alright, so again, this is the one in Oklahoma near Gold. The area that we're looking at for the potential for a tornado is right there. So southeast of Hollis and southwest of Gold. And again, that'll be moving east over the next several minutes. So if you are in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. Just in case this does try to drop a tornado, which I do think there's a pretty strong chance that it will. The velocity should update here in a second. We'll see what they look like. A pencil wedge. Now that rotation's still not super strong, but it definitely could drop. And it's a little... We got a non-precip hook right here. So that's where we'd be watching for the potential of a tornado. And then the storm southwest of Elk City, near the Sierra area. And we don't have really a great sort of visual on this, but if there is a tornado, it would be presumably right over Interstate 40. Maybe just to the south of Interstate 40, as that does continue to move towards the Sayre area. I think it's Sayre, sorry. Sayre. Sierra sounds like a really fancy name. Also, the other tornado that's back over in southwest Nebraska is still confirmed, and it's actually confirmed by radar right now. By the sounds of it, there is at least one storm chaser that's observing it in real time. So this is at least still on the ground right now, and it's going to be going right into Belmar. So the town of Belmar is going to be hit by this. So Belmar, Nebraska being hit by this right as we speak. Population is 377, so... You know, it's luckily it's rural, but unfortunately it's a relatively small town here, and it looks like the main area is actually right here on Highway 92. So the tornado is going to be ripping right through Belmar here in Nebraska. Hopefully everybody's in their safe place there. It's hard to tell how really strong this is. We are so far away from the radar site, so we again don't have a great visual of this on the radar site. So it makes it a bit more difficult to really be able to determine its intensity, but it could be a strong tornado. It also might be just a little small, rope or something like that. We really don't know, but regardless of it, you should obviously be on the lowest floor possible and be in your safe place.
Hey guys, hold on.
Storm Media is saying there's a circulation on the ground here.
Right there.
Oh yeah, you can actually kind of see it. Looks like there's a tornado on the ground here in Oklahoma. It's on the non-precip area.
We still have them on the outside camera.
Oh crap! Sorry.
Right there in the right. Oh, there you go.
I'll fall,
I was
guys.
looking somewhere else.
Circulation on the ground, right there, going up to
There
the
you go.
cloud. Yep, there it is. There it goes.
Well, this on the ground again. That's going to be just to the west of Lewis and south of Hollis. All right, there is your tornado. Wow.
Oh, sorry.
Looks like more of a land spout more than anything. Yeah, I think this is a land spout. I can't see up in the air, but it looks more like a land spout to me. Yeah, this is on the ground right now in southwestern Oklahoma.
We may consider going south. Yeah, let's go south, dude.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning, and I don't know where. We'll go to it once I have it. Let's go back to the live shot here.
Oh, that makes sense.
So again, this is again the tornado that is
everybody's doing that.
in,
So I'm saying
or
what's going
at
on.
least the land spout, possible tornado that's in progress here though, near Gold and just southeast of Hollis. It's over a field, so luckily it's not really hitting anything.
Oh, since you reported observed.
Okay, guys, we're gonna go line this up. There's a little nub that it's attached to.
All right, we'll go back to them in a second. Again, this is your new tornado warning. It's southeast of San Angelo, southwest of Aden. This area was literally under a tornado warning not long ago. If you're in this warning, again, seek shelter. This is your new tornado warning. So near Live Oak, Texas. Let's move into the southeast. This right here would be your possible tornado if it is on the ground. So it should be pretty visible. It's going to be going towards Live Oak. Very rural areas. We covered this area a few weeks back, and I don't remember what the population is, but I think it's a very rural area, luckily. 117. So it's a very rural tornado warning. And a lot of these have been rural areas, luckily. But if you're in that warning, again, get to the lowest floor possible. The one near Anson, that rotation's been on the broader side of things. It appears as if it's more of a wind threat right now. And that's currently moving to the east-southeast. And the storm that is currently down here in southwest Oklahoma near Hollis, this one was just confirmed a moment ago, at least as a land spout on this storm near Gold. But as of right now, I'm not seeing a legitimate tornado. That was definitely a land spout by the looks of it. They've just lost connection. We'll go back to them if they do see anything else. Again, that was on the ground there briefly. Do have the other tornado warning near the Say area of Oklahoma and western Oklahoma. So this could also potentially drop something. That rotation's broad as of right now. And then northwest of Ogallala in Nebraska. This is still a tornado that's on the ground. It's been observed a few times. It's apparently like a pencil-shaped tornado here. Moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. Sayre. I guess it's Sayre, Oklahoma. Let's go back to Marlin real quick. Not this one. Let's go back to the other tornado warning. This is the one near Marlin, Texas. Wow. That thing is wrapping. So this one could produce a tornado too. That's going to be going towards the Cosi area. Just to the south and south-southeast of Marlin. That is definitely an organized area of circulation. We also have a very definitive hook. This is a pretty intense looking supercell. There's a little bit of rain kind of developing in the middle of this, but if this can stay organized, we definitely could see a tornado as that moves east. And we're going towards Cosi in Bremond here in Texas. There's a funnel on the one in Marlin. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, that's definitely a very organized hook, and we definitely have at least some rotation. Near the ground, it's not strong rotation, but this definitely could be on the ground at any time as that moves eastbound. The next radar scan should be in here in a moment, so we'll stay on this one for a second. Oh, it was just coming in. We'll stay here for just a moment. The tornado in Nebraska is rain wrapped hard. Can't really see anything. I just saw Brian Allen tweet on Twitter, absolute stud of a tornado down in Nebraska. Here's the latest scan. So again, we still got a pretty organized area of rotation right over northwest of Reagan. It's a broad area of circulation still at least near the ground level. There's been reportedly at least a funnel cloud with this. So it could drop a tornado at any time. Oh yeah, we do have, well, as of 43 minutes ago, we had a funnel cloud, but that was, we actually did have a tornado on this about 45 minutes ago or so. This particular storm. So it could drop again as it moves east. We'll be going towards Long Branch and Mustang, Texas. And the storm southeast of San Angelo, that rotation as of right now, not seeing much here. It looks predominantly like a wind threat, but I would just continue to stay in your safe place just in case. And one north of Abilene, that one's broad. Let's go back to the one in Oklahoma here. Yeah, so we had a landslide with this a few minutes ago. The area that I'd be looking at for a tornado at this point would be back up near Gold, and that would be rain wrapped if we had something. So that's really the main area that I'd be looking for, maybe a tornado here. We could still get something, perhaps down further to the south, but I'm not seeing any circulation really there. Maybe an anticyclonic tornado. The storm back up near Sayre, Oklahoma, that one looks like that tornado warning will probably be let to expire. They have put a new severe thunderstorm warning on this for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a tornado possible label, which probably means this will be a replaced warning in western Oklahoma. And then this year confirmed tornado in Nebraska, which this warning goes for 4 more minutes. I would guess that they're going to probably issue a new warning on this. So this one is still confirmed as of right now. And we also have a new warning back over in Ogallala, near Brule and Big Spring in southwest Nebraska. That's going to be for damaging winds, large hail, and then there's also a tornado possible label on that. Do have a circulation right along Interstate 80, which will be moving east-northeast over the next several minutes. So that's the next area that we're watching for in this particular storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning on the storm in Oklahoma here. This one is because the current warning is going to expire. So they are just issuing a new warning on this one as it is about to expire. This is going to include East Duke, Gold, west of Olustee, and west of Altus. It's a very slow-moving supercell, but it does have a potential to produce a tornado and might even be a photogenic tornado. So we'll have to wait and see. And Storm Radar Media, bottom right of your screen, they are right on this storm. So we'll see if we see anything. But if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. As this is, as of right now, producing the potential for a tornado. We'll probably at least get another warning on the one in Nebraska is my guess here in a minute. So that'll be a new warning there. probably in about a minute or two. This warning's probably gonna be canceled. This one will probably be let to expire, or that one will be let to expire. This one might be canceled, actually. That rotation's kind of broad right now. Looks more like a hail and a wind threat. We also have a flash flood warning, so they are going to see some flash flooding there as well. And then the tornado warning that is back down here southwest of Eden. That one right now does not look super impressive. Looks like mostly wind as of now. And the one east of Temple and southeast of Waco has been really impressive. Still got a very clean hook echo on this storm. Does not look pretty, but it definitely has a hook, and there's definitely pretty, at least stronger rotation than before. So again, this could drop a tornado as it moves towards Cosi, Texas, south of Thornton, southeast of Marlin in Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning. It is not confirmed anymore, but it is a new tornado warning for those near Martin, to the north of Ogallala in Nebraska. If you are in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So this is downgraded now to radar indicated, not confirmed anymore. If there's a tornado, it's probably rain wrapped. It's gonna be that right there. So it's that rotation right near Belmar, and it even could be, no, it's probably a wind. So it's gonna be this right here. It's more than likely a rain wrapped area of rotation. Again, moving eastbound, gonna be going towards Martin here in Nebraska. There's your tornado warning that just expired. So we're right back down now to 5 tornado warnings and 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. But that is still a relatively strong rotation. No debris signature. Again, we're just so far away from the radar site. We're probably not going to see much here. But this is, again, a storm that is at least producing the potential of a tornado as that moves eastbound. And this storm that is back down in southwest Oklahoma, I'm still having questions on this one. You know, the rotation isn't really that strong right now. It looks more like a wind threat, at least right now. But as this continues to organize, I do think it's going to have a better shot at producing a tornado. I would probably give it a little bit. This is the view right now of this storm. So it's a pretty impressive looking supercell here. Definitely has the potential to produce something. One in Marlin, Texas is still radar indicated. I'm not seeing any debris signature on that right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning up near Ogallala in Nebraska, and this one's pretty strong too. That's right along Interstate 80. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That rotation's pretty strong right there. That could definitely drop a tornado as that moves east. We're going towards Brule and Ogallala in Nebraska. Let's see if we have any view of this. We might. I'm trying to see if we have anything here. One second, trying to see if we have anything live here. There are a few cameras along Interstate 80 here. So not sure if we're gonna have any live cameras. Yeah, this is a tornado warning right now near Brule. Relatively strong rotation. So seek shelter if you are in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. There's your latest scan. Not nearly as strong as this latest scan. And we are pretty far away from the radar site, so it's a possibility this is some sort of lowering here as that continues to move right along Interstate 80. The Big Springs area, if there was a tornado, it would have just gone past the Big Springs area here of Nebraska. And then the other rotation further to the north still looks really intense. It's very hard to tell, though, if we have a tornado here, because, again, we're looking very far away from the radar site. But if we do, that could be definitely a little bit more of a sizable tornado near the Moni Mobile Home Park. I don't know. I might not be pronouncing that right, but that's in the area. Obviously, if you're in that mobile home park, you need to find a sturdy structure, or you have to get into a ditch because mobile homes are not safe if there is a tornado. And then Martin as well, same story for you. You're in at least the cusp of that tornado warning. More concerning storm will be the one going towards Ogallala, because the main reason why is because it's more populated and it's right along Interstate 80. There's a lot of people driving out there. Probably have a lot of truck drivers. So once that wind does pick up, it'll definitely become more of a concern there. Here's the radar scan, the latest radar scan on the one in Oklahoma here. And I do think if we have a tornado, it's probably going to be rain wrapped up in here somewhere. We could still get something maybe down here. Again, this is the live shot right now of this storm. So a lot of just rain falling out of the sky.
That's not going due east anymore.
Well, it's a relatively low. I mean, it's a low to the ground sort of storm here. Shouldn't have too much trouble developing into a tornado. The wind shear, again, not super favorable, but it's favorable enough for a tornado or two. So yeah, that's what that storm looks like right now. Again, it's hard to tell at this point if this is going to really, produce in the next few minutes. We just don't have a great view on it. I do think the rotation is a little bit more rain wrapped here, just to the east of Gold right now. But continue to stay in your safe place. It is definitely producing some large hail. It has baseball-sized hail right along Route 62 near East Duke. So there's no doubt in my mind this is producing hail right now. The one north of Abilene, Texas, expires in 9 minutes. And this rotation has been relatively broad this entire time. Still looks pretty broad to me. There's a hook. It is also being driven by an outflow boundary, it looks like, just to the north of Hawley. They'll be approaching areas west of Albany here pretty soon. Very rural areas of Texas again. The tornado warning down here, also southeast of San Angelo, very rural. Not seeing any confirmed tornado or anything like that here. Do have a little bit of circulation, but it looks more like a wind threat, at least for right now, even though the supercell there looks pretty impressive. And then the storm over near Marlin. This one can definitely drop a tornado at any time. That rotation has been strong this entire time. Going towards Altus Springs, Mustang, Long Branch, and Blue Ridge. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Probably our strongest rotation that we have right now, at least according to radar. Yeah, I honestly would not be surprised if that drops. We're probably going to get a new tornado warning on this here too, as well, for Cosi and near Bremond.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The timing that we've had is just insane. New tornado warning, just to the east of Marlin. I mean, we literally just said it. East of Marlin, near Cosi, southwest of Thornton. Or Thornton area. Again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. Very strong rotation on this, and it definitely could drop a tornado as that moves eastbound going towards Cosi. Marquez is really the next town in the track of this, just north of Bremont. So seek shelter immediately, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. It's like they're watching. No, I mean, if they were really watching the stream, it would, the timing, like, they usually have these being issued like a minute or two beforehand, so. Yeah, that rotation's pretty strong right now, right over Blue Ridge right now right here in Texas. It's east of Marlin, Texas. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. So again, strong rotation right now, southwest of Cosi. We could have a tornado on this as it moves east, just east of Marlin, Texas. Very strong rotation and a pretty pronounced hook echo on this as well. Very strong inflow, by the way. It's an impressive supercell all around right now. It's very impressive. It'll be eventually long term. It's going to be going towards Centerville and Marquez, and just to the southwest of Buffalo. All right, let's go back to southwest Oklahoma. Looks like we're starting to get a little bit more organization here, but it still looks more like just a hailstorm right now. And this is still producing baseball-sized hail. It's a very discrete cell right now as well. And I'll be moving eastbound, going towards Altus, Oklahoma, down the road. So if you are in this warning, just continue to stay in that safe place. We'll keep checking on this. Again, Storm Intermediate, bottom right of your screen, they are on that storm as well. Also, this tornado is now confirmed. I don't know when this was confirmed. This is the one near Ogalla. Confirmed as of about 3 minutes ago. So this is now a confirmed tornado here in Nebraska.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is confirmed by weather spotters in the area. This is a confirmed tornado as of about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Again, near Ogalla and near Brule. And it was a confirmed in Brule. So if you are in this warning, and get underground if you can. It is a confirmed tornado. It's not PDS, so it's not large and strong, but it will produce some damage as this moves eastbound. Again, confirmed by weather spotters in the area for Central Perkins and Keith counties here in Nebraska. I will again be moving east over the next several minutes. Yeah, so that tornado right now would be right along Interstate 80. It's going to be right in here somewhere. So that is where that tornado will be located. If it is still on the ground, it would be kind of right over Brule, Nebraska. It would be moving east-northeast. Let's see if we have any other updates on any of these other storms. Yeah, we don't have any others as of right now. Again, this is a confirmed tornado near Brule, Nebraska. Seek shelter if you're in the warning. It's traveling right along Interstate 80, so if you're a truck driver, be mindful between Big Springs and Ogalla here in Nebraska. And we also have the tornado warning west of Martin. So that rotation as of right now is a little bit broader than before, but that could still produce a rain-wrapped tornado. So many debris signature on the 1 near Kosei, which is again east, southeast, and southeast of Waco. So that's good news as of right now. But this one could still drop a tornado as it moves east towards Marquez in Texas. And there's your circulation right now. A little bit on the broader side of things. It's not really too strong, but obviously it has a pretty pronounced hook echo. Has been strong at times, so it's definitely a chance that it does drop another tornado. It did drop a brief tornado earlier for about 2 minutes back over, where was that? It was south of Hewitt. It was somewhere right here near Interstate 35. I think it was near Troy, Texas. So it has already dropped a tornado, and it could do the same thing as that moves eastbound. It's, again, a very discrete supercell. Biggest thing with today is that we have a lot of discrete supercells out there, and any of these storms like this one, for example, that remain discrete will have an elevated chance at producing a tornado. They have condensed this tornado warning as well. Still a little bit of broad circulation back over southwest of Melvin, Texas. It's another discrete supercell. This one's kind of traveling right along an outflow boundary. but it might, again, still have a little bit of issues developing. It's discrete, but haven't really had any tightening of rotation ever since it was near the San Angelo area. And the rotation near Anson, Texas is pretty broad. This warning will probably end up just being let to expire, so I don't think this one will be any concern after this. At least for a tornado, at least in the short term. It'll definitely still have a hail and wind threat. The damaging winds right now are upwards of 70 miles per hour, and again, that's currently tracking east. And here's the latest radar scan, just for reference. We'll check out the velocities once that updates. It should update in a second. I think it's broad enough to the point where we don't have to really wait for the next radar scan. It should be coming in a second, but it's fine. It doesn't look as bad as before. It was a little bit stronger earlier. This is the one again in Oklahoma, which has been intensifying a little bit. Let's go back to storm relative velocities. Still have some circulation here. And again, if we had a tornado at this point, it would be somewhere down in this hook, just to the southeast of Gold and southwest of East Duke. Again, Storm Murder Media, bottom right of your screen, who's been going in and out here for the last few minutes, they are in this particular area. So if we do see a tornado, we'll probably have it on their feed at some point here soon. In southwest Oklahoma. Here's the actual, we'll wait for the scan here. New radar scan coming in as we speak. All right, here's the latest scan. This is definitely organizing. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for tennis ball sized hail as well for the entire area. That's not just included in the tornado threat. So still a significant hail threat on this storm. And yeah, that circulation's coming together more. So this might drop a tornado. It's definitely coming together a little bit more here. It looks like this tornado threat is beginning to increase on that storm. So the one in southwest Oklahoma is becoming more of a concern. Quick update on the ones in Nebraska. The rotation back over closer to Martin is still there. There could still be a tornado. We don't really know if there is one. There's no confirmation, but if there is one, it's rain wrapped and it's in a very rural area, and it's also just very far away from the radar site. So we don't really know if it's on the ground right now, but has been on the ground in the past, so it could still be there. The one that's back over near Ogalla, I don't see much left here for rotation. So if we did have a tornado, probably brief. If we still have a tornado, it'll probably be right here, just to the west of Ogalla and east of Brule. In southwest Nebraska. So continue to keep a close eye on that. All right, we now have, okay, so this is now officially a confirmed tornado now in Texas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, so we now have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Cosi, Texas. I kind of figured this would drop at some point. It's been really organized for a while. So this is now a tornado on the ground near Cosi, Texas, moving eastbound. So if you are in this warning, you can get to the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. And that'll be your tornado right there, where the strongest area of rotation is. Just to the southwest of Cosi and south of Thornton in Texas. This is at least the fourth, I think, confirmed tornado we've had since we started. It was pretty crazy. This will also be moving towards Marquez. It's kind of a rural area after it gets past Cosi. Goes towards like White Rock. Let me get the exact warning details here. Also, the tornado over in Ogalla and Brule, Nebraska is still confirmed. So that one's still on the ground as of now. We have a wall cloud developing on the storm also near Duke, which again, Storm Runner Media is approaching. There is a rotating wall cloud. By the sounds of it, at least. Approaching Duke area. Storm Runner Media, bottom right of your screen, has that shot, which we'll go to them in a second. But yeah, there's a tornado on the ground here. I'm not seeing a debris signature. That's at least good news. But bad news is that we do have a tornado on the storm just to the south of Cosi, Texas, right here. Now I'll be moving eastbound. Also, new mesoscale discussion for eastern Tennessee. A damaging wind threat will continue for the next 1 to 2 hours. Looks like the threat of severe weather there, though, is going to start going down. So just an update if you're over in eastern Tennessee. I know we had a tornado warning there at the beginning of the stream. It looks like things are quieting down just a little bit over there. But this storm still seemingly producing a tornado. If it is still on the ground in Texas, it'll be near Long Branch and going towards Mustang. So that's where the tornado would be. So southwest of Cosi and south of Alto Springs. And this storm back over to the southeast of San Angelo, that rotation's been relatively broad here for a while. Still looking at a wind threat and a hail threat up to ping pong ball sized hail, but the risk of a tornado does look a little bit on the lower side of things, at least as of right now. And they don't have a tornado warning on this storm, by the way, which is, I think, rightfully so. There's not really much rotation on that one. This one near Duke is trying to come together. It's trying to come together just southeast of Gold. Got a lot of storms firing up and down here on the west side of Oklahoma, right where the tornado watch is. And again, a lot of those storms are slow moving. So this is the tornado that is confirmed right now in this storm would still be, if it's on the ground, 5 miles to the west of Ogalla. So it's probably approaching, if there's still a tornado, it would be approaching Ogalla, Nebraska. I'm guessing this is probably where the tornado is if it is still on the ground, which I don't see much rotation there. But again, we are looking well up into the atmosphere here on this storm. So if there is still a tornado, it's going to be right there near Ogalla in Nebraska. Also, according to the National Weather Service of Fort Worth, again, if you're in this tornado warning, obviously seek shelter now. You should be if you're in any of the pink polygons. They are saying it's a dangerous storm about across Highway 14 just south of Cosi. A tornado has been reported and will approach Cosi soon in Texas. So this is still definitely producing a tornado as of right now, or, you know, presumably it's still on the ground. Don't have a debris signature, which, again, we don't always need a debris signature for there being a tornado. We've learned that the last few days. We've had a couple of very rural tornadoes. So in this case, it could be on the ground, and it could be just going through some farmlands or whatever it might be. We'll be approaching Cosi, Texas here in the next few minutes. This is the latest velocity scan, so a little bit broader circulation. But that would be, if there's a tornado, it would be on the southwest side of Cosi. Do I still work with Connor? Yeah, we do. I just don't have him pulled up right now. I think he was... I thought he was chasing southern Kansas. He may have changed his target now. Oh, yeah, he has changed his target. He's in Magnum, Oklahoma. He's on the same storm that Storm Runner Media is on. I'll go to him if it gets a little more interesting there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in Nebraska. That is going to be north of Ogalla. It's the Martin storm. This one's been, it has been on the ground already in the past. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. All right, it looks like something interesting is happening on Connor's stream. Let me get him up here. Just give me 1 second on this. Yeah, that storm's getting interesting in Oklahoma. Wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning somewhere. Somewhere over the rainbow. Where is this tornado warning? Oh, there it is. Okay. This is a new tornado warning near Ogalla. This is still a confirmed tornado. So, confirmed tornado on this storm near Ogalla, going towards Paxton. This is the confirmed tornado actually going right into Ogalla. So, if you're in this warning, you gotta seek shelter. Tornado is gonna be going right into Ogalla as we speak. Get away from windows and on the lowest floor
This is
possible.
an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And this is a tornado that is in progress near Ogalla. So seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you're in this warning. All right, let's go to Connor Croft. He's on this storm. There you go. That's the storm in Oklahoma.
Mezzo's like stalled. It's like not even moving anymore.
Great for the stream, honestly. Dude, look at it striated right
Dude,
above
look at it.
us.
It's stationary.
This storm's barely moving, but they have a pretty solid shot if this does produce a tornado. Again, that's going to be the one back over in Oklahoma. I'm going to put that bottom left of your screen, or bottom right of your screen.
Unbelievable. Look to this thing right now.
All right, I'll be back in 60 seconds. I got to pee.
Look at that structure, Ben. Look at it through the camcorder.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Looks like it might be get a little more condensed scud look on that wall cloud. It got hail coming down now.
It really just needs to tighten in the
Yeah.
low. It's kind of like the other day. Where I had a...
That one was bigger than it just hit the car.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that ping pong just hit the hood. Just exploded on contact. If that, hold on, let me get roads. If this gets like close to producing, we'll probably be able to go west and then drop straight onto it. It's stationary, it'll probably be deviant.
True. Oh yeah, for sure, deviant.
It'll be a deviant tornado, but yeah, we got some decent, we got some decent roads to get on it.
Okay, just gridded? I mean, like,
It's
we're in
gridded,
farm...
there's a couple areas where it gets a little sus because there's a river, but
We're in farmland, so I'm not
Yeah.
too worried.
I mean, this would be a good view right here regardless, but jeez.
Good looking storm. Sure. There's like a 2-incher in the road right there.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, big CG.
All right. And this is a live shot of the storm in Duke, Oklahoma from Connor Croft's perspective.
Yeah. Just broad spin. Might be trying to organize a little bit more. I got some more scud coming into the front edge there.
See it.
Hail's getting bigger on the radar.
All right, let's go back to Nebraska first. Again, we have a confirmed tornado over here south of Ogalla. We also might have another one rain wrapped back over near Highway 61. If we do have a tornado, it'll be this one right here, just south of Arthur. And then Ogalla, there was reportedly still a tornado moving into the town. I'm not sure if that's still in progress, but if it is, it's going to be right there near Ogalla here in Nebraska, right along Interstate 80. All right, so that might still be on the ground. Don't see anything on radar there, but that'll be where it is. Here's a storm over in Texas that's still producing a tornado. Look at this thing. That rotation's really strong. Right over Mustang, Texas, south of Kosei. This could be a strong tornado moving towards areas like Headsville and White Rock and Petway and Bald Prairie and Willow Creek. So again, this moving east right now. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. That's definitely that's probably a tornado, almost undoubtedly. That rotation's very strong. No debris signature, but we almost definitely have a tornado here moving eastbound, going towards Willow Creek. Has been observed a little while back, probably about 7 or 8 minutes ago. It was a little bit broader for a second there, but that's probably going to be our tornado right there. And then this storm not going to be tornado warned for much longer. The one that's north of Abilene is still mostly a hail and wind threat. And this is the one in Oklahoma, which has been organizing a lot here over the last few minutes. This is, again, a live shot of that right now in Oklahoma. Got an organizing structure here.
Starting to tighten a little bit.
And the rotation's definitely appearing a bit stronger on radar, too.
Look at that inflow tail coming up. Look at that, Ben.
Oh yeah. Wow. It just needs to tighten in the low levels.
Yep.
And we're getting the magic hour now.
starting to reach.
Dude, I think
Mustang,
it's really
Texas has a
organized
population of
the last
1.
5 minutes.
Is that really true?
Reach too.
Look at how the bad. Whoa!
That was close.
Look at how this like this hook. in
You actually can
front,
kind of
like,
see
this
the, it looks like the inflow tail right there, very
Now
front of your
it's
screen.
reaching down. See that?
Weird, yeah.
If it was to produce, it'd be right there on the left side.
By the way, can you guys hear Connor's POV? Or is it too quiet? I have to keep adjusting the audio because the audio is different for both chasers.
Like it closer.
Thank you, Wiley, for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that.
Chilling right here.
Connor's low? Okay,
I mean,
let
we
me
can
turn it up.
easily get it's moving very slightly.
Yeah.
We can easily get up on it.
Alright, turn it up a bit. It might be a bit better.
Keep stationary.
Probably gonna be a.
But
big
again, this
flash flood
rotation
going
is
through.
definitely
Just driving
intensifying.
through.
This is also, this particular storm is now a destructive storm producing baseball-sized hail near East
We'll
Duke
run into the baseballs, so
in Oklahoma.
Oh really?
that was my thinking.
Okay.
Maybe get a little closer now.
Where the baseball? Wouldn't the baseballs be north of here?
Yeah, well, if they come crashing
It's a big
south,
flash of
it's
lightning.
really starting to organize.
Yeah, I mean we can. Yeah.
It's
Look at
getting
that.
real organized now, chat.
Look
Oh
at-
yeah, tornado, but tornado's imminent, guys. Look at it rotating right there. Time to get on it, man. We're starting to
Let's
rotate.
You said I just have a.
Yeah, you can see the
I got
rotation
some
right there,
roads
middle of
in
your
there. I got some
screen.
roads.
It's kind of like where the lower cloud deck is there. You can see it spinning right now. This is definitely bound to produce a tornado here in a few minutes.
These roads are not
Yeah,
good.
it is what it is, guys.
After the storm merger, it took a little while, but this storm's organizing quickly. Bottom right of your screen is that supercell near East Duke. All right, while they reposition real quick, I do want to update you on a few of the other warnings. This is the confirmed tornado in Texas, which looks like that is still on the ground. This could again be a strong tornado south of Cosi, Texas. Again, you got to seek shelter if you are between Cosi and Marquez. It's a very rural area near White Rock and Headsville, but definitely seek shelter because this could be a strong tornado that is moving eastbound. It's a very rural area. That's the good news. The bad news is that this is probably a strong tornado impacting a lot of people like farmlands and stuff like that just to the southeast of the Cosi area. Which, for perspective, again, that's east of Waco. All right. And these are the storms back up in Nebraska. We now have a destructive warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Possibly a tornado north of Ogalla. So there might be something rain wrapped up in there. We've had a confirmed tornado here near Interstate 80, just east now of Ogalla. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. This one, the southern storm's been confirmed as of a little while ago. And the other one north is not confirmed, but it's a very rain-wrapped area of rotation, so it might be hard to see. It's northeast of Martin right now. Well, look at this, by the way. Wow, look at the left side of your screen. You got a, we were just talking about, but it's very circular now. You can actually see the shape of it. It's definitely rotating. This is an organizing storm for sure.
We might want to get a little further south, too.
Eventually.
This is the one again in southwest Oklahoma near Duke.
I haven't seen any chasers really than that guys.
All right, definitely trying now.
The northern tornado in Nebraska caused some damage to outside of Lamone, roofs off homes.
Under the wall cloud.
It seems like there's a lot of mobile homes in that particular town, unfortunately.
South of 1.3. Tornadoes imminent. Rotating like crazy over there now.
I would tend to. Wow! Look at the clear slot.
Rotating
Look at the clear
crazy
slot.
with the big clear slot. Tornadoes imminent, guys.
Yeah, if you're anywhere in the southwestern
really
Oklahoma
rapid.
tornado warning near
About
Altus,
to
you need to
drop.
seek shelter. Strong rotation on radar too.
Film something.
Get the wipers on.
Yeah, sorry.
More than likely going to drop within the next couple of minutes, or maybe in a few minutes.
Turn south if you want me to.
Yeah, we get south too.
But just let me know when. I know. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
It's almost did it.
Yep. Now we're getting into mountains up here.
I know. Do you just want to turn south ahead of these?
You have a new radar scan coming in. We'll check it out in a second.
0.8 is our south road.
Okay.
Point 0.8 will switch. I'll drive.
All right.
So you can film.
Gotcha. We'll be hanging out the window with
Baseballs coming down.
baseballs coming down.
Yeah. Not as minute as it was a second ago. So we're
It looks like it looks like it's cycling now.
yeah, it's getting stronger. It's a couple of this though.
Might go quick cycling.
I don't know why my lights are flashing.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
We're getting to that magic hour,
Yep.
as we like to call it.
Excuse me?
The structure
lights
of the
stop
storm
flashing?
just completely flipped.
Oh yeah.
So that's encouraging
Oh, yeah.
for sure.
That's the road right here, right by these mountains.
Gotcha.
Maybe just stop right here before them so we can still see.
Yeah.
I don't know what was happening.
Like one of these little mountains right here, bro.
This dirt is like a slip and slide. It's kind of taking me everywhere.
Okay.
Okay, this is about to be on the ground.
No.
This rotation's very strong. Look at this thing. Just to the south of East Duke in Oklahoma, this is a very strong couplet. It's almost undoubtable that we're about to have a tornado on the ground. Again, they are right on this storm, just over that little mound or whatever that is. Looks like a mountain almost. And also, we now have a PDS tornado in Texas. That's why it was probably
This
flashing.
is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, large tornado on the ground in Texas. If you're in this warning, that's near Cosi. Seek shelter immediately. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a PDS tornado. That is a particularly dangerous situation if you are in this tornado warning. It's a large and strong tornado that's just gone through Mustang, Texas. And we got a very strong couplet right now just to the south of Cosi. It'll be going towards Marquez. So again, you need to seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And away from windows. This is a very dangerous storm right now. You need to seek shelter. And a large and strong tornado on the ground here in Texas. And the velocities definitely match up with that. There's no doubt that this is a large and strong tornado. Also, we have a big tornado on the ground, it sounds like, in Oklahoma.
Wedging out. Big wedge tornado.
There's your tornado. Big tornado on the ground now in Oklahoma. Look at that thing. Holy cow, that's a big tornado. That's near East Duke.
Wedging out.
Wow, that's a big tornado. That's a big tornado developing now in southwest Oklahoma.
Wow.
So this is the other one in Oklahoma now. That's probably going to go PDS in a second, too. It's a big tornado developing on this storm. You gotta seek shelter if you're near East Duke, Oklahoma.
You want to get to the top of that hill right there?
Can we get there?
See it?
Yeah,
See it
yeah,
right
yeah,
in front of us?
yeah.
We're gonna get a better view.
Yeah.
I can't even close the door.
Why are we fogging up, dude?
It's because it's moist.
That is a big tornado on the ground in southwest Oklahoma, again near East Duke.
Right at
Right?
the top of this hill. It's about to be a big multi-vortex.
Wow. This is going to go PDS. There's no doubt. That's a big tornado that just is developing right now.
Tearing up stuff.
Oh yeah,
Tearing up
yeah,
grass.
right up here,
Right here, yep.
Again, this is not the one in
So,
Texas.
we're close.
And this is now a PDS tornado. So we have now another PDS tornado here. This is, again, the tornado that's on the ground now near
This
East
is an
Duke.
emergency alert.
Big tornado.
A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And we got another large and strong tornado near East Duke. You can see it bottom right of your screen. This is another big tornado on Connor Croft's feed. Seek shelter immediately if you're in this warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Look at that thing. Wow. Unbelievable. We have two different large tornadoes on the ground right now. One in Oklahoma and one in Texas.
Cape does.
Yeah.
This one's at least trying to still develop here. It was
the
definitely
inflow
wedging
right
there
above
for a
us.
second. Still a lot of
It's a
spinning. You can still see the debris being lifted up.
Multi-vortex.
There's definitely multi-vortex. You can see all the vortices there.
Big multi-vortex bull. Weakening, maybe.
I don't know. Look right above it.
Look at that rotation bottom right of your screen, by the way. This is a very strong rotation. I think it'll drop again here in a second. Might just be cycling a little bit. It is very discreet. There's nothing stopping this.
See if the whole bowl comes down.
It's almost stationary.
Yeah,
we
I
could get
know.
a little closer maybe if our roads
Yeah.
are fine. But we also have a really good view, so
Yeah,
I
this
don't
is
know.
perfect right here. I mean, wow, here it goes. Dropping down again. About to get RFD right here.
Getting hit
A
with
new tornado
rocks and
warning has
pebbles
been
and
issued.
everything.
Secondary mezzo over there almost.
We'll go back to them in a quick second. I do want to update you on two storms. So this is, again, the PDS tornado west of Altus, Oklahoma. This is a very discreet cell. It's been organizing for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if this went Drunkenado style at some point. The storm that's back over in Texas is also PDS. So we have two different large and strong tornadoes. This is the one southeast of Kosey or Kosei. This is also another large and strong tornado. Very strong velocities on radar, very strong couplet. That'll be moving east, eventually going towards Marquez. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. So again, 2 different large tornadoes on the ground. Unfortunately, these are both impacting different areas. This one is relatively rural. The main town is Kosey. The next really main location is Marquez. So a lot of farmland in this area. But man, look at this. I mean, this is the one again in Oklahoma. That is a big bowl.
Drop even more.
Looks like this is going to get even bigger than the first thing that we just saw there.
Do you have your other phone? Check the road network. Make sure we're good.
You're sitting on this core.
Sorry.
Tornado also near Ogalla in Nebraska is back to radar indicated. That is a big bowl and it's dropping again.
I got it good.
About the wedge.
It's going to wedge again in southwest Oklahoma.
It just got a lot stronger.
Yeah.
It's mostly in a field right now. It should hopefully just stay in a field. It looks like it's mostly in a field at this time.
Whoa.
Whoa, what's that right there in front of them?
Tumbleweed.
It's all the tumbleweed flying. Should not be a tumbleweed outbreak here.
We got a good right here.
You want to just sit here and
Yeah,
watch
I'm looking at it.
And look at that big
that's
bowl.
A huge bowl. If that condenses, it's gonna be a violent wedge.
Look how the clear slot's wrapping around still.
Yeah. Might be coming at us.
That's fine.
Look at that violent
Yeah, it's
motion in the
moving
low
slow
clouds. I mean,
enough.
that's
Moving
just
real
some
slow. Here we go.
all the tumbleweeds
Here we
flying
go.
around them too. I mean, look at that violent motion there in the clouds too. This is very strong rotation,
at us, I think.
both in person and on radar.
Gotta be ready to run.
It's still on the ground. You can see all the debris. Obviously, it's trying to condense.
Multi-vortex.
Multi-vortex wedge.
You can clearly see the vortices. By the way, it's kind of crazy.
Horizontal.
Horizontal vortex.
Horizontal
in there.
vortice. Yeah. Horizontal vortex.
And this is in southwest Oklahoma. Seek shelter. This is south of East Duke. Bottom right of your screen is the
Dang, man.
warning.
Dude, it's almost condensing.
I know.
It's trying to
gotten
condense.
So close.
And this is what the storm looks like on radar. Very, very impressive supercell. Again, this was after a storm merger happened, and now we are looking at a very intense supercell. Again, a PDS tornado warning, which means a particularly dangerous situation. I do want to remind you, there's also a PDS tornado warning here in Texas. Looks like that rotation is going to be just southeast of Kosey, going eventually towards Marquez. They'll probably issue a new warning there in a second. Let's go to the one in Oklahoma again. And they'll also probably issue a new tornado warning on this one
It's getting wider.
as well.
Yeah. Huge mezzo.
Because this one expires in 4 minutes in Oklahoma. It's going to be going towards Prairie Hill, Creta, and
With us,
East
a
Duke.
non-condensing tornado.
Yeah, I know. Can't get a tornado condense for us. Still on the ground, though.
It's almost stationary, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, the good news is that these storms today are very slow moving. Let's just hope that this does not impact any, homes or anything like that. Right now it looks like it's in an open field, but it's obviously scary seeing something, this large. We got a huge bowl on this. And all that spin, you can see all the spin. I wish I could draw on this, but you can see all the spin right now in the clouds. It's a very rapidly rotating area in the low levels.
Big multi-vortex still.
Still
Really
multiple vortices there at the very
tornado
bottom of
on
your
the
screen
base.
too.
Yep.
And we now have a new PDS tornado warning here in Oklahoma on the same storm.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, large and strong tornado right now near East Duke, El Dorado, and Alusty are all included in this warning. Again, you can just see the rotation. We got actually a pretty large debris signature developing too. Multiple vortices on this. And that's your tornado right there. Very strong rotation. Reminds me a lot of what we just saw a couple weeks back with that tornado that happened east of Frederick. That one that happened in an open field. But, I mean, man, this thing is just a big bull lowering. It'll be going towards Alusty as well. That's definitely starting to condense more now.
Just condense for me, come on!
We need a little bit of luck.
Come on, condense for me!
Yeah, this is Connor Croft on the storm. And this is in southwestern
All right, you want to get south?
Yeah. I'm trying to see
Oklahoma,
if I can-
near East Duke and
I'll
Alusty.
keep trying to film you.
Okay, yeah.
Correct me.
All right, guys, we're gonna lose visual here for a quick second. We're gonna get on a main road and get right next to this thing. Hang with me, guys.
Seatbelt.
I'll go back to them in a second. Again, this is your tornado that's on the ground. It is a, again, it's a large tornado. Obviously, there's multiple vortices. It hasn't condensed, but this is definitely still a very large area of circulation. We actually do have, again, that tornado right here, southwest of Prairie Hill. The good news, again, it's a very rural area of Oklahoma, but it will be going towards Alusty, which is a more populated town, if it does go that far. Notice the motion. This is the last 7 frames. It is a very slow-moving storm. So the good news right now, it's very slow-moving. It's not going to be going much of anywhere, but the next area in the track of this will be probably Creta and Marty. So if you're in those 2 areas of Oklahoma, you definitely need to make sure that you're in your safe place. Get underground if you can, as it does continue to move east over the next several minutes. The tornado warning that's PDS in Texas is probably going to get a new warning here in a second. It might still be PDS. We still got possibly a large tornado on the ground east of Mustang, Texas, eventually going towards Headsville and Willow Creek. So again, we got 2 different PDS tornadoes on the ground, which means particularly dangerous situation. But I am assuming that we're going to get a new tornado warning on this here soon. All right, let's go back to the Oklahoma one again. And they're closing in right now on this tornado. We'll go back to them in a second. Here you go. This is the live view of that tornado in Oklahoma. And we have another PDS tornado warning on the one in Texas. Let's hop back to that real quick.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is still a large and strong tornado here in Texas near Cozy and the Marquez area. And it's moving eastbound. If you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And that right there is a large tornado that is on the ground moving eastbound. Again, the other warning was expiring, which is hence why there's a new PDS tornado warning. We are back down to 4 tornado warnings, with 2 of them being PDS. So yeah, if you're in Cozy or Ridge, Texas, those are the main 2 locations. Again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This includes a population of 2,800, so definitely still a concerning storm. One in Oklahoma is 1,200. Wow, look at this tornado, man. I mean, that's unbelievable. This is still a multi-vortex tornado here in southwest Oklahoma, just to the west-southwest of Altus. It includes East Duke and Alusty. Bottom right of your screen is that tornado warning cell. We got a big debris signature on this now. Look at that right there, bottom right of your screen. That right there is that's definitely now really starting to intensify. We still got multiple vortices. Just look at all those vortices on this tornado right now in southwest Oklahoma.
We're gonna get a good view on this hill.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is unbelievable. And this is barely moving. Once again, it's a very slow-moving tornado. It's a close-range intercept on this large tornado in Oklahoma.
Incredible tornado.
Big debris signature on radar. It's a lot of debris. It's a lot of dust, I mean. It's being lifted up into the atmosphere here. See all the chasers close range, too. Just look at all the vortices.
Violent.
Quarter mile ahead of us.
Wow. Oh my gosh, Ben.
This is a crazy
Violent
tornado.
Tornado right in front of us. Look at those suction vortices. Oh my gosh. Right
So
here.
close, I gotta zoom out.
It's right here. It's right here.
Get past this guy.
Yep.
We're safe.
Yep, we're good right here. Oh my gosh. Right here. Crossing the road. We're good. It's crossed the road.
Yeah.
We're good.
We can fall behind it now.
Yep. Make sure it doesn't occlude on us.
Also, I do want to
run-
quickly go to this. This is kind of important. The one in Texas, that's PDS. Just notice this. We have a little drunknado happening. It is occluding. So we have an occlusion happening on this large and strong tornado right now. Still stay in your safe place just in case. We have a little debris signature too east of Mustang, Texas. This is another PDS tornado. So we have 2 different ones. That's the other one right now. Back over again in Texas. And that's again far to the east of Waco. It's really rural areas.
Right here.
This is again your large and strong tornado in southwest Oklahoma.
Cross the road. We're good. Bye. about to condense.
And wow, the rotation on this is huge right now. Very strong tornado here on the ground. It probably is intense. It could be violent as it moves eastbound.
Wow, look at that. Look at that ghost train.
There's a big debris signature on this right now as well. Look at that thing right there. Big debris signature moving eastbound. Very strong rotation on radar as well, moving east. Again, very dangerous storm here. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is a very dangerous tornado. We should have their feedback in a second. And we have it back, I think, in a second here. But again, very large tornado, very big debris signature. All that debris is just essentially dust and dirt that's kind of kicking up. So that's what we're looking at there. Again, Connor, he's fine. He's just in a low signal area. But yeah, very strong velocities here. Very strong gate-to-gate shear. This is 100% a very large, obviously, tornado and a strong one.
It's condensed.
That's now, you can look at that. It's fully condensed now. Clear as day. Is that a rainbow at the top of your screen too? Or am I tripping? Maybe not. It might have just been something to do with the camera.
Massive.
That's a big tornado. Marty and Creta and Altus, Oklahoma, you need to seek shelter. This tornado is heading right towards you.
Okay. We're good.
South of East Duke.
We're good. I got video.
All right, I'm gonna find us a road west. Okay.
It's up here in a couple miles.
Okay. You got it?
Yep.
That tornado is becoming a lot more wrapped there in the rain. Or just wrapped in dust in general. There's a lot of dust being kicked up by that tornado.
That was a softball.
Hey, gotta watch these windows on my right here.
Yep.
So in addition to the potential right now, obviously, for this with this tornado, there's also a reportedly softball-sized hail. At least that's what they just mentioned. So that's not going to help anybody here in this area. But this is your debris signature. So still a large and strong tornado moving eastbound. And then the velocity is, again, still very strong, moving towards Marty and as well as Altus. So big tornado right now in progress just to the southwest as well as Prairie Hill. As this does continue to move east, it's going to move very slowly. So the good news is that this is a very slow moving tornado. The bad news is that areas like Creta and as well as Marty, which again, relatively rural speaking, but those areas, you know, for people that are like a farm or something like that, could be heavily impacted by this storm. And Altus is really the main location in the track of this right now. So if you're in Altus, Oklahoma, you should get underground if you can, get to a storm shelter, interior room of your home or building, as this is a dangerous storm. They are, again, repositioning. They're getting closer to the tornado again. They just kind of have to drive around some of these roads here in Oklahoma. But man, that velocity signature is just crazy on this storm. This is still a big tornado from what I'm hearing. We'll go back to them in a second. Actually, we'll go back to them now.
Wipers are not working.
That's your tornado right in front of you.
Sorry, guys. Working for the big rain, but that's about it.
Also, I just going to update you on the one in Texas. Again, this is a large and strong tornado. The initial tornado seemingly has occluded. We have another large tornado, it looks like, developing just south of Headsville. So possibly a different tornado developing there. The first one just occluded entirely. I mean, this is a crazy little feed here. Look at this. First tornado occludes going up to the north. We have a second one, it looks like, developing just to the southwest of Willow Creek in Texas. So another large and strong tornado, it looks like, just dropped on this storm. That'll be going towards Marquez. Again, very rural area here. The main town was Cosi. Next area is like Bald Prairie, Willow Creek, Sealy, and eventually going again towards Marquez and Long Hollow. So stay in your safe place here in this warning. It looks like we got another large tornado developing now, unfortunately on the southern side of this hook. This is a live view of this tornado. Again, large tornado in Oklahoma. Winds are picking up where they are. It's hard to see this tornado now because how much dust just got kicked up. Still a big debris signature. Look at that.
Keep cooking, Ben.
I know. I'm trying.
It's near Prairie Hill, Oklahoma, south of East Duke. We'll go back to them in a second. Again, that's a big debris signature now. And a lot of this, again, is just dust. So the good news is, again, a lot of that, you know, debris that's being lifted up should presumably just be mostly dust right now. There could be a few farms though being hit by this, and again, very strong tornado. You can still see the velocities. They are ripping. Going just towards the radar, the velocities are estimated at over 145 miles per hour. That is quite literally insane. So very strong tornado here, without a doubt. The one in Texas is still PDS. They just updated it. Let me just go ahead and check out what their wording is here. Yeah, so still a large tornado. And again, the large tornado would be this right here now. The first one occluded. So that's the latest update again here in Texas on the other PDS tornado. This is the large tornado again. It is becoming pretty rain wrapped. That's the tornado right there in the middle of your screen. It's a little bit faint on Connor Croft's feed.
A little bit. It's occluding north.
Gotcha.
Hopefully no chasers are north of that tornado.
That could be a recipe for disaster.
Yep.
We have not seen very many chasers.
Hey,
It looks like we're going to lose them again here for just a second. It's a low signal area, but again, big tornado. I mean, look at this debris signature. It just keeps getting bigger here. There's a lot of dust being lifted up into the atmosphere right near Highway 34, and it's going to be moving towards a Lusty. Unfortunately, if you're in a Lusty, you got to seek shelter. This is, again, a big tornado right now. This could produce some really significant, perhaps even potentially catastrophic damage as it does approach the Lusty area of Oklahoma. This is your other tornado in Texas. Again, that's your circulation right there. Gonna be going towards Marquez in Texas. Wow, and those velocities are just insane. A huge tornado right now going towards a Lusty in Oklahoma. There's a tornado again. It's gonna be kind of in and out here, but that's your tornado in the middle of your screen.
Look at the vortice there, Ben. See the vortice in the dust.
Wow!
I do want to point out the storm has definitely been speeding up a little bit to the east. It's going a bit faster than initially was, so
A new tornado warning has been
just an
issued.
FYI there. We do have a new tornado warning in southwest Nebraska. That's a new warning. But again, still a large tornado. We got a lot of dust being kicked up into the atmosphere near Highway 34. It will be moving east towards a Lusty. And again, it's just to the south of East Duke right now, and just to the southwest of Altus. But big debris signature and everything. Again, hitting probably a lot of farms right now, and it's eventually going to be impacting areas that are again in Lusty, which is, again, Lusty is a much more populated area here in southwest Oklahoma. Oh, there's your tornado, by the way. That's the huge cone tornado right there. Top of your screen. Once they get past the trees, you'll see it a bit better.
Wow!
Big cone.
This tornado is hitting more than likely the Prairie Hill Baptist Church. So that huge tornado there in front of you, just south of East Duke, Oklahoma,
Just go straight.
is unfortunately hitting the Prairie Hill Baptist Church.
Violent tornado. It's violent. It's violent.
It is.
It's violent. Long-lived horizontal vortice. It's violent.
This could be way worse if it was hitting a lot more homes. I mean, unfortunately, it's hitting a lot of areas, but
Let me know.
I mean, Lusty is going to be probably the hardest hit by this if it does stay on the ground for this long. Lusty has a lot more places there.
Mile or so. I'll take-
All right.
This tornado is just huge, though.
Extremely photogenic just a second ago.
Okay, yeah, I'm going north up here.
Is my arm blocking your vision?
You're good, bro.
All right.
Again, this is still PDS. They have updated the warning. It is still a PDS tornado warning, just west of Lusty.
This is insane.
Yeah, this is the tornado right now on radar, approaching a Lusty here in Oklahoma. Let's kind of hope this weekends and includes, but right now it does not look like it's getting anywhere close to that. It is still a huge wedge tornado, or at least a huge cone tornado moving towards the Lusty in Oklahoma. And southwest Oklahoma is where we're at. And then back over on the Texas storm, which is also PDS. Looks like the tornado that was developing down here, not nearly... Let me check the storm relative velocities real quick. Yeah, we still got a tornado here. A couple of scans ago looked a lot stronger, but there's definitely still a large tornado here approaching Bald Prairie in Texas and south of Willow Creek. And a reminder on this one, it is also a PDS tornado warning. It is a particularly dangerous situation going towards Marquez in Texas.
A new
and we have a tornado warning now
has been
back
issued.
over in Tennessee. We're not going to talk much about this, but it's right on the cusp there of North Carolina and Tennessee. But the most concerning one that we have right now is going to be the one going towards a Lusty. This is a big tornado moving eastbound. A very dangerous storm going towards a Lusty. I don't know what just happened. I don't know if Ben just got injured or something. I think one of them just got hit by hail. I could be wrong. While they're in their car.
I have no idea. I would say go... Oh, turtle.
Yeah, I know. I missed him.
Good. It's still a strong to violent tornado.
Just buried in the rain.
It's still there. It's just buried.
You can still see, I mean, you might not see the tornado here, but you can see the violent motion there in the clouds.
Yeah, we are.
Again, this is undoubtedly a a large and strong tornado, and it's going to be approaching a Lusty here in Oklahoma. Big debris signature still. You can see that here on the CC. Still a lot of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere.
Whoa!
Look at that thing. It's unbelievable. It's still a very photogenic tornado, kind of in the middle of, again, just a lot of fields right now. This tornado likely just hit the Prairie Hill Baptist Church and near Aaron Cemetery, if you know where those are.
Big white cone!
That's your tornado right there. And it's pixelated because they're in a low signal area, so that's not a quality issue. That's your tornado right there, still on the ground.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Sorry, I don't know. They're just yelling. It's like a Reed Timmer. Wow, look at that thing. That thing condensed so fast again. That is a huge tornado.
Stationary, dude.
That is unbelievable.
Make sure it doesn't come back at us.
Violent!
This is going to be approaching a Lusty, Oklahoma in a few minutes. If you're in a Lusty, you got to get underground if you can. Get the mattress off the bed.
Oh my gosh!
Put it over you. Yeah, that's a massive tornado right now going towards a Lusty, Oklahoma. It's barely moving.
We're good. We'll be able to back up and get out of it. It could be, it's including north, but we're to the west of it. I think we're okay.
That is just unbelievable, guys.
Wow, take it in, Tommy. Wow.
I mean, it's unbelievable the tornadoes that we've been seeing this year. It's purely unbelievable. And this is another one of those tornadoes that is just unbelievable what we're looking at here.
Tornado of the year.
Tornado of my life.
Tornado of my life. Easy, too. All right, yeah, get close.
I'm
And then
trying,
turn
bro.
north. Turn
Yeah,
north.
it's
on
going
the next
north.
one. It's definitely including north.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Jesus, I cannot believe this.
This is the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life.
I'm like literally...
Are you kidding me, dude?
I mean, I'm not even there, but this is just unbelievable what we're seeing. It is a huge tornado. It's hitting, again, really just a lot of rural areas near farms. It's going towards the Aaron Cemetery. Right now, as they mentioned, it looks like it is occluding more to the north right now. It is taking a left-hand turn.
We're about
It will be going towards Victory and a Lusty. A Lusty right now, you still need to be in your safe place. The tornado itself, again, is probably moving more towards Victory.
Passed right here. Power line
This
down.
is just an unbelievable sighting right now. Again, this is Connor Croft. He's also live on YouTube. Huge tornado right now here in Oklahoma.
This is not bad.
roof damage.
In southwest
Roof damage,
Oklahoma,
that's it.
going towards
Wow, we're
Victory.
close now.
We're good.
This
still,
is
we're good
just-
still, Connor.
Right here. Just roof damage here, cat.
Wow, look, this is some of the damage here from this tornado.
behind us?
Look at that wind. I mean, they're not even close to the tornado. I mean, they're still probably a good half mile to a mile away. That wind is very strong even from a distance.
Yeah.
This is in southwest Oklahoma, again, southeast of East Duke. Let me go back to radar real quick. Again, this is your tornado. Still a very strong tornado right now, west of Lusty. It's taking a left-hand turn. A lot of the time, tornadoes occlude doing that. We'll see if this one does, but it's going to be on the ground probably at least for a few more minutes, maybe longer than that. We'll have to wait and see. This is a better view of it. I mean, man, look at the wind. Big RFD surge on the backside of where they are right now. They're south of the tornado. So big RFD surge, which is the rear flight downdraft.
Caked in dirt.
Still a Dodge City dynamic pipe.
Runs of a really big Yuma.
Shouldn't come back.
Quick update on the one in Texas. Again, we still have a large and strong tornado going towards Marquez, Texas, south of Willow Creek near Bald Prairie, and that's going to be located right in here. If that's still on the ground, it's right over Bald Prairie. Relatively rural areas here as well. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. For perspective, this is where the large and strong tornado is. It's just to the southwest of Altus. It is, it might be occluding, but it is still very big. I mean, again, we still have a huge tornado here. It was going from east now to north, and it is still very large and definitely on the ground still. Again, this is just unbelievable. This year has been crazy when it comes to tornadoes, and this is another example of that.
Wider.
Yeah. It's getting wide again. RFD is whipping me right now. Gosh, are you kidding me?
Violent tornado!
Oh my gosh! Holy crap!
This might be the craziest tornado I've ever broadcasted in my life. And this is just... that violent motion is just insane.
Oh my
It's stationary.
Stationary?
Stationary.
So many vortices at the bottom, too. That has a ton of vortices. You can see them spinning at the bottom.
I mean, a little bit, just very slightly.
And again, they're kind of in the RFD surge,
Down the front a little bit more.
which is just crazy. He accidentally went to the camera. He'll come back in a second. But again, this is your large tornado just to the west of Lusty. That debris signature has become a bit smaller. We'll see what the velocities show, but that's moving a bit more north towards Victory. Continue to stay in your safe place here in this warning. The really good news is that this is not really hitting many areas. It's very rural. A few farms right now being hit. It's near like the Aaron Cemetery. The bad news is that it might go towards populated areas like Victory and Lusty, which are some small towns at least in southwest Oklahoma. Wow, big lightning strike right there.
Zigzag lightning!
Really?
Yeah, in the shot.
Oh my gosh.
This is just an insane tornado.
For that. I'll have to go back and look at that. Windshield wipers aren't working again. There we go, we're back. Alright, we're losing visual.
Wind-driven hail at 70. Let's go east, let's go east. Get ahead of this RFP a bit.
They're going to reposition.
Hopefully we can.
Go back to them in a second. But that right there is your tornado just southwest of Victory. Moving to the northeast more than likely right now.
I don't know what that was.
That's your tornado right there in the middle of your screen. It's become a bit more rain wrapped as they are on the southern side of the storm. A bit more rain kind of wrapping around it right now on the south side.
Still on the ground?
And this is just, this has been on the ground for over, I think, 25 minutes now. It's been a long time. It's been on the ground for, I think, about 25, 30 minutes. Still a big tornado. That's your debris signature. And that's moving northeast. It'll be going towards Victory. It's just west of Altus. Still a big tornado west of Lusty as well. And moving northeast. Quick update on the storm southeast of Waco. This is still a PDS tornado. I'm not seeing really a very strong area of circulation here, but if there is still a tornado, it would be near Bald Prairie, moving towards the Marquez area. So still a large and strong tornado possibly there as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah.
We have a new PDS tornado warning that's going to be near Altus. So Altus is now included in this PDS tornado warning.
You're good. Yeah, it's gonna get blurry if you shoot out of
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So they have just gone ahead and issued a new PDS tornado warning. That's going to be for Altus, East Duke, Alusty, and south of Blair here in southwestern Oklahoma. Again, this will be heading towards areas like Altus. The tornado itself has taken a left-hand turn. It's really not occluded much, at least as of now. It is a very strong tornado, so even if it does try to occlude, it's going to take a while. So this is going to be eventually going towards Altus. At least right now, it's going northeast, but, you know, tornadoes like this, they change direction a lot. So there's a chance it goes towards Altus. There's a chance it goes more north. It could take a complete U-turn like a drunknado would, but again, there's just a lot of uncertainty there right now. Again, tornadoes can be very unpredictable. They are very small scale, and they can definitely change directions. So if you are in the large pink polygon here, you need to seek shelter that's away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room, something like a bathroom or basement, storm shelter or closet. If you have a mattress, a spare mattress, put it over you, because this is a big tornado. It is producing some damage along the way. It hasn't really hit any substantial structures from what we've seen, but the problem is it could as it moves northeast, and it is at least some sort of intense tornado. It could even be violent as it moves to the northeast with how much of a, the low-level winds are right now. They're just extremely strong here on this particular storm. I mean, it's literally unbelievable. Still got a big debris signature on this storm just to the southeast of East Duke. But the tornado at this point has become very rain-wrapped, and that's what Connor's saying right now. It's become a very rain-wrapped tornado, which is going to make this even more dangerous than what it just was. Initially, again, if we go back a few frames here, again, this storm was clear as day in the open, and the problem is now it's rain-wrapping. It's wrapping up into this rain, and it's going to become a much more dangerous storm, especially for drivers that are along Highway or Route 62, because, again, you're not going to be able to see it. If you're a driver unaware of this, you're going to be driving right into a tornado potentially. So this is a very dangerous situation near Altus. And this tornado is not showing any signs of weakening. It is still very strong and very large, moving northeast and north-northeast. Which, again, this tornado could change directions, which makes it a lot more dangerous as well. It could go east, it could go north, it could go west, it could go back south. It could go anywhere at this point. So again, if you are in the pink polygon, it's a large area. You need to get underground if you can. If you're in a mobile home, you need to find a sturdy structure or get into a low-lying ditch, because mobile homes are not going to survive a tornado like this. They are going to get hammered by a tornado like this. I'm not trying to say this again to scare you or anything like that. I'm just saying that's the nature of this sort of tornado right now. Right here, this is the tornado.
Coming out.
Coming out.
Still a visual of it, even though it's rain wrapping a ton. The south side of it you can see. Problem is this tornado is more than likely moving north, and so, you know, north of this tornado it's all rain. So it's definitely rain wrapped off to the north. They're south of it, so it's a little bit different.
Guys, these roads are really failing
Pick
us
up
right
some
now.
speed. It's still right there. You can kind of make it out.
Yeah, I see it.
It's kind of hard to see. Again, it's very rain wrapped, but you can kind of make it out in the middle right of your screen. That large tornado. It's very hard to see with all the rain that's around this.
Right in front of us still.
If this tornado does carry on with its intensity, I would not be surprised by a tornado emergency. Regardless of that, you know, you need to take this seriously, because it doesn't matter what kind of tornado warning it is. You should be in your safe place no matter what. But the level of this could get definitely upgraded if it does continue. It's going to again be approaching Victory. Right now, it's moving more north-northeast. But again, it could change directions at any time. It's still a very dangerous storm. Quick update on the PDS tornado in Texas. We've been kind of going back and forth between the two. This one, if it's still on the ground, it would be just to the southeast of Willow Creek. It's uncertain if this is still on the ground, but if it is, that's where it would be. Near Bald Prairie, moving towards Long Hollow. We have tornado warnings in Nebraska. Apparently, a lot of those have been confirmed as of recently. So if you're in those areas, continue to stay in your safe place. That's back over in southwest Nebraska. Is it 742? Okay, so this is the latest velocity scan. Yeah, big tornado right now heading towards Victory. If you're in Victory, Oklahoma, you need to get underground, get into your safe place. Right now, this is just to the west of Altus, which Altus is very populated, just for reference. It's much more populated than the areas we've been talking about. 23,000 people are in this warning, so this is definitely a very dangerous situation. And it's become very rain-wrapped. Just look at those velocities. They're still really whipping right now. Moving north and north-northeast near Victory, just west of Altus, Oklahoma. Let me see if there's any. Let me try to give you some call-outs on places that are in the track of this. All right, so right now this is going to be approaching Route 62 near Victory. It looks like it's mostly just a roadway here. We do have some homes right along the N1960 road that'll be being hit by this in a moment. So some homes and buildings, perhaps even just farmland, that are going to be in the track of this here over the next few minutes as this does continue to track to the north-northeast. But again, it could change directions. It could go towards Altus. So don't rule it out. If you're in Altus, do not, ignore this, because this storm will be heading your direction, or at least could head your direction as this does continue to move in that northeasterly direction. Again, it could take a right-hand turn. Tornadoes are very unpredictable. With one that's this large, it could literally go any direction. It was originally going east, then it tracked to the north and northeast, and it might now be turning back to the right. We'll have to wait and see. But definitely a possibility that it does that. And so this is a very dangerous storm. And Altus, again, has 23,000 people in it, or at least in the vicinity. If you know any friends or family in Altus, give them a call or text. Make sure that they're in their safe place, because this is a very dangerous storm. This is, again, extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado, again, that's on the ground here in southwest Oklahoma. It's a huge tornado. If you've been watching the entire time, you would have seen that huge tornado. So, again, unfortunately, this is going to be a big tornado heading right into Victory over the next several minutes. I don't think anybody has a live shot of this anymore. Connor, again, is trying to get back into it. Storm Runner Media, I don't think has a view of it either right now. But if anybody does get a view of it, again, I'll pan back to them. But this tornado is about to cross right into Victory. It's about to hit some farmland and possibly some buildings and homes in this area. Right next to Highway 62 here, west of Altus. But this tornado has become heavily rain-wrapped over the last few minutes. And there's a big debris signature right now heading right towards Highway 62. This tornado reminds me a lot of what we saw a few weeks back with the large tornado that we had east of Frederick. Also, the tornado near Marquez, Texas, somebody posted a photo of a funnel cloud. I'll retweet it on Twitter. But there's at least still a funnel with that. There could still be a tornado. It's uncertain. I don't think that... Let me check if that's... All right, still PDS right now for the tornado in Robertson, Limestone, and Leon counties in Texas, which is east of Waco. We go back to... All right, here's the latest radar scan on the velocities. And this is still about a minute old. We should have an update here in a second. And that tornado is going to be entering right into Victory here in just a couple minutes. And just west of Altus. Let me check this real quick. Okay. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, we still got a big tornado right now heading right into Victory, Oklahoma. West side of Altus as well, possibly going to be impacted by this. Even if we don't have a tornado in Altus, we are definitely going to see some debris that could fly as far east as Altus, Texas. And again, this tornado warning is a large area because of the fact of the matter is this tornado is changing directions a lot. So if you're anywhere in Altus, continue to stay in your safe place. The latest velocity scan does show the tornado starting to take a more left-hand turn here. So let's hope that trend continues as this continues to move in this direction. But it's, again, very uncertain. It could change directions again. If it takes a sharp left-hand turn, there's a solid chance it will occlude, but there's no guarantees. Again, this storm is just so strong. I mean, we were looking at a huge tornado. It's going to take a while for this thing to weaken out, even if it does, which it will at least at some point, but you know what I mean. You know, it's going to take some time. Right now, it's right along Highway 62, again, near Victory. It's a big tornado. This is Connor across you just for perspective, and that is wrapped completely in the rain. So I don't think we're going to be able to see it from their perspective.
Yeah,
but
now, so it's really including just to our north. Wait, is that it?
It's still very hard to see it there.
I don't see a rope. I see a mezzo maybe. I'm keeping just an eye on it. Trying to look at a big pole mezzo in front of us.
I know. Wow.
I don't know where's Storm or Media on this storm. They are like in it too. Let me pull them up real quick.
How much longer do I have to go on this road?
A couple miles.
Whole funnel in front of us.
I'm gonna get you.
You gotta get me on a road here, brother.
Okay.
A road that actually would get us in this tornado.
Yeah, I'm getting you.
Pulling up Storm Intermedia here. This is their view. I'm not sure where they are in the storm. They just had a huge
it's sitting
surge
right
of
there on
wind here.
62. It's literally sitting there. I'm not
Their
even
location
kidding
tracker, I
you.
don't think it's updated. They're kind of like near this tornado, so I'm not sure exactly what we're looking at here. Let's go back to Connor Crop here. I'm not sure where they are.
Yeah, you cannot see out your rear mirror.
Yeah, I know. Tornado's coming
Also, the
down in front
PDS
of us.
tornado in Texas has been downgraded to radar indicated.
Oh my gosh, dude. Come on, we just got a little bit left to go.
We're mud bogging.
Is there a different tornado that we're talking about here?
Tornado's on, yeah, it's probably on the ground. Should I go a little bit north here?
Yeah. So, a quarter mile, we're gonna turn north because there's a creek up here.
Okay. Get me to a paved road?
Yeah, I'm getting you to it.
I'm not sure. Not sure what. I don't see any rotation on radar on anything else other than just this, particular tornado, like the main tornado.
A new
Let me go
tornado
back
warning has been
to
issued.
here again. This is your large tornado west of Altus. We have another tornado warning as well. That is back up. That's actually on the Texas one. So there's a new tornado warning on the Texas one. But this is, again, a large and strong tornado that has been heavily rain-wrapped here. That is just to the west of Altus and near Victory. Now, the last few velocity scans are showing that this is now going a bit... It's kind of stalling out a little bit, but it's still going kind of north and northeast. You can kind of see how it spins here over the last few scans. It's kind of spinning in the same place a little bit right now. Again, it's kind of stalled a few times. It's, again, sped up a few times too. It looks like it's kind of stalling again. This large and strong tornado is right over Route 62. And it's going to be right near Victory. The new tornado warning in Texas is for Jewett, Marquez, and Flynn, Texas. So if you're in those areas, you need to seek shelter as well. That tornado has produced a PDS tornado, again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado at one point. And it could again, as that does continue to develop back over there in Texas. As of right now, again, a very strong area of rotation. We clearly still have a tornado here right over near Victory, just west of Altus in Oklahoma. And the hope is that this does occlude. Another thing to keep in mind is that we could end up seeing something over here too. We could see some sort of handoff, maybe redevelopment just to the southwest of Altus. So we're going to watch that closely. Even though it's not organized right now, it might organize down the road. So we're going to watch for that potential as well very closely. Let me check and see if we have any other reports here. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, again, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Apparently there's a new tornado developing where Connor is. So we'll go to him in a second. Wow, this rotation is unbelievable. We have a donut hole that's developed now on the reflectivity. That's how strong this tornado is. The gate to gate's a little over 160. This is definitely still a very strong tornado near Victory. But they are talking about how there's a new mezzo in front of them, so there's probably at least some sort of new recirculation that's going to try to develop on this storm. That could be closer to Altus.
I know, I apologize in your car.
There's a view of the storm right now that they're, again, that we're on, the one here in southwest Oklahoma.
We just got like footage of all time.
I know.
That's how it's done, chat.
So we're watching for that potential very closely. But again, this is still your large and strong tornado, which is currently off to the west of Altus. Again, we have a little donut hole feature on the radar, which again usually does represent a tornado. We actually have that for several scans here. Kind of see how that little area on the reflectivity dives down in value, and that is where the tornado is. It's right now on the west side of Victory. This has probably hit the Victory Cemetery. It may have just been west of the Victory Cemetery here in Oklahoma. And then there are some homes again that are kind of along these roads, or at least farmland. The greatest concern right now would be Victory, but we are still watching the Altus area, as we could get another tornado that develops over that direction, perhaps from some sort of handoff. But this is definitely still on the ground near Victory. If you're just tuning in, this is a PDS tornado, particularly dangerous situation in southwest Oklahoma. This is still a large and strong and potentially even an intense tornado that is happening right now west of Altus. All right, we have a lot of other tornado warnings. I do want to quickly pan out to Texas. The storm that's back over here, east of Waco, near Marquez, Jewett, and west of Centerville. That one is broad as of right now, but that has produced a large tornado at one point, and that'll continue to move eastbound. And then these are the storms back up in Nebraska. Right now, relatively broad circulation on both of them, but continue to stay in your safe place if you're in those warnings. They're south of Paxton, staying southwest of North Platte. All right, let's go back to Oklahoma again. So again, our current tornado that is still large and strong is on the west side of Victory, west of Altus. And then we could see some redevelopment closer to areas like Altus as this does continue to move northeast. That's what we're watching for right now on this storm over the next several minutes. Wow, guys, I'm telling you guys, 2024, one of the most insane tornado years in my life, at least. Obviously, 2011 was more insane, but man, this is just crazy. What a crazy photogenic tornado here in southwest Oklahoma. And if you guys do see any reports on Twitter, feel free to at me at MaxVelocityWX. There was a rainbow. Okay, so when I was talking about that earlier, when we were looking at the tornado, there was actually a rainbow with this tornado. So when that large tornado was dropping earlier in the stream, you may have been here when that happened. There was literally a rainbow in front of the tornado. I don't know if I've ever seen that. That's crazy. It was a legitimate rainbow, and it was very definitive right in front of that tornado earlier. So that was a rainbow. I'll retweet the photo on Twitter. Ben Williams, who's with Connor Croft, actually saw that. That is insane. What a crazy storm. All right, so as of right now, again, that tornado is on the west side of Victory, Oklahoma, west of Altus, again, moving north, northeast, and northeast over the next several minutes. The hope is that this just occludes out. We could see some redevelopment closer to Altus. Right now, it doesn't seem like anything's super imminent near Altus, but we are watching that closely. Connor is right now positioned near Altus, so in case there is something there, we will at least have some sort of view on that if something does develop. The new velocity scan coming in here right now. All right, here's the latest scan. And yeah, looks like this is starting to occlude. So the large tornado that we've had for over 30 minutes is occluding. Near Altus, it looks like we have some circulation that is rain wrapped. So our new area that we'll have to watch for, which this is again not confirmed as of right now, but there's a new area near Altus that's developing. So if you are in Altus, you still need to be in your safe place. Even if the other tornado occluded, we could get another one here. And there's a lot of the time with these sorts of storms, we do see handoffs like this, and we very easily could see another tornado with this in this sort of environment. There was a house in El Dorado, Oklahoma, that completely got shredded by that tornado, it looks like. I'm retweeting the video on Twitter. Wow. Unfortunately, again, it was a very rural area of Oklahoma, obviously, but the nature of it is there are still people there. There are still, you know, farms and whatnot, and some of those were just hit by that tornado. And again, we still got a tornado here. This is the initial one. This is a redevelopment area that we're watching. Here's the latest velocity scan. And so that one, the other one's completely occluded. This one's still not looking super intense, at least right now, southwest of Altus. But it will be an area to watch for some level of redevelopment as that does continue to move off to the northeast. Yeah, no debris signature on that right now, but we are still watching that new redevelopment closely as that does approach Altus. As you know, Altus, again, very populated. It's one of the more populated cities down here in southwest Oklahoma, and so this area is definitely, you know, under the gun, at least for some level of at least a wind and hail threat, but we also might see a tornado. So we're watching that closely as well. We already saw a large tornado, and we could see another one. Let me check the other warnings. All right, so these are, again, the only confirmed tornadoes that we have right now are these ones. The ones in Nebraska look pretty broad. The one in Texas a few minutes ago looked broad, but obviously if you're in those pink polygons, continue to stay in your safe place. Okay. Another circulation forming, moving towards downtown Altus. Yeah, that's what I've been talking about here. There is a potential that we get a new tornado near Altus. It's a very rain-wrapped area of circulation, so if there's anything, it's going to be very hard to see. Again, if you are in Altus, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. The initial tornado did occlude, but the one that we're talking about here is still potentially going to be something to watch for. Also, this tornado warning was downgraded. We're back down to now in a normal observed tornado.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So one west of Victory is the one that is still observed. All right. The PDS tornado warning has at least been downgraded to observed, and that's the one west of Victory. So that one's still on the ground. A new area development that we're watching right now is on the southwest side of Altus. There's at least broad circulation on that. It could intensify pretty quickly, so seek shelter, get underground if you can if you're in Altus. Here's the latest velocity scan. Still not seeing anything really intensifying here southwest of Altus, but this is the area that we would be watching for a new redevelopment. The initial tornado has now, it looks like, occluded entirely. So that tornado was on the ground for almost an hour, and it has now occluded near Victory. But if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. The other thing to think about is that there is a lot of debris, at least dust, but there might be some debris that was picked up by that tornado, like maybe wood planks or whatever it might be. Those things could still be in the sky right now. So you don't want to be looking out your window, trying to get a TikTok video. That's not what you should be doing right now if you're in Altus. Continue to stay in your safe place because there could be some flying debris still in the atmosphere. Now, with how intense that tornado was, I would not be surprised if we still had some stuff flying in the sky right now. But they have canceled that PDS tornado warning behind this entirely. Or actually expired, never mind. So that is done. And we're back down to 4 tornado warnings. We have, I think, 2 in Nebraska. Yeah, we have 2 in Nebraska. Or actually, sorry, no, we only have 1 in Nebraska. We have 1 in North Carolina for Cherokee County. And then we have 1 over in Texas. That includes Leon and Robertson County. What a crazy, crazy storm, guys. Well, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. And right now, Connor is driving into the Altus area, trying to intercept this storm. We'll pan to him in a second. The velocities will update here in a moment. But they're trying to drive into this storm and see if they can see anything. The storm is producing tennis ball-sized hail, so they could get their windshield busted out if they get too close to that hail core. Just waiting for the velocities to update here. We'll go to them for just the time being here. That's a live view right inside the storm. They're traveling right along Highway 62, heading towards Altus, I believe, so they're moving eastbound. It is blinding conditions here inside of this supercell thunderstorm.
I have to focus on the road here. I cannot see. It's 60 to 70 mile an hour RP right now.
Problem is, this vessel's moving southeast, right over this road. So
Just gotta throw it out there. I shouldn't have hung up that tornado crocheted item behind me today, because I think that might have been a curse. I hung that up earlier today.
Okay. We gotta take one of these two highways.
Look at that surge of wind too. You can see it going left to right there.
I agree.
Kind of going against them now.
I think
All the roads ahead of
The
this
circulation right now near Altus not very strong, but I do think this is going to try to recycle as it moves into Altus. Let's go back to live radar here. So again, notice this storm near Altus. So our initial tornado occluded over here. That's done. We are watching now for a redevelopment in here near Altus. And I do think this is going to try to redevelop. We have a broad and large area of circulation. So we could get another tornado out of this near Altus. So that's really the next potential that we'll be watching for here. Also, just a quick update on the Texas storm. We'll hop around real quick. One near Marquez looks broader, at least for right now. If we had a tornado, it would be on the northwest side of Marquez. So if you are in this area, excuse me, if you're in this area of Texas, seek shelter, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. I think I just swallowed a bug. Sorry. There was a fly in here earlier. All right, and then also back over east of Ogawa, that's another tornado warning. South of Interstate 80, broad circulation there. That warning continues for 12 more minutes. Clip it? Yeah, please. Please don't. Back over near Murphy, we also have a tornado warning here, but that rotation is broad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just swallowed the fly. That was fantastic. All right, let's go back to Connor, and I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back. Stay.
Oklahoma is back.
Yeah,
Oklahoma
I'd
is
say
back.
Oklahoma's just went on my rankings a little bit.
You just got a puddle.
Yeah, no, I'm staying on there. I'm trying to do it just south of, dude. If it actually, if this drops, it's gonna come right back at us. Actually, look at the way it's doing.
Yeah.
So
Well, I think it'll get strong and then occlude, right?
well, it
It's
might.
stationary.
It may have to occlude.
Yeah.
So I am not gonna go all the way here. I'm gonna pull over somewhere
You
over.
want to wait till it gets to the...
I want to wait till it gets to the highway. Dang.
A new method could be forming right there.
Doesn't look like it on
Yeah.
velocity.
No, but I'm just saying watch it because it kind of looks like it's hooking on radar.
Alright, yeah.
Well, we'll keep it. Cannot see a thing, honestly. I don't see any storm structure features right here.
Okay.
All right.
I want to look at that. We can see it. It's dropping down, I think, right there.
I didn't realize this.
See that?
That would be the spot.
Yeah, that's the spot if it drops.
Okay, so
right
they're repositioned. This warning, by the way, has been downgraded. Let me give you a quick update. This tornado warning has been downgraded back to radar indicated, but we are watching for a new area of circulation here that is not the same tornado. It's a different area of circulation that's developing here. Again, this is radar indicated rotation now, so no longer any tornado on the ground. But if you are in this area, you need to continue to stay in your safe place because we could get another tornado with this. And Connor's right in position. We're gonna go back to him.
It looks
So I can drink a little bit of water here.
I know. I mean, it would be.
Due south of us. Sorry, due south.
Okay, yeah. I want to wait one more scan before I go south.
So they're kind of in a they're in a pretty good position for this. Again, they're right there in Altus, so we'll see if we see
Yeah,
anything.
included west.
What I was gonna say is that
looks
before
like
we went
this
live
has to
today,
almost include west.
I was telling one of my friends because he was setting up my computer thing. He was like, I was telling him, I was like, I don't think today's gonna be too crazy. I think it'll be, I don't think it's gonna be too crazy. I think the capping will kind of stay in place. We're seeing discrete cells firing off everywhere, but I honestly think it wasn't gonna be too crazy. My friend's like, knock on wood.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
Camera. It's getting rainy again.
But that doll behind me, that could be a curse. That legitimately might be the curse today. It's not Culver's, I think it's that behind me.
But that was a high echelon.
It's unbelievable. 2024 has been insane.
Yeah. That was strong, guys. Looks like we're good to go. That was us.
Yeah.
All right, here's the latest SPC outlook for today.
Can you send that to me so I can post that?
So they have updated it. There's no hatch tornado risk here, even though obviously we 100% just saw a strong tornado. There's no doubt. That tornado that we saw was legitimately insane. That was probably the most insane tornado that I've seen live streaming ever. It was very rural, very photogenic, but really crazy. There's 5% tornado risks. One in Nebraska, Iowa, and Kansas. I don't know how much we're going to cover this one like later tonight, but we'll at least cover it for the next couple hours, maybe next few hours. The main areas are still in Texas and as well as Oklahoma, and then we could still see an isolated tornado elsewhere. Wind threat elevated and hail threat elevated in a couple different spots. Enhanced risk still in play back up there in the central plains. Yeah, we still have an area of circulation developing here. Again, this could drop another tornado south of Altus. I think it's still a little ways away from doing that, but I think it has a chance. So we'll be watching this very closely. Wow, a huge shout out to anybody that just became a member, and also thank you, Heather, for the 10 gifted members, and also thank you, Michelle, for the $19.99. Thank you, Sky Meadow, for the $10 super chat. Thank you to anybody that super chatted, became a member, or even picked up any of our limited edition merch that we just released today. I do appreciate it. I'm not going to be able to get to all the alerts right now. If we have time later, I'll try to get to some of them, but I do appreciate your generosity. All right, while we wait for the storm to reorganize, let me just quickly check it on the other 2 tornado warnings. Wow, apple-sized hail now over southwest and North Platte, Nebraska. No longer tornado warned, but we got a big hail threat here. So upwards of apple-sized hail going to be possible just to the southwest of North Platte. And also the storm north of Murphy in North Carolina. That warning's done. Again, rotation's pretty broad there anyway. And the rotation that's south of Altus is beginning to tighten. Why is there another fly in here? So, south of Altus right now. New area of circulation developing here. I'll go to Connor for the time being while we wait for the next radar scan. I do think overall this is the most concerning storm that we have on radar right now.
After this I can go pretty easy.
I did not see very many chasers from our vantage point at all.
Well, no.
Fair, I know. They're not bad.
We were mud bogging, too.
Alright, latest radar scan is a bit broader. I don't know. I think it's trying to reorganize here. It might take a little bit of time, but I think it has a chance still.
Mud bogging. Any new radar?
I do legitimately need a bug zapper.
No, it hasn't updated.
This tornado warning, for the record, does expire in 6 minutes.
I know I turned right.
So we'll have to wait and see if they do issue a new one. That circulation still remains relatively broad here. Yeah, this is Connor Croft. We're kind of inside the storm in Altus right now.
Maybe that cakewalk got it.
Yeah, it might have done it just in time.
I mean, the shear was solid, but it wasn't special.
It wasn't something like that.
No, I think that was 100% like decent shear with like insane cake.
Yeah.
Which I would say that. Yeah.
Road up here.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're gonna try to get south in position for another intercept.
I also think that storm becoming stationary and deviating southeast increased the low-level wind shear.
Let's go back to this warning real quick. Again, that circulation's still pretty broad south of Altus. Still watching it closely. It's radar indicated rotation. Here's the one in Texas, which still has some rotation. If we do have a tornado, it would be north of Marquez, southwest of Jewett. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place in Texas. At one point, this was a PDS tornado. We were talking about 2 different ones when that storm in Oklahoma happened. The one in Oklahoma obviously was the main one we were covering. This is another PDS tornado at one point, which is pretty remarkable that this storm here in central Texas was producing a large tornado and has been discrete this entire time. This was not an area that I had in my bingo sheet today for there being a tornado at all. Like, I really didn't think anything would happen in this part of Texas, but we've had a lot of convection here across central Texas today, so it's been pretty crazy. Connor's talking about how the tornado that we just had was a can-shaped tornado. Is that a new name? A can-shaped tornado? I'd have to agree. It was basically a can-shaped tornado. Nebraska storms are mostly wind and hail right now. I don't see much. I didn't see much rotation when we were up there. Tornado damage in south of Tyler, Texas. Boat docks leveled. Trees and homes in Dodgewood City. Do you see any photos on Twitter? You can at me in it. There was a storm there earlier. I don't know what it... I didn't see any sort of... There was no tornado warning on that, but...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning now for Altus, Friendship, and Hedrick. The reason why there's a new warning is because the initial one's expiring. So, this one still does have a chance to produce a tornado. It's probably going to recycle. But this is an area that we're watching for the potential for a tornado still. So if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. In southwest Oklahoma. This tornado warned cell will probably head towards Lawton, but I don't think it'll make it that far with this intensity. Because this storm is moving at a snail's pace. Look at this right here. Moving east at 10 miles per hour. This has drunk NATO written all over it. Like, literally. I mean, like, storms that move this slow are very prone to having something like a drunk NATO happening. So we could see something like that. Well, that's kind of what happened at the tail end with that other storm. It just occluded out, but... And if you are in this area, seek shelter. We could get another tornado out of this. Okay. WD for the $4.99. I just got the Radar Omega app, but I don't see an option to view trampoline warnings. I might uninstall. Imagine if they added flying trampoline warnings to the app. That would be incredible. That would be pretty crazy. What's a drunk NATO? Yeah, a drunk NATO is just it's a made-up tornado. We call a drunk NATO anything that like does a big U-turn or like hooks back or anything like that. And with very slow-moving storms like this one, that is a much more primed thing to happen. Tornadoes that just kind of go one direction and all of a sudden turn back another direction, they are very, not very common, but they are more common than not with storms like this. That are moving very slowly. Also, this tornado warning in Altus has now expired or is about to in like 25 seconds. So we're down to 2 tornado warnings. We got the one here near Altus, and we got the one back over in Texas near Leon and Robertson County that does go for another 15 minutes. And again, we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Thank you, Ghost, for becoming a Velocity member. A hook echo could happen. I mean, you know, the first storm that we had a hook. If we go back all the way in time here, let's just go back 30 frames here. You can see the hook. Actually, I'll go back further. We'll go back in time all the way to the beginning of this. This is when the first spotting of the tornado happened. It was on the ground, started around 7:10 or so, and then it just kind of went. This is like the track approximately. I'm trying to draw it out. So this was kind of your track that happened, right? It's approximate. It you know, you get the idea. But that was the tornado track. It was on the ground from about 7 o'clock all the way, I think, until about 8. Yeah, this is on the ground for about an hour. So a very long track tornado happened here. So, pretty crazy stuff. But that was what the supercell initially looked like. You might be thinking, this storm does not look impressive on radar, but it was. I mean, we had a very strong inflow, very prominent hook echo and everything. Really, really crazy stuff. This was definitely the craziest tornado that I've covered ever when it comes to just seeing it in person as well. I've never seen... That tornado was very photogenic. It was literally the shape of a can. It was quite literally unbelievable. Thank you, Miranda, for the $19.99. I appreciate that. I'm not hungry. I mean, we've only been live for 3 hours, so we're good. Thank you, Taylor, for becoming a Velocity member. Alright. Yes, I swallowed on a fly at one point. Fantastic. Now, let's go back down to Connor here for a second.
Here, Ben, can you switch it to 3, please?
Yeah.
Switch it to HDMI 3.
Okay. So it's...
We'll go back to him in a second. Connor's approaching the area of circulation that is south of Altus. And the reason why I'm not talking about it too much right now is because it's not really that strong yet, but it could develop into something in the next few minutes. That's what we're kind of watching for. This is a live POV, though, from Connor Croft on the southeast side of Altus. Essentially where that rotation would be. It's pretty close to where he is. You can see the wind whipping kind of in that area, too. Definitely have a little bit of an RFD surge there, or at least just some damaging winds.
Minor flooding. Definitely just ripped down our undercarriage even more. It's gonna be dragging by the end.
The only thing I've
chase.
had to eat today, I guess,
I'm
is fly.
extremely thankful that tornado did not hit this town.
There's also a flash flood warning for this area, or not this area, but west of Altus.
I mean, you could just
Actually, no, there's one for Altus. Never mind. So there's a flash flood warning here, and you kind of see them going through puddles and stuff. So the rain has fallen a lot here.
There's
definitely some flash flooding in this area.
There's just no other way. The pressure drops at the surface to allow for a tornado to condense that far down and be that wide and laminar has to be absolutely insane, Chad. Like, it just has to be insane to even get something like that to be possible. We're in the strong RFD now.
Okay,
If you guys do see any reports on Twitter about any of these other tornadoes that happened, including the one that we just saw, feel free to at me at MaxVlossVWX. I don't need to see photos of the tornado, the one that we just saw. I'm just curious on reports and stuff. I've kind of seen a few.
Wow, strong RFD back here.
Wow, look at that RFD here. This is right in the storm near Altus, which is trying to wrap and produce a tornado. It's a big RFD surge, and they're just on the southeast side of Altus right now.
Well, no, this road north does, but if we went east still.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
Well, you meant you don't know this road. I was like, well, that should be insane then.
I think our wheels aren't caked in. Wow.
Major RFD
Wow,
right here. Can't
that has
see
picked up a
anything.
lot.
Blackout. It's getting dark too
About to be a
outside.
blackout. Wow. Can't see a thing.
That RFD is really picking up here, southeast of Altus.
I'm in the other lane, I think.
So again, RFD is rear flank downdraft.
All right, about a mile north.
Gotta just grind it out a
Can
mile.
usually lead to a tornado.
Probably east too.
Yeah, I'm not seeing super strong rotation on radar right now,
Of course,
but
when I'm looking into it.
it's definitely a big RFD surge here in Altus. Creating very low visibility for drivers in the Altus area, too. They're driving right against it. I think, I could be wrong, but I think he's driving north, which would make sense in this situation. If he was driving a bit more, he's on a northerly road. I think he is. Yeah, he's driving north. So he's driving right against the RFD, which if we go back to radar here, you'll see that. This is the RFD surge going towards the radar, all those winds. He's on like one of these roads. So that wind is going, you know, basically from his, you know, his left to right, kind of coming towards him. So that's what we're seeing right now on this storm.
I'm glad we did not bust our.
Bottom right of your screen, I'm just going to kind of zoom around and see if we have anything else that's rotating heavily.
It'd be worth it.
Yeah, we had the core punch though, so it worked out.
Connor, I'm really glad we did not go to Kansas. I'm so glad. We got there right.
We got there perfect timing. Wow.
The rotation right now in Nebraska, very minimal, by the way, just mostly damaging winds there.
Really glad we got that for you guys, chat. That was one of the best. That's some of the best tornado footage you'll ever watch live. If you guys were in here to witness that, you just witnessed something truly special.
I would say that's the best tornado we've seen of our careers.
That's the best tornado I've ever seen, and it'll be hard to ever top it. Light up here, turn right.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Right, this light.
You guys witnessed truly something special. And I don't think it hit anything. It was wide open.
So again, this is a storm that is currently tornado warned. Oops, I did not mean to do that. This is a storm that's currently tornado warned near Altus. Looks more like a wind threat in my opinion right now, but we could still see a tornado with this if it's able to wrap successfully. It's trying to reorganize. You can kind of see that motion. Like this is kind of kicking this way. We got the rain kind of lifting to the north. We might see some sort of redevelopment here just to the southeast of Altus. That's the area that we're watching for. That's where, again, Connor Croft is right now. So that'll be our next concern. Snyder, Texas, definitely stay weather aware. This storm is moving, again, extremely slowly. It's a very slow moving storm. Moving east at 10 miles per hour. But it could speed up. We could end up getting a tornado. So all those things definitely in play here. Keep in mind, there is also another threat with this, which is apple-sized hail. Connor Croft needs to be careful of that because, you know, you don't want you to get your car, you know, busted out or anything like that. But that's something else to keep in mind. Another thing I want to mention, it might look like it's nighttime right now, but the sun is still up. the sun is not set at all in this area. Just for reference. It looks awfully dark. It's not. I mean, we still have plenty of sunlight. I don't know if I can show you an example of that, but like, there is still a lot of sunlight here.
There's a gas station literally right behind, half a mile.
Or at least some sunlight. Not maybe not a lot, but there's at least some sunlight. So, sun's still up as of right now here, or at least sun is setting here in a few minutes. Let me check the sunset time in Altus.
Yeah, I think we should keep
Yeah, it's 8:40, so we have 19 minutes until sunset. There's still sun, and you can't see a thing out here. It's heavily dark.
The other night when we thought it was done. Yeah.
One of the reasons why, if we look at the echo tops, this is a very tall thunderstorm, and the thunderstorm is very tall off to the west. Connor's right about here or so. So that sun is coming from this direction. You know, it's over to the west now. Obviously, it's going to be setting here pretty soon. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy to see that. I mean, it's pitch black there pretty much, but the sun's definitely not set. And that's not an exposure camera, by the way. So pretty fascinating stuff on how dark it is. With those thick clouds and being very tall, the sun's not going to get through them very well, especially with how big the storm is. We could get a non-precip tornado back over near Humphreys. That's really the area that I'd be looking at for any sort of tornado risk here. Southeast of Altus. Max, if I buy a hat, can you sign it? I'm not signing. I'm only doing the print and the embroidered signatures on those limited editions things.
That's about 25 minutes before
So they will not be signed, but they are printed. Right, at least printed and it's embroidered on the hat.
Still getting intense.
And if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning in
The
southwest
circulation would be just
Oklahoma.
Looks like it's almost trying to do it.
I see it.
And they're kind of driving through the RFD right now. But there is rotation right now near Humphreys that they're trying to get to. So that'd be the area that I'd be looking at for any tornado potential right now. Near Humphreys, Oklahoma.
It's not down.
Video that, bro.
I don't want to get the car all wet. The rain is wrapping in. Okay. I don't want to get your string and stuff wet.
Yeah. See if you can see if that's on.
It looks like a big wall cloud, nothing down.
Again, the sun's not set. Just can't see anything because of how much rain and how big the storm clouds are. Here's the area of rotation that we're talking about. Again, just to the southeast of Altus, it's a relatively non-precip area of rotation that we would be talking about because there's nothing back up here near Altus. Any rotation would be on the leading edge back over down here to the southeast. It's right along the outflow boundary essentially. So we'd be looking at something there if there were any sort of tornado. And this storm again is producing hail up to the size of apples. We got a huge hail core south of Blair, Oklahoma, near Altus. So big hail core there. The tornado warning near Leon County, Texas does go for 6 more minutes. That is this storm here near Jewett. So we are still watching potentially there for a brief tornado, but I think the risk here is dying out a bit. I think the storm is losing some of its intensity, and as daylight heating comes to an end, I think that storm will struggle a little bit more to stay alive. The other discrete cell that is down to the southeast of San Angelo, kind of in the same boat. It's discrete, but it's going to probably die out due to daylight heating. It's not in a very favorable environment there for tornadoes, but it will still have hail and damaging winds.
Right in front of us. So.
Let's go back to them.
Just sit
wow.
right here.
Big RFD surge there.
Maybe it'll power.
A new tornado warning.
Maybe just saw a power flash. Let's go back down over to North Platte, though. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground over here. So confirmed tornado now in Nebraska.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is again a new confirmed tornado now in Nebraska. This would be on the backside of the storm. This is observed by weather spotters. Very rural area, but it's going to be going towards Hayes Center. The tornado would probably be back in here somewhere. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's a confirmed tornado there. Let's go back to Connor because he's saying he's near the circulation, which there's definitely an RFD surge here on the one in Oklahoma, which is near Altus.
Pretty absurd, man.
They're trying to look for a new circulation. And the population, by the way, in the tornado warning in Nebraska is 200, so it's not a lot of people. If we do see anything get closer to Hayes Center, though, we'll watch it closely. Other areas west of Hayes Center are very rural. Main location is Hayes Center, north of Route 6 in southwestern Nebraska, where there is, again, a confirmed tornado.
Your camera might be cooked, buddy.
I know.
Yo, what's that? Yo, it looks like another big hole.
Dude, it's trying to like multi-vortex.
Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. It's one in Texas. It's radar indicated near Centerville. If you're in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. That's Buffalo and Centerville. They're probably going to continue to have this warned because of one, it's discreet, could still produce an isolated tornado. The other thing that we need to keep in mind here is that this is in a bit of a radar hole. So radar coverage gets really, really tough in this area. There's just not really a great radar view on this storm. We still have some circulation. It's hard to see really what that exactly looks like on radar, but if there's a tornado, it would be right in there, approaching Jewett and near Buffalo and Centerville. So seek shelter, lowest floor possible if you're in that warning, and away from windows. This is the one near Altus, and they may have just saw a funnel cloud. That's what I just heard from them. So, or a wall cloud, something like that, on the storm east of Altus.
The only way we're gonna see it is from south.
Okay, let's go
I'm gonna
south.
try and go south.
We can always go east again and get back.
They're just
on that
absolutely
road.
getting hammered by that RFD surge here on the east side of Altus.
Thank you, sir.
Anything picking up on the east?
Yeah, Connor's pretty much in this storm
But it will be
at this point.
As long as it stays paved, it's our road.
I agree. Be right there.
Yeah.
Be in the ring. I don't know. I think it'd be more to the left, more west, because we're going south now.
We're still watching this area of the storm east of Altus for a potential tornado. It would be right out here on the leading edge, presumably near the Ozark area in Hedrick. So that'd be really where we're watching for that potential of a tornado. Again, this will be eventually going towards Mountain Park and Snyder in Oklahoma. The reason why this is still a concern is because obviously we just saw a huge tornado, and it very easily could do something like that again. We're still watching to see if it recycles or not. And again, we have a pretty good view of it now, at least of the leading edge of this area, so still watch it closely. And it is becoming more outflow driven, but still could get maybe a tornado out of this. Yeah, the Greenfield, Iowa tornado, by the way, is now officially at least an EF4 tornado. Maximum sustained winds estimated between 175 and 185. That was from the other day. Thank you, Holistic, for becoming a maximum velocity member.
Maybe a funnel.
Heck no. Appreciate your $5 super chat. Cruiser out from Altus. Yeah, I really hope everybody stayed safe. Again, a lot of the tornado damage that we saw was in rural areas southwest of Altus, but I guarantee you there was probably at least one home or maybe a farm or something that was hit by that. At least from I saw a video of a building being hit by it.
I think it's done producing.
Yes, there's a confirmed tornado in Nebraska. I am watching that closely, but it is very rural. This one's still more concerning in nature. It's more populated. The one up there is like 200 people in Hayes Center. So once it gets closer to Hayes Center, we're gonna go back to that. Right now, I think I think that warning is like in the middle of nowhere right now.
It's just radar indicated warning right now, so might have been a one and done, honestly.
One long track.
Violent tornado.
Long track. This is paved too. It's gravel.
That's better than dirt.
Yeah, I still don't really feel like going down it. To be honest, I just want to get a view from the
I
channel.
don't want to get this. After we've successfully dodged the hail.
I also don't think we can go north though either, because there's hail coming. Gotta make sure we don't get hit by that hail.
We have to go north at some point to get onto that main road.
Yeah.
It's deviating.
Probably just goes there. I don't think it's producing.
Probably just
There's
call
a
it.
hole right there. But I don't think it's anything.
It's not rotating.
Yeah, but I can tell anyway.
It's lost its inflow.
We're not calling it, but I just want to get out ahead of it.
Okay.
Oh shoot! Sorry, guys.
It's losing the
Yeah,
structure.
I don't think that's spinning. The thing that was in front of them, it doesn't look like it's spinning. I was kind of looking at it for a second there. For some reason, my top left monitor where this is too, it's like dark. I'm looking at the one on my right.
I know. I think it's dropping a cone.
That's a cone.
Might be a tornado coming down, guys.
Oh wait, actually that is
Tell if it's a scud or not.
hard to tell if that's scud or it's spinning. I can't really tell.
I think that.
I think it's tornado.
Yeah, I think there's scud too.
If that is a tornado, we'll be approaching the
Just trying to
Hedrick
put us on,
area.
like, this guy came up behind me. I just tried to get out of his way.
I think that's scud
Think it's
now.
scud?
Dude, there's
Yeah.
definitely something on velocity. Don't dig yourself any
It
deeper.
looks like scud to me. I just don't see it really spinning, but it's so hard to tell since it's nighttime.
I think I can get us out, bro.
It's so wet, you're just gonna dig it. I did the same thing a couple weeks ago. I got stuck in the mud and just dig myself a trench.
I mean, to me, it looks like scud. If it isn't, it would. Again, that rotation that we're looking at, it would be going towards the Hedrick area. So it'd be like right. Oh, sorry. It'd be like right in here somewhere. I don't see much on radar, to be honest with you. It looks really outflow driven to me.
There's a little something, and yeah, dude, the way that lightning struck,
It's a tornado.
I can't tell 100%, but it doesn't. I don't.
So
think it's
hard to
just
tell. If there's a tornado, it's going to be near Hedrick. Problem is they're not in front of the storm, so it's really hard to see. They're like in the storm. No, west
it's
to east.
moving fast now. Dude, hopefully the hail stays north.
I mean, to me, it looks like scud. Again, it's really difficult to tell with it being so dark, but it looks more like scud to me. Might be some sort of base or wall cloud there,
Dude,
but
I can't believe. I thought this guy was getting on my butt to try and go around, but he was just parking, so I tried to get over. I didn't realize it was pure mud
I
right
don't know if I
here.
can push. I'm in dudes. I'm wearing dudes. I don't know.
Okay, I just got us out a little bit.
obviously you should be in your safe place if you're near Hedrick anyways in Oklahoma, but just trying to see if we can verify a tornado or not. I don't think it is a tornado. I think it's just scud. Maybe a brief touchdown, but
because as of now we're stuck. So
I'm gonna try to get some help.
nah, I'm gonna cook here, Ben.
Okay.
Traction control's off.
When you
right?
need me to get us some help, I'll do it.
Traction control off.
that's not good. They might be stuck.
You're getting somewhere.
Cooking, bro.
Keep it up. Boom. Almost.
Let me cook, chat.
It'll be a miracle. Oh,
He's stuck in the mud right now.
It'll be a miracle.
It
if
looks
we
like they
out
might
of here.
get out.
I don't know what I'm hitting. Am I hitting it like a mud? This guy behind us is getting pure entertainment.
Dude, you're close to just going way down in the ditch.
Wait, really?
Yeah, like you're a foot away. So be really careful. Because any further back.
Let him cook, I guess. I don't know. All right, let's go back to the Hayes confirmed tornado real quick. Again, we had a confirmed tornado now near Hayes, and it would be this rotation right here. So it's going to be going towards Hayes. Again, your rotation is right in here. So cyclonic rotation. If there's a tornado, it would be going down to the east, southeast, and southeast over the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning. That's actually in Nebraska. Let's go back to Nebraska. They're still stuck in the mud, by the way. I'll go back to them in a second. We have another tornado warning. That's going to be southwest of North Platte. So if you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as that moves east-northeast. Again, this is your confirmed tornado, which if there is still a tornado, it would be heading towards Highway 25 northwest of Hayes Center. Looks relatively broad on radar, but there might still be something. We are very far away from radar sites, so it's very difficult to tell. Connor might need some help, by the way. If anybody's in the Altus area, can help him.
I'm just digging. It's pure mud.
You want me to try and get some help? I can ask. I can give her a location.
If we get a break in the rain, I think if you pushed, we might have a chance.
Well, it sounds like they are completely stuck in mud. You can't even see them, but I mean,
I'm already caked in mud, so I guess I'll do
the good news is that they are away from any tornado risk. It will be off to their east now.
No.
Well, okay, what's the work? Like, then I put us in the ditch. What happens?
Look.
It could end up seeing some hail, but the storm's barely
You
moving.
can't even look outside, bro. You're
Look
blind.
at this ditch. Look at this massive ditch here.
Yeah,
That's gonna be 3 times worse to get out of.
I guess.
That'd be a stressful situation. I've seen a lot of storm chasers get stuck in mud before.
I can't close the door now because there's grass.
Dude, you're joking.
No, there's such tall grass.
You're joking, bro.
Let's go back down to Texas again. This is going to be the one to the east of Waco. Rotation's pretty weak on this one. It looks like this storm's just fizzling, so I don't think this one's too much of a concern anymore, but if you're in Buffalo or Centerville, just stay in your safe place just in case. Again, we got a confirmed tornado in southwest Nebraska. It's the one that's going to be northwest of Hayes Center. It's unknown if this is still on the ground. Rotation on radar still, again, broader than before, but if you are in the Hayes Center area, seek shelter. Population's 200. It's very rural once again. By the sounds of it, the tornado itself is on the smaller side of things. But a tornado is a tornado, so stay in your safe place if you're in that area. And take shelter. The other tornado warning is the one that's southwest of North Platte. And so we are watching at least for some broad circulation. And that circulation would be this right down in here, so west of Route 83. So if you're in this area, anywhere in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. Alright. Back down to Altus again. And the Altus one still really is the most concerning, even though the rotation's a bit broader. Huge hail, by the way. We got apple-sized hail right now near Friendship. Again, just to the northeast of Altus. So there is some huge hail with this storm still. Even if it's not producing a tornado, it'll still be producing some destructive hail, which again will be up to the size of apples. And then also the storm that's back over north of Hedrick is also producing the threat for damaging winds upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. And that wind threat, again, is going to be on the surging area behind the storm, so near Hedrick, and as well as going towards Tipton, Oklahoma. And Snyder and Mountain Park will next be in track for this, but you are still a little ways away. If you're in a mobile home, try to find sturdy structure, because this storm will be heading in your direction here pretty soon.
I'm gonna try to get someone out here.
Here's the live view of that RFD surge there in Altus, on the southeast side of Altus. Again, it sounds like Connor's stuck in mud, but you at least can still see the RFD surge on the storm. So, there you go.
I know. But I'm saying for later.
Yeah.
I don't see any rotation right now south of Altus, even though it looks like there could be. I don't see any. Even south of Duke, I don't see any right now. Looks like mostly a hail and wind threat on both of those storms. Thank you, Jamie, for your $5 super chat.
Oh, hey.
I don't think he's cooking. If he's cooking, it's burnt, because he has not gotten out of this
Sweet.
mud.
Alright, we got help, guys.
We definitely still have an RFD surge here, there's no doubt. All tornado warnings are radar indicated, by the way. The one in Hayes Center has been downgraded. So it is no longer confirmed, but it could still produce a tornado as it goes towards Hayes Center.
We're getting rocked here. Getting rocked.
If y'all haven't liked the stream, go ahead and like the stream.
This is like the perfect way to end
I know.
a great day. It just gets stuck in the mud.
Alright. Let's go back to radar here. Alright, so again, we still have two storms that we're watching. We got the one near East Duke, which again, I think will be mostly a hail threat. Tennis ball sized hail on this one. This is still the one that would have really any shot at producing a tornado. It might just be a one and done. We'll see. That's all I really can say. I mean, daylight heating's kind of ended here. These supercells in particular were only really forecasted to be alive for a few hours today. This tornado watch in particular goes until 11 o'clock, so it's about 2 hours in length. And then the tornado warning in Texas has now been canceled, so that tornado warning is no longer ongoing. So we still have two back over in Nebraska, which Nebraska has had the most tornadoes thus far today. And then back over in Oklahoma, obviously we've had, that one large tornado. But we still got some rotation northwest of Hayes Center. And then we also got a little bit of broad circulation southwest of North Platte. So those are really the main areas. But still watching the storm over here. That's back over near Altus, which, to be honest with you, I still think the main concern here is going to be wind. I do think it's become much more outflow driven at this point, and outflow dominant, and as long as it remains that way, the tornado risk should stay on the lower side of things.
Guys,
get us.
The guys I tried to get out of the way for know who we are, and they messaged us on Twitter saying that they have a chain to help pull us out, maybe.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, they're right behind us still. Probably gonna be a good laugh, because the only reason I'm stuck was because I was trying to get out of
That
the way.
is insane. Apparently there's somebody behind them. I don't know if you guys heard the entire thing. There's somebody behind them that knows them. And that's actually going to get them out. But it's going to be a while until that happens because of this big RP surge here in southeast Altus.
Yeah, I mean...
They said they got a big
the water level.
Thank you, Kevin, for your generous $10 super chat. Appreciate it.
Like the water on the side of the road seems to be rising. So, I mean, it's not going to... Obviously, it's not going to, like, get anything crazy, but it might make it harder to pull us out.
This might be that moment we were talking about, Connor, earlier.
What moment? Dr. Phil. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Pretty unbelievable. Are they in the ditch? They got stuck in mud. Is he one of the chasers that got stuck that the News 9 chasers were talking about in southwest Oklahoma? I have no clue. He might. There's probably more than just one, though. Apparently there was somebody with a flat tire I just saw on Twitter. That might be another one. I don't know. There's definitely probably a few chasers. I mean, think about it this way. There's a lot of dirt roads here in southwest Oklahoma. So, the chasing conditions are not prime. Thank you, Kevin, for another $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, they're still in the RFD surge. You can still see it. Obviously, they're stuck in mud, but you can still see the RFD surge. This storm, I don't think, is really going to be too much more tornadic here. We still could get an isolated tornado, but I think this is more of just really a wind threat right now. And there you go. They have canceled the tornado warning. So, it makes sense in my opinion. Again, it looked really outflow dominant at this point. You can see the outflow boundary. It's really just kind of shot off the storm. And the supercell's not reorganizing. The concern was that it could reorganize. And with this environment, you know, with that huge tornado that we just saw, it was not out of the question. So, yeah. You can still see it. The RFD surge is still pretty crazy. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour will be possible here. And you can still see it there right in front of them.
No, not hail!
Wind-driven too, man.
And now they have wind-driven hail going into their left windshield, which is not going to help at all.
Okay, I mean...
The hail could still be up to the size of apples here. This could actually get dangerous. I mean, you got the hail is well off to the north. Up in here, they're down like in here somewhere. That wind that's coming out of the north is going to drive that hail probably into their window, or at least some of it will try to reach. Not really a good situation to be in.
It would have been ridiculous.
It would have probably been high India 4.
I mean, at least. It was just pure violence.
That's a big RFD surge, though. Still definitely a severe weather threat here at the bare minimum. We're still talking about damaging winds that are upwards of 70 miles per hour that'll be heading towards, like, Frederick, Oklahoma, and Tipton. And even areas like Snyder could even see that potential as well really start to materialize as the storms continue to move very slowly to the east. We also have some random crap vection popping up right now in North Texas. And then again, your 2 tornado warnings back over in Nebraska. Broad area of circulation once again south of North Platte. And then also back over near Hayes Center. We still do have at least some broad circulation there as well near Highway 25. So those are the main 2 concerns right now. Thank you, Dixie, by the way, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate it. But yeah, none of these storms right now are confirmed. They are all radar indicated. They look relatively broad right now in the the Nebraska storms, but again, radar coverage is very poor in this area. So again, what I can tell you basically is just make sure that you're staying in your safe place, because we still could get a tornado with any of these. We've had like 5 different confirmed tornadoes up here now, and I'm willing to bet there will probably at least be a few more here tonight. But this does not include North Platte, but it does include areas just south of North Platte. Look at that RFD surge still for Connors. That's pretty insane. Power of this storm in Altus is not done. We still have wind, maybe not a tornado here, but we definitely still have high winds.
I'm astonished, dude.
Yeah, North Platte isn't small, but the warning does not currently include North Platte.
It's incredible.
Wow. Still very windy. Hey, Shiva, by the way, for becoming a Velocity member. Yeah, looks still mostly like a wind threat right now. Wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado on the leading edge of this, maybe near like Hedrick, for example. But still looks like a pretty low chance. It's pretty outflow dominant at this point. But continue to stay in your safe place if you're anywhere in these severe thunderstorm warnings. We might not have, again, a tornado, but we are still going to see similar impacts with the damaging wind threat for sure. So that's all in play. There's a new severe thunderstorm watch that just been issued for a large chunk of Nebraska and even western Iowa. This will go probably into the overnight, 7 hours. So this is going to go all the way until 4 a.m. So if you're in this area, make sure that you're staying weather aware, have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan in place, as there will be a chance at least for a maybe even a couple tornadoes, but also damaging winds and hail. So all those things will be possible. So if you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below, and we'll keep you posted with the latest as the severe weather does continue.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning west of McCook. This is near Trenton and Culbertson. If you are in southwest Nebraska in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And again, that includes Trenton and Stratton, which is probably the most populated area I think we've had now in Nebraska at this point. So just to the west of Culbertson. And that's radar indicated rotation. And thank you, John, for becoming a Velocity member. Let me just zoom out a little bit here so you have all the warnings in the same picture here. Again, these are all three of our tornado warnings right now in southwestern Nebraska. You know, today's been crazy. I've said it a few times, but I just cannot believe what happened today. I really did not think we were going to see a huge tornado in Oklahoma. Like, I kind of knew it was a possibility because, you know, it's 2024. These things have been happening a lot, but like, legitimately, it's unbelievable what we just saw. It's pretty unbelievable what we just saw. All right, since Connor's stuck, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up Storm Media. They are actually still out there. They have not gotten stuck in mud. I don't know how long they'll be on storms here, but they're on the one that's still in southwest Oklahoma, so we'll pop them in here. I'll keep you posted on anything that happens with Connor, because he is still stuck in mud. I don't think that's going to change for a while. All right. You know, all the rotation right now in this line still remains relatively broad, but if you're in any of the pink polygons, continue to stay in your safe place. And these storms have already produced tornadoes, or at least the one near Hay Center and the one even near North Platte has, and we could still see more of these. Also, thank you, Justin, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I really do appreciate your generosity, and thank you for joining the highest tier on the channel. This is an update on the ones in Oklahoma. Time's at 8:49. Okay, so we at least still have a little bit of circulation, it looks like, on the leading edge of this. Still a little bit of rotation, maybe east of Hedrick. I still think the majority of this is damaging winds, but I would still stay alert if you're in Snyder or Mountain Park. I still think there's at least a chance that we get something there as this activity does continue to move eastbound. Let's go back to let's just stay in Nebraska, at least for the moment. All right. What a crazy day. What a crazy day. Heavy flooding at the Altus High School. Yeah, unfortunately, there's gonna be a lot of flooding down there. I mean, those storms are not moving. They've been sitting in the same place for hours now. Let's go to, let me see if I can put on rain accumulation here. This is 1 hour precip, which won't show it all. I mean, it's indicating that some areas here, northeast of Altus, have picked up significant amount of rain. I mean, we're talking 3+ inches of rain in just an hour. Wow. Some areas have seen as much as 5 inches of rain according to radar. That's some serious flooding. That's crazy. Crazy stuff. All right, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Be right back. If I can figure this out. 1 second. There we go. Right back.
How about that tornado, guys?
Dude, I'll talk to you about that after the stream.
Dude, for everyone,
it was insane.
It's got one for baseball.
oh my god. Dude, a good amount of people stayed up in Kansas.
Yeah, I know.
I feel so bad.
Yeah, well, all right. I'll talk to you guys later, I guess. We should be good. We should be good.
This storm is moving 5 miles an hour, so
Yeah.
that's why.
Maybe if I, like,
There's back going too.
dude,
This
that's
system
actually a
right now.
problem, dude, if this pitch floods. All right, I'll talk to you later. Thank you. Bye. Like, if this bitch floods, it's actually kind of a problem, Ben.
I don't think you should. Dude, look at how much rain is in there.
I know, I'm thinking I can, like,
You're just
I get this hydroplane, maybe. All right.
I'm telling you, you cannot.
Dude, I don't want to be stuck here when this ditch
I know.
goes.
But if you get stuck in the ditch, and the ditch is
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You have a new tornado warning. It's back up in Nebraska. That's going to be south of North Platte. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's the main area of circulation. And that is just, again, south of North Platte. They will be going towards Interstate 80 eventually. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. Still broad area of circulation, but nonetheless, it could still produce a tornado. And the rotation going through Hayes Center still also looks relatively broad right now. And again, that's moving east-southeast. And long term, it should be going through pretty rural areas. The one near Trenton is actually on the ground. So we now have a tornado on the ground here in Nebraska.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This was confirmed 5 minutes ago. I apologize, I missed this. But there's a tornado on the ground near Trenton. It's going to be right in this area here, northeast of Stratton. So again, if you're in Trenton, Nebraska, just west of Culbertson, and make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. Yeah, Connor should be fine. I mean, problem is right now, actually, it's getting kind of bad out there. I mean, they're stuck in mud, but like, that rain is really starting to accumulate there. That's not good. I think they'll be fine, but that storm is not going to end there anytime soon. That's the problem. Okay. This is no longer confirmed. We're back just to a normal tornado warning. Okay, so that was briefly confirmed, I guess. I do think a lot of the tornadoes here in Nebraska will be brief, honestly. I think a lot of these will. That's no longer confirmed. That was quick. But yeah, this storm down here in southwest Oklahoma is still very concerning. I don't think the tornado risk will be substantial here. We might get something here near Hedrick, but like, I think the biggest concern right now is the flooding and the wind that's coming with us. I mean, this is again a live view from where Connor is. I mean, he's just looking at look at the rain accumulating there on the ground.
Now. And I don't even know where they can hook it up on the car.
And so right now where he is, just for reference, and the rain's not going to end anytime soon. He's back over here. And then we got all this rain coming behind as well. So, unfortunately, there's just going to be more of this, you know, rain falling, which will lead to flooding. It looks like they're kind of in a little bit of a lull because of that yellow. That's just, you know, more moderate rain, but it'll be much heavier here soon. So, also, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Snyder and Mountain Park. There is a tornado possible label on this, so we are still watching this very closely just in case it does do anything. I do think we might actually get a warning, a tornado warning on this if this hook does organize a bit more. We are starting to see some circulation here, just west of Snyder. Not very strong, but there's at least something here that we're watching on the leading edge of this. There's some circulation there. It's just to the southwest right now of Snyder. Am I going to be live all weekend? Pretty much. I don't know 100% if we're live tomorrow. Let me double check the timing for tomorrow. I know we'll be live Saturday and Sunday. We're going to have 2 big outbreaks both Saturday and Sunday. So, no doubt we're going to be live for those 2 days. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Tomorrow looks like we might be live. There's going to be an elevated tornado risk in southern Wisconsin right during the mid to late afternoon, so we might go live tomorrow. And then, yeah, I don't know. Tomorrow doesn't look too crazy, but I said that today and it kind of got crazy, so I don't know. Kind of playing it by ear. Looks like we're going to have some big hailstorms, though, anywhere from Dallas, Fort Worth, all the way back into Missouri. It's a pretty large area. So, yeah, we might go live. We'll see. But either way, click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we do go live. And make sure you're subscribed to the channel as well. Still some broad circulation near Snyder, Oklahoma. Still watching that closely. Let's go back to Nebraska. The southern tornado warning actually was just canceled. So, oh wait, was it? Yeah, I think it was canceled. Huh. That was a confirmed tornado and now it's just been canceled. So, the only tornado warning that we actually have now, or the only 2, are the same storm south of North Platte. So that circulation still remains broad, but definitely not ruling out a tornado there. Thank you, Tom, for the generous $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. So we don't have any confirmed tornadoes or anything like that. I just want to thank anybody that's picked up any of the limited edition merch that we just released today. That's for 250,000 subscribers. And if you want to pick one up, again, the link's at the top of the description. I've had no time to mention it since we've been just talking about non-stop tornadoes today. The good news right now, again, we don't have anything on the ground, at least from what we know. But the only storm that has any potential to do that would be this one south in North Platte. So, still watching it closely, just in case it does anything. And we're still watching the storms in southwest Oklahoma, because those could still produce a threat for severe weather when it comes to a tornado risk. That storm's also still producing baseball-sized hail down there, so still a pretty significant storm down that direction. We've had at least 6 tornadoes confirmed today. The majority of them have been in Nebraska, but we did have that one in Oklahoma. Okay. And also, the other tornado warning has been has expired, so we're down to 1 tornado warning and 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's hit some confetti in the chat. Finally, down to almost nothing. Hopefully, it stays that way. I do think this tornado risk in Nebraska will be mostly brief and weak tornadoes. Again, this circulation right now is still on the broader side of things, but we're still watching it closely just in case it does anything. Thank you, Brian, for the $20 super chat. I'm pretty sure I just swallowed that fly, to be honest. Pretty sure I just swallowed that entirely. Omaha tonight? I don't think Omaha is going to be too bad. I think it'll be mostly just wind. This is a future radar. I'll go and show you the future radar here for tonight. I am hungry. My belly's been growling for the last like 30 minutes. Here's the timing for tonight. So this is right about now. And then as we get closer to about 10 to 11, those storms move through central and southern parts of Nebraska. They will expand into even northern Kansas tonight, but the main concern with this activity will be damaging winds. There will be a chance for an isolated tornado or two as this moves east. It should be mostly, again, just kind of like you know, brief and weak tornadoes. That should be most of what happens up here. I don't think we're going to see another, you know, monster storm like we saw earlier, but, you know, you never can rule it out. But I still think it's a very legitimately low chance there tonight. And then, sorry, give me 1 second. Storm Runner Media has an insane view of the storm, and I want to pull it up. Look at this. Wrong screen. Look at that storm. That's the one in Oklahoma. That's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. That is a huge supercell. All right, let's get back to timing. So overnight tonight, I think most of these storms, again, damaging winds with a couple of tornadoes being possible. Again, most of them should just be brief and weak. By tomorrow morning, that line moves into the Midwest, and then by the afternoon, we're going to have an explosion of storms tomorrow, anywhere from Missouri back right into North Texas, which you cannot see on your screen. Fantastic. Let's do this again. Let me zoom out a little bit here. So this is a better view of it, but this will be tomorrow afternoon. We're going to see an explosion of storms from Missouri right back into North Texas, where the main concern probably tomorrow will be very large hail, damaging winds, and maybe a couple of tornadoes. I think the tornado risk tomorrow stays lower. I think Saturday is going to be an outbreak, and I also think Sunday will also be an outbreak. So I think we'll have 2 days of outbreaks in the United States, both Saturday and Sunday. Since we have a second, I want to touch on those real quick. This is what we're looking at for today, which again, that's in the enhanced risk for damaging winds predominantly. This is Saturday, so we have a large enhanced risk. A moderate risk is definitely in play for Saturday. Significant severe weather, all modes and all hazards of severe weather will be in play, with tornadoes and even strong tornadoes being possible. And then as we go into Sunday, this shifts into the Ohio Valley, and I think Sunday will be a big storm. I think this is going to be a big day. I think we're going to have some significant severe weather with multiple tornadoes being possible. Significant damaging winds and very large hail. So unfortunately, that's kind of the situation that we're in right now. It looks pretty bad, in my opinion, as we go into Sunday. Sunday could again be a pretty significant day.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning near Trenton, McCook, and Culbertson in Nebraska. Velocities don't look impressive, but we actually have a pretty strong hook developing on this. And that definitely could try to drop a tornado as that moves east. So if you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Near Trenton and Culbertson. I already talked about Omaha. I think the main concern in Omaha will be damaging winds. I think that is the main concern there for tonight. That's still hours away at this point. Here's the latest radar scan. I'm not seeing a whole lot here. I still think the main concern right now is going to be damaging winds. The rotation's broad on radar, but as this does move east towards Culbertson and McCook, it could still drop a tornado, but looks predominantly like a hail and wind threat right now, even though there's some wrapping there. 25 minutes ago, we did have Stratton Fire Department relaying a report of a tornado that was north of town. Did have another video coming in on X of a rotating wall cloud. So that's on Twitter for reference. Yeah, that main area of circulation again right now, right over Trenton in Nebraska, and that's moving eastbound towards McCook. And then the one that's further north near the North Platte area, that one looks more like wind. I'm not seeing really much rotation here. Yeah, it looks mostly like a wind threat there. But still seek shelter just in case. This one near Trenton's definitely a little bit more concerning. Just a little bit more concerning. By the way, thank you to Lori for the very generous $25 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lori. Are you the Lori that sent me that crocheted thing behind me? I still couldn't figure out who it was. I just want to show this to you guys from earlier, in case you weren't here earlier, and you can go back and watch the stream if you want. But this was the tornado from earlier that happened, that Connor Croft intercepted. Obviously, this isn't live, but this is the tornado that happened earlier, back over in Southwest Oklahoma. Huge wedge. It was on, or huge cone. It was on the ground for well over 50 minutes, probably about an hour. It wasn't this large the entire time, but it really was a big tornado earlier. So if you missed it, you can go back in the stream and watch it. That was from Connor Croft, but it was a huge tornado earlier. Again, one of the most photogenic tornadoes that we've covered on stream, and probably one of the most insane tornadoes that we've even covered on stream. So, yeah, that tornado behind me is the crochet tornado. I hung it up back there. I put it under the thunderstorm there for effect. There's a little bit stronger of rotation right now over the town of Trenton, Nebraska. It's currently just to the west of Culbertson. It's kind of traveling right now right along Route 34. Definitely have some hail for sure, but we still have an inflow on this. We are far away from the radar site, so verifying this stuff can be a bit more difficult. But if you are in this particular area, continue to stay in your safe place. McCook, Culbertson, and Trenton in southwestern Nebraska. LES, is Western North Carolina at risk this weekend? I don't think so. Maybe on Monday, but I don't think Sunday you'll have much. I do appreciate your $5 super chat. Yeah, the crochet tornado is really cool. It is very, very cool. No debris signature on this. Again, the rotation isn't really strong right now, but we do have an inflow. So we could get a tornado with this as it moves towards McCook, Nebraska. And same thing with Culbertson and the Trenton areas. So take shelter if you've not already. Thank you, Starler, for becoming a velocity member. I do appreciate it. And welcome to the velocities. Let's go back to... We'll go back to the storm in a second. It does include quite a bit of people. Let me just go back down to Oklahoma real quick. Alright, these storms in Oklahoma look to be mostly wind and hail at this point. I'm not really seeing much of a tornado risk anymore. Velocity is still remaining pretty broad. One thing to keep in mind is that the flooding threat is pretty significant. Obviously, if you didn't already see Connor's stream, you know, he's stuck in mud. So, you know, it's definitely an area that we are still talking about, you know, flooding, which again could be rather significant with how much rain has accumulated in this area. So we've seen over 5 inches of rain in some spots, and that is probably going to be something that's going to continue here for a little while. We now have a confirmed tornado south of North Platte.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So another tornado on the ground. This is going to be again south of North Platte. If you are in this warning, seek shelter. Get underground if you can, but get to the lowest floor possible otherwise and away from windows, as this storm again is currently producing a tornado. This was 5 minutes ago. Sorry, I keep missing these ones. Again, a lot of these tornadoes are probably gonna be brief and weak, but either way, seek shelter if you've not already. It's near the Lake Maloney State Recreational Area. We are going to have a new warning system probably this weekend or next week. I'm not sure when we'll have access to it, but that warning system will be able to give us an immediate heads up on when there are tornadoes on the ground and stuff. So, excited for that. They'll be coming here soon. Big upgrade from what we have right now at the bottom of your screen. So, do appreciate all the members of our channel. They'll definitely help to get us that new warning system here pretty soon. Should be done this weekend. It's all custom coded. Alright, here's the latest radar scan again. If we do have a tornado still, it'll be right now to the east of Route 83. Again, this will be missing North Platte, so if you're in North Platte, main concern is wind and hail. Yeah, Connor's fine. They're just waiting for the rain to end. Alright, so if there's a tornado, it would be right about here. Right along Route 83. That's gonna be right in there. The approximate location, it's right along Route 83. Pretty rural areas, a lot of farmland by the looks of it, or just a lot of fields. I'm not seeing really any roadways or major roadways. Big Nail is really the closest place to this particular tornado, just south of the Lake Maloney area, or within proximity of that. And again, this will be moving east, eventually going towards Brady, Nebraska. I'm planning on going to the Indy 500 in Indianapolis on Sunday. What should I plan for? Plan for some rain. You're welcome. No, I mean, I'll talk more about it tomorrow in my video forecast, because it's going to be more of a detailed breakdown. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be happening on both Saturday and Sunday. And so tomorrow's video will probably be a lot of information, because it looks like it's going to be probably a pretty big day for both Saturday and Sunday. Abilene just got a tornado watch until 11. Oh, no, you didn't. You were under a tornado watch earlier, but the tornado watch is canceled down there now. Alright, this storm in Oklahoma is definitely becoming less concerning. I think really the greatest concern from here on out will probably be in Nebraska. More than likely. New house for becoming a Velocity member. Am I going to be live tomorrow? Currently, the plan is to... I'm thinking about being live tomorrow. I mean, there's no new SBC update. That doesn't come out until like 2. But I might be live tomorrow. No guarantee. Not entirely sure if we're going to be live yet. Here's the tornado report. So, tornado, or train spotters reported a tornado 2 miles to the south of Lake Maloney. So the velocity that I actually showed you was not the tornado. Sorry, you can't even see it on radar. These must be just quick spin ups, but this would be the other. That would be where it is if it's still on the ground, which is kind of on the leading edge or somewhere in here. Velocities just don't really pick up very well from a storm this far away from the radar site. I honestly wouldn't rule out something being down here too, on the southern side of this particular cell. I'll be going towards Brady and Maxwell. They'll probably issue a new tornado warning in a few minutes for those in Maxwell and Brady. Maybe not Maxwell, but probably at least Brady. Near Interstate 80. It's gonna happen near Ding Dong, Texas. I don't think anything else tonight. Isn't Ding Dong, Texas back near Waco? Scanner reported funnels, but nothing on the ground. Yeah, I think the majority of these tornadoes, again, are probably going to be on the, rain wrap side of things anyway. So I think after, now it's probably going to be much harder to see any of these, tornadoes that are happening here. And a lot of these tornadoes, again, are brief and weak. They're not your, again, we're not looking at a wedge or like at least a large cone, probably like what we saw back over in, back over in Oklahoma. That thing was huge. I don't think we're going to see anything like that up here. And this is all mostly linear storm activity. Still can't rule it out, but I just don't think that's going to happen. I think it's a pretty low chance. All right. At this point, the Connor Croft is just an update for Connor Croft. He's still in that ditch. He's not gone out yet. The rain's starting to wind down there, so we should have a better shot at getting out of there here soon. And somebody's there to help him. And then also, Stormrunner Media is beginning to reposition for tomorrow for the Texas storms. So, really at this point, we don't really have many cameras up here. We have some cameras in Nebraska, but the only one is in Kearney. We're still a little ways away from there. I'll see if we have any view of anything, but it's probably just going to be lightning if we have anything. Yeah, this storm right here near Culbertson, still broad rotation. Could still see an isolated tornado. Let me see if we have anything on that camera. It's actually surprising. The sun is still out in Nebraska. This is the virtual rail fan out of Kearney, Nebraska. It's still relatively, I mean, it's not sunny, but, there's still daylight. So, You know, it might not be too hard to see those tornadoes here. I'm surprised the sun's still out there though. Or the sun's just setting. It's like 9 o'clock. It's like 9:15. I didn't know the sun set that late up here. Thank you, Ryan, for becoming a Velocity member. This is back to radar indicated, so no longer a confirmed tornado. There's no new tornado warning, but I have to do this to fix the lighting, so just ignore the tornado thing. Or I'll mute it. Okay. No new tornado warning, I just have to fix the lighting. The lighting that we have now, the RGB lights, are not completely configured yet. I kind of rushed to do some of it before we went live, but I didn't have enough time to do it, so it'll be done probably tomorrow. The farther north you go, the later the sun sets in the summer. Thank you. Thank you, Wizard. I really appreciate that information. I already knew that. I'm just saying I didn't know it set that late here. I didn't know it was like 9:15. I would hope I would know that information with how much schooling I've been through. The sun sets in Kearney at 8:55. Okay, so it set about 20 minutes ago, but still. You had no idea? Well, I guess you learn something new every day, I guess. We'll probably get a tornado warning on this storm that is west of Stockville. There's rotation developing here. So we might end up getting a tornado warning on that. East of Hayes Center. That could end up getting tornado warned. Yeah, okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning east of Hayes Center, just to the southwest of Maywood, west of Route 83. Could have a tornado on the ground right now. It's really rural areas, but just east of Hayes Center, west of Route 83. So if you're in that warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. I mean, the timing is just incredible the last couple days. We still have some rotation up here as well in this storm that is southwest of Maxwell. Still has a chance to produce something down the road. So we'll be watching that closely. But I would expect a new tornado warning on that one here pretty soon. All right. Thank you, Austin, for the $4.99. Yeah, I saw the Temple tornado, by the way. Yes, that was a tornado yesterday in Temple, Texas. For those that were at the live stream yesterday. That tornado in Temple has been rated as of now an EF2 tornado. So there was a tornado there. Again, we never had any official confirmation from the National Weather Service on that. I thought it was on radar. I don't know if that was the actual tornado, though, on radar. I don't know. I haven't seen the damage path, but, like, you know, that would be presumably the one that we're talking about.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new confirmation of another tornado on the ground. These storms are going to be producing tornadoes, I think, for a while. There's another tornado confirmed on this one, going towards Brady, Nebraska. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. That is 7 miles southeast of Lake Maloney, which is probably going to be this one, I think. But we also have rotation there. I'm trying to verify this. Okay, so the main one that we're looking at is the one that's just west of Maxwell. So that'll be the one that's confirmed still. So again, 2 areas of circulation, but the one that's confirmed would be just south of Maxwell, moving towards Brady. So if you're in that warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. Go to the I-80 cameras. I don't know if we're going to see anything, but I'll check it out. Bell County's been going through a lot these past couple of months. Prayers for Temple, Texas. Yeah. Unfortunately, Temple has been hit hard by storms for years now. I mean, it feels like we've had a big storm there at least once a year. If you're just tuning in, this is South and North Platte, confirmed tornado, just southwest of Maxwell, moving towards Brady. The two areas I've circled are two different areas of rotation. Presumably, this is the one that's on the ground right now. But the other one down to the south could also produce something, as that does move eastbound. Let's see. See if we have any live cams in this area. I'm not sure if we're going to see anything, but very dark, that's for sure. By the way, thank you, Sam, for the $25 Venmo. I do appreciate your generosity. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on these live cameras right now. But I will keep a close eye, and if there's anything, we'll hand to it. How's Connor? Let me check. He's still stuck. Still stuck. It's still raining there, too. It's been raining there for like hours. I want to multitask like this dude. I've been doing this for 2 years. I mean, I have 6 monitors now, which also helps. We only had 2.5 or 3 for like the longest time. We just upgraded recently, so it's easier to multitask and do other stuff. Up until last month, we literally only had, or even beginning of this month, we only had literally 2 monitors. Now we have 6. Still got some rotation near Culbertson, Nebraska, moving east towards McCook. Yeah, it's not super strong, but it could produce a tornado with this sort of environment. We're in between 2 radar sites, so we don't have a great perspective on either, or really any of these storms. The one that's back over southwest of Maywood, that rotation has broadened over the last couple of scans. And then again, the one back up near Maxwell is confirmed. So if you're in this area, just continue to stay in your safe place, as we've had another report of a tornado on the ground with this storm as well. Have I gotten any water bottle hate? I get water bottle hate pretty often, actually. Seen a lot more comments about it recently. Specs of your computer. If you watch the members only live stream, I went over all the specs. I'll probably put all the specs on a website though at some point. I had no time. We've had tornado warnings up the wazoo the last like 3 weeks. I've literally had like 0 time to do anything with that sort of stuff. If there's still a tornado on the ground, it'd be this right here, moving towards Brady. This is the general direction of where it's going. And it'll be approaching Interstate 80 near Brady and just to the south of Maxwell in southwestern Nebraska. I'm going to zoom back out again so you just have a view of everything. And I don't know if that's still on the ground. Again, a lot of these tornadoes have been brief, so it may or may not be on the ground still. Thank you, Shane, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, David, for the generous $20 Venmo. Yeah, again, I don't think Omaha is going to be too bad tonight. I think it's just mostly going to be wind, and a lot of that threat will come like after, probably after midnight at this point. So circulation near the Culbertson area broadening out. The one that's also southwest of Maywood is broader. We still do have a confirmed tornado again south of Maxwell, at least as of about 6 minutes ago, which again could have been brief. Don't really know as of right now, but presumably it's probably something brief and weak. But if you are in the pink polygon, any of these pink polygons, get underground, get to a storm shelter, get to a basement, closet, bathroom, whatever it might be, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. No problem, Cal. Appreciate your generosity, and thank you for tuning in. Man literally talks almost nonstop for 9 hours at a time. Drink your water how you want. Not wrong. We usually do. Is there a threat for central Iowa? There will be, like, late tonight to tomorrow morning, but it probably won't happen until well after midnight. It's going to be from this line of storms that'll develop. It'll be mostly a scattered, damaging wind threat, with maybe even a couple of tornadoes being possible. It's snowing in northern Colorado right now. Is it really? Almost at the end of May. It's actually kind of crazy. Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma at this point is mostly a wind and hail threat. I do think the tornado risk is dying down. These storms became pretty outflow dominant pretty quickly. So really at this point it should be mostly a again a wind threat. Some hail possible, and then maybe an isolated tornado, but I think that risk is kind of done. I think these storms in Oklahoma will die down here pretty quickly. I don't think they're going to last very long. And there's some random ones popping up in Texas, but that's not concerning. So, yeah, I think the severe weather threat here in southwest Oklahoma is kind of dwindling. I think those will weaken pretty quickly with daylight heating ending and all that sort of stuff. I think it will be a lower risk after this. I will have a video again tomorrow morning, probably right around the same time as the last few, about the threat going on tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. It's gonna be a pretty big video because of the fact of the matter is we have literally 3 days to talk about, and 2 of which are going to be really big. We're talking Saturday and Sunday with big outbreaks being possible. Tomorrow will not be an outbreak, I don't think, but we will at least have a lot of thunderstorms and probably a lot of severe weather, with damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes all being possibilities. So it looks like tomorrow will be active, but I don't think it's gonna be as bad as, you know, today or even, you know, back on Tuesday. Well, actually, it could be technically worse than today, but, like, you know, it's kind of hard to compare and contrast today to tomorrow, because, like, today is, like, you know, we got a lot of storms up here. We had some discrete cells back over in Texas and Oklahoma. I think there's some differences with today's setup versus tomorrow. About Grand Island, Nebraska, tornadoes. I think it'll be mostly a wind threat for you. Could still get an isolated tornado or two, though. It's not impossible. I don't think the tornado risk is going to be that high. I think a lot of these tornadoes that we're going to be looking at are going to be brief and weak. That's at least the hope. Also, here's the other tornado report. 9 miles southwest of Maxwell, Nebraska. We had a confirmed tornado by public. But honestly, the rotation looks really weak on radar now. Gonna have something developing up here, too. So, something to keep in mind. Still got 4 tornado warnings. How long are you staying on? I don't know. Playing it by ear right now. Hey, Ryan, for the 5 gifted members. I appreciate that. Got a gifted membership. Make sure to thank Ryan in the chat. The plan today was just to be live for the discrete cells back over in like Oklahoma and Texas and maybe even Kansas, which Kansas never happened for discrete supercells. But things remain concerning here. We'll be live. The tornado that Reed was on, it's the same one that Connor was on. They're the same thing. Lots in Oklahoma. Yeah, I think lots in Oklahoma. Again, mainly wind and hail. I don't think there's going to be any more tornadoes in Oklahoma tonight. Knock on wood. Get more tornadoes there. I don't even know what to tell you. 2024 has been crazy, but I don't think it's that crazy. Is Connor doing okay? I think he's still getting pulled out. I'm not really seeing any rotation here. It's been confirmed a few times, but I'm not seeing any rotation on radar. Just keep staying in your safe place just in case. The radar coverage in this area really blows. It's pretty bad. A lot of these areas have bad radar coverage that are kind of a bit more rural. The southern tornado warning includes a population of 10,000. The one in the middle includes like 100. And then I don't know about the other one that's confirmed, but doesn't really matter what the population is. I'm just kind of letting you know. The one up, the one that's confirmed is about 600 for Brady. So all these are relatively rural. This is the main one, which impacting a bit more people. If there's a tornado, it would be approaching the west side of McCook. I don't think there is one, but if there is one, it would be just west of McCook. And then rotation still broad east of A Center. And this is back down to radar indicated. So they've downgraded that to radar indicated for the time being. Alright. Lights flashing because I have to change the scene. I have not fixed our RGB lighting yet, so it's still a work in progress. You guys like the RGB lighting, by the way, when it flashes on tornado warnings and stuff? It's a new addition that we just made. Still not complete. I still have some stuff to do with it. Rural. I can't. Tongue twister. In rural areas. Rural. It does sound like rural. And not rural. Rural areas. I can't say that. Wow, that's horrible. Alright. No, the lights don't annoy me. It's a bright light, but it faces the other way, so it's fine. Actually, believe it or not, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but my face is not as bright. Like, it doesn't look as bright, at least on the camera. These lights don't feel as bright as they used to. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just used to it. I have a damage report of a flipped pivot in Stratton, Nebraska. What is a flipped pivot? Oh, it's like one of those farm things. Okay, I see. Sorry, I'm not a farmer, guys. My bad. Just had to look it up on Google. I had no I had no clue what that was. Here's Connor's car, by the way. Storm Intermediate just got there. That thing is stuck in mud. For those that wanted an update. I don't know how long it's going to take to get out of there. Yeah, I'm just seeing mostly broad rotation on all this. Really minimal rotation on that northern storm now, and then the other two right now are still relatively broad for circulation. Well, we'll keep a close eye on it. I'm just going to stay panned out for now. Yeah, Connor's fine. It's just a lot of... It takes some work to get that car out of there. His wife is going to be mad. I don't even think Connor's young. I don't think he's married to anybody. I think he's younger than me, actually. Any big NATOs earlier? Yeah, if you go back to, like, I don't know, a little over an hour in, we had a massive tornado in Oklahoma. I'm glad we went live today. I almost just kind of thought about not going live today after looking at some of the data that we saw earlier today, but man, today panned out to be, I mean, at least that one big tornado earlier in Oklahoma, it panned out to be a big tornado. So, kind of crazy stuff. Connor looks like he's 17. I think he's 19 or 20. I could be wrong. Alright, tornado warning has been canceled in the middle. That doesn't really surprise me. The one east of Hayes Center. The one in McCook is still ongoing. The rotation, again, just looks really broad right now. And the other one near Interstate 80 doesn't even look like it's there. So, just stay in your safe place just in case. I don't think these two are really too concerning right now. I think it's really going to be mostly a damaging wind threat with these storms. Any threat for DFW overnight? Nope. You will have a threat, though, for tomorrow for hail. And again, I'll have a full detailed breakdown in the video tomorrow morning on everything that you need to know. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. It's free to do. It's the red button down below. And click the bell icon so you're notified when that video comes out. Because I'll have a video breaking down the entire thing tomorrow. It's going to be a big day, I think, tomorrow when it comes to hail and wind. I don't think it's going to be a big day when it comes to the tornado risk, per se. But I do think it'll be an active day just in general when it comes to hail and wind and just a lot of thunderstorms. Hail is terrifying. It can be. If it's big, it can be. Sorry, watching them get out of there. Watching that car trying to get towed out of that mud. Grand Island will probably be hit in like 2 or 3 hours. It's probably gonna be closer to midnight or so for Grand Island. Mostly a wind threat. Still relatively broad rotation on both of these storms. I know what a pivot is now, thank you. I had to look it up on Google, but yes, I know what a pivot is now, thank you. Thank you for the information. This is the situation again back over in Elmer, Oklahoma. Connor's car got stuck in mud. He's trying to get it out. Stormrunner Media is the one that actually has this stream here. It's not Connor Croft, but just didn't change it over. So if you're curious about the situation, they're all out of the car now, and they're just kind of waiting to tow this thing out of here, or whatever they're gonna do. I don't know what the exact situation is. I don't know if there's like a... I think they're just trying to get it out of the mud. I don't think there's any like flat tire or anything like that. Looks like this tornado warning will probably be canceled. I don't really see much rotation here. I would stay in your safe place just in case if you're near Brady, but I don't think there's much there. And the one near McCook looks pretty broad. If we have a tornado, it would be over McCook, but it looks like a pretty low chance that we actually have one there. Do I remember the Grand Island tornado? I actually remember a lot of them. I think I do at least. I think I know the one you're talking about. I've covered a lot of tornadoes over the last couple of years up here in the Central Plains. You don't have to park your car in like a shelter or whatever if you're in Dallas. I don't think Dallas is going to see anything tonight, but tomorrow you will. I would say tomorrow you should park into a garage if you can. Because tomorrow does look like it's going to be a day where we're going to have some big hailstorms, and that could also include areas like, you know, North Texas, for example. Which it probably will include parts of North Texas. Just the level of where those hailstorms will be and everything is relatively uncertain. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in McCook, west of Cambridge. And then again, the storm that is up here would really be the main concern at this point. Even then, I think both of these warnings will probably be canceled. One near McCook will most likely just be let to expire, and they'll have that severe thunderstorm warning there. And then the one that's back up here, right near Interstate 80, again, that rotation, it's moving out of the warning. It's going towards Etna, Nebraska. That rotation, again, still relatively broad as of right now. All right. Again, I'll have a video on tomorrow morning. So just stay tuned for that. I know a lot of you guys have questions about it, but I'm not going to answer them right now. Just, again, most of them will be answered tomorrow morning. The only area that really has any severe weather potential between now and that time of that video will be basically like the western Midwest with some damaging winds. It's like Iowa and maybe western Illinois. So if you have any questions about tomorrow, again, it's probably going to be answered in tomorrow's forecast. Because I'll do a detailed breakdown on tomorrow and tomorrow's forecast, and as well as Saturday and at least some of Sunday. Tomorrow's forecast will be mostly geared for Friday and Saturday, but I'll talk some about Sunday. So yeah. In tomorrow's video, we'll have a sponsor, believe it or not. So that'll be exciting. Yippee. I was not born in 1980, no. Oh, is it 1980? You guys think I'm really that old? I mean, there's no way, right? If that Crane Island tornado, there was a tornado up here that I covered one time, though. I know that, but I don't know if it was Crane Island or not. Guys, I don't look that old. I don't think. Hey, Sarahs, appreciate that. I can help. Tornado warning in McCook does expire in a minute. That'll be let to expire. Rotation's broadened out. Storm that's up here right along Interstate 80 also looks relatively broad. The only circulation I would say is just east of North Platte. That warning actually was canceled. So we only have the one tornado warning now, and that's the one east of North Platte. And then after that, it's mostly wind. So good news there. Stop lying, you're 40 and you know it. No shot you think I look like I'm 40. Early 30s. Goodness gracious, guys, I'm not that old. How's it going, Brody? It's the hairstyle that's some 80s hair? Is this just a row session of me now? Like, really? 35? Wow. I mean, come on, guys. I'm not that old. A lot of people are actually pretty close. I don't know how in the world people think I'm my 40s and 30s. Holy cow. I'm honestly surprised this tornado warning's still going. I don't see anything here. Unless we're talking about like that'd be literally it. Hey, Ben for the $4.99. How's Lawton looking? I think Lawton, Oklahoma is mainly gonna be just a wind threat at this point. I don't even think you're really gonna see much there, but if you get anything, it'll be wind and isolated hail. Hey, Mia for the $10 super chat. The roast of max velocity. That'd be something. Alright, this rotation's officially out of the... I mean, I don't know if this is really rotation. I think it's wind, but any rotation is seemingly out of the warning, unless we're talking about this little green and blue circulation here, which even then it looks really minimal. I really don't think we have much left on this storm near Brady. I think we are kind of done with at least the tornado risk temporarily. Still have some circulation back over North McCook, but it's not much. I'm not 29. Guys, oh my goodness. I'm not that old. Also, here's an update on Connor Croft's situation. Looks like they're getting the chain out, and they're going to try to pull him out of there. I can only imagine. These storm chasers literally sit in a car for, like, all day. They barely ever get out of the car. It's kind of the same thing with me, you know, doing these live streams, though. I'm always sitting. Gotta feel for them. Literally sitting at a rest stop on I-80 between Maxwell and Brady. Yeah, I don't think we have a tornado here. I mean, the worst of the wind is passing right now, which is good. But I just don't think we have anything here. If we have a tornado, it's probably north of Brady. That's like the only area that there really could be a tornado here. It'd be somewhere up in here. Even then, the rotation still looks really broad at this point. Tucker, it's in subscriber only mode already. It doesn't matter. Am I a dad yet? If I was a dad, I would not be able to do severe weather coverage like this. No offense. If I was dating anybody, it would be the same sort of thing too. I would have no time for something like this. Or I would have time, but a very, very limited amount of time. Those things are so time consuming. Not that I've experienced that in my life, but you know, it would probably be pretty time consuming. At least that's what I've heard. That's the rumor. Just tuning in, this again, a tornado warning in southwest Nebraska. We're not really talking much about it because it's really just broad circulation, but if anything does happen, we will keep a close eye on it. Single max forever? It honestly might happen. It's very well in play. I'm surprised they haven't canceled this morning, to be honest. I just don't see anything here. Unless I am absolutely crazy. I don't see really any rotation on radar. If there is any, it's very, very minimal. Max looks around 18 years old. Well, I appreciate you calling me a young person. What do I think about Kansas City tonight? I don't think Kansas City is going to see much. I don't think Kansas City's really going to see anything, to be honest. You're too smart for your age. Thank you. This is turning this one from the roast session to the complimenting session. You know, unless I'm missing something, I don't think there's anything really here. If we have a tornado, it would be like up here near Brady. Again, I don't really see much rotation. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. That's why you always stay in your safe place in case you're in these pink polygons. Again, we're so far away from the radar site. It's pretty difficult to really get a great grasp on this storm. Max wants to go to bed. I don't want to go to bed. I mean, I still got a good solid like 4 hours ahead of me tonight. Because the video that I'm doing for tomorrow morning, it's going to be recorded like late tonight, like probably 3 a.m. or so. We've been doing a lot of the videos like like the night of, but like really late, like after all the SVC updates come out, because it just makes it easier on my schedule. That way I can actually go live in the afternoon. The data is usually the same anyways, like the forecast doesn't usually change that drastically, so. You young, you can stay up late? Yeah, it's not hard. I usually stay up until like 4 a.m. usually. It's kind of how it goes, especially recording videos late. You need a girlfriend that has similar interests to you. Yeah, I also need to meet girls, because I mean, I've had no success in that department at all. Do I care? Honestly, not really, because I already work a crap ton, so it's fine. I'm not really opposed to it. I'd rather do this than have a girlfriend, to be honest. There's still a fly in here. I mean, I saw the fly in the middle of that tornado earlier, and there's still like a random fly in here. I honestly think the storm is done. I really don't know why it's tornado warned. Okay. It's done. Yay! Alright, let's go back to the screen. Business first. There you go. We've entered the max velocity after dark. We basically have. I mean, there's not much else happening, I think, after this, other than wind and maybe an isolated brief tornado. By the way, I do want to go ahead and go over real quickly. We've had no time. We've been live for 4.5 hours, and we've had non-stop tornado warnings. I just want to throw this out there because a lot of you guys have been wondering about this. We now do have limited release 250,000 subscriber merch. The link is at the top of the description. It is also pinned in the chat. If you want to pick up a Max Velocity limited release hat, they are only out for 2 weeks. So you have until June 6th approximately to be able to pick one of these up. Really cool design. We have a little signature, also the Max Velocity signature on it. It's embroidered hat. The trucker hat you can pick up on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's at the top of the description. We also have a t-shirt, which this was a high demand sort of thing. It has a lot to just do with what has led up to this over the last few months. It has a Drunkenado. It has cheese curds inside the tornado, and it also has an 8-inch thing inside the tornado. And it also has a trampoline with 250,000 subscribers bouncing off it. So a lot of inspiration there. Also, it has a Max Velocity signature on the sleeve, which is one of the reasons why it's a little bit more. So that's also kind of a cool little feature. If you want to pick up either of these items, it is shopmaxvelocity.net. The link is pinned in the chat. There's also the top link in the description below. Again, those links will be in the chat. And so, yeah, just a lot of things, again, that have kind of built up to this point. So, again, they're only out for 2 weeks, and they'll never be available again. So, we got one chance to get it. Again, they're limited release. They're not going to be out for that long, 2 weeks, and that's it. And again, the hat's embroidered. The shirt is printed. The shirt's very high quality. It's very comfortable. A lot of you guys have already picked this stuff up. But, yeah, really cool stuff. And again, the next time we'll have anything like this, like, you know, subscriber milestone stuff, will be 500,000 if we ever get there. So this is really just your one time to get it. Yeah, again, check it out, shopmaxvelocity.net, if you want to pick one of those up. What's the story behind the 8 inches? Oh, man. It was something. That was a day. What you would call it is the 8-inch day. It's when I got the Papa John's brownie pan, which I still have 2 of those brownies left, by the way. I literally do. I still have the box, and we were trying to figure out, I mean, I thought it was gonna be a huge brownie, but it was just an 8x8 pan of brownies. I took out the tape measure and I tried measuring it, and then it just became a meme. So that happened, like, I don't know, about a month ago, maybe a little bit less than that. It was an interesting day, to say the least. Very interesting day. Max will marry a DoorDasher? Might actually happen. I mean, that's... I haven't gotten DoorDash recently, but I mean, that's possible. Getting a t-shirt? Appreciate it. Yeah, we've already had a lot of people pick up the t-shirt and the hat. Actually surprised by how many people got the t-shirt over the hat. I honestly think the hat's pretty cool. I mean, I'm getting both of them, obviously, and they are really cool designs, in my opinion. I think the signature is kind of cool. Like, this is the 100K hat for reference. This is the limited edition one we did on the 100K. I think this one looks kind of cool, and again, it's embroidered. But, like, I honestly think I forgot to change the light. I honestly think the signature kind of adds a cool touch. That's it. Again, that signature is embroidered. So it's like stitched into the hat. Max hydration shirt. We already have, well, we don't have a max hydration shirt, but we do have a mug and I think a hat. So, kind of cool. Have I thought about stickers? I don't think I'm going to do a sticker for 250K. I don't know. I mean, I could, but I just don't know what it would be for. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be really too big of a fan of doing a sticker for it. I think the mug and the hat are just cooler. They're better collector's items. I think a sticker would just be too plain. Am I getting you a hat, Tucker? Might have to. Which color do you want? You want the pink one? They do come in different colors, by the way. We have a pink one of this, which the yellow doesn't look fantastic on that, but still kind of cool. There's a navy version. A bunch of versions. And also the shirt comes in 4 different colors as well. Just an FYI, I forgot to kind of point this out, but it comes in 4 different colors. And there's a bunch of sizes. You can get it in black, you can get it in navy blue, you can get it in cherry red, and there's also a kind of a purple color. So, multiple different versions of this. It's not just one color. Even though it might look that way. Again, shopmaxvelocity.net. It's also the link at the top of the description if you want to pick up any of the limited release merch. I didn't have time to talk about it earlier, but I think a lot of you guys already kind of noticed the link in the description and all that. I should sell autographs. Thank you, Aiden, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Glad you enjoy them. When am I discussing tomorrow's severe weather? I'm not going to discuss it in this stream. I will talk about it in my video tomorrow morning. I didn't even realize you could see the table behind me on the right. I should probably move that. I didn't realize you could see it over there. The Oklahoma storms are dying out. These are pretty much done. I mean, it's just isolated damaging winds, hail, and lightning and rain. But these storms are beginning to kind of fizzle here as they move off to the east-northeast. Alright. Max Fly Swatter. How do I position the lighting in the studio? I can't really show you, but the light is like literally right here. You can kind of see the reflection off my arm right here. It's literally just a big light. And it's a newer light. I'll put the link probably on that. I have a link down in the description of all my studio stuff. I'll probably put the link on that website, but it's actually a really good light. It's powerful, and it gets the job done. I think the other 2 lights I had, or still have, but they just don't do what I want them to do. So when there's a tornado warning or whatever it might be, this thing will kind of flash and whatever, and tornado emergencies will be purple or pink, and yeah, it'll be kind of cool. Again, I haven't gone to all of it yet, but those things will be a work in progress here soon. Also, thank you, Aiden, for becoming a Velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. can you trigger it so we can see it? You can go back in the stream and just see it, but let me pull this up. I don't know how in the world I can do that right now. Let me oh, okay, I just changed the light apparently. Alright, so this is, well, this is when I turn it red, but I mean, I'm just changing the color here. Let me just, it's kind of hard to do this. I can't really do this without transitioning to a tornado warning, because I don't have it set up in a different spot. Thank you, Mike from Florida, for picking up a t-shirt. I do appreciate it. Alright, I'm going to do a there's no tornado warning, but I'm just going to show you the red flash or whatever. So that would be what it looks like when there is a tornado warning. Again, we don't have a tornado warning, but that is what it would look like. I don't have everything configured, so it's not all configured yet, but once it's all configured, it'll be better transitions and stuff. That's what it looks like. So, yeah, pretty cool. I love the blue, honestly. When it's on blue, it looks so chill. So when we don't have tornado warnings, I'll probably just keep it on like a dark blue. Or, you know, yeah, that'll probably be what it is. How much for an autograph? I'm not doing autographs right now. Maybe in the future. Maybe if we do 500k merch and I kind of do it in-house, we could do that. I think that'd be kind of cool. Thank you, Nicole, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. We have 49 new members today, by the way. We only need one more member for 50. So if you've not already, if you want to become a member, the link is at the top or near the top of the description, or it's the join button down below. All of our members, by the way, I really do appreciate it. I'm being honest, like, the membership funds that we do get, like, literally go towards these upgrades like this. So I do appreciate all of the members on the channel. It really does help us be able to do all these crazy upgrades that we've been doing recently. I think the next upgrade that we'll probably do is add another monitor and have that connected to the laptop. So, still got a couple of upgrades to come. We have a severe thunderstorm warning near Gainesville and Sherman, Texas. That is something. I'm surprised, actually, by that. Thank you, Tofu, for becoming a member. There's 50 new members today. Thank you, Mendo, for becoming a member as well. Have you seen that 43-inch LG monitor that is basically 4 monitors in one? I have not. But I do have a monitor. I mean, I have 4 monitors. I have three of them are actually LGs. And I have 2 Asus ones. So, I have a pretty solid monitors. When did that Gainesville one pop up? They've been kind of popping up for the last couple hours. Just nothing really materialized there. I wasn't really anticipating a whole lot of severe weather, to be honest, over there, but just a couple of isolated hailstorms would be really about it. They're very elevated thunderstorms over that direction, so I'm not super concerned. You encouraged me to buy Radar Omega. It's a good app. Say it all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on this circulation here, by the way, near Stockville. I don't think it's super concerning, but there's a little bit of something there. Might just be hail contamination, but probably hail contamination. But there's a little bit of circulation there. Something to watch for. Thank you, Tofu, for gifting a member. Max got a computer? No, we literally upgraded the entire studio. I mean, we have 6 monitors now. We had 2 with just the laptop before. We got a whole new computer, and yeah, I mean, it was a major upgrade. That entire upgrade came from really just having all the members on the channel. Kind of built up funds over time to be able to afford that. It's a pretty big upgrade. I mean, we still have the laptop. I still use it. I have Storm Runner Media still on here, which they aren't on the screen, but just in case anything happens. And then I also have another Radar Omega thing pulled up. I mean, the laptop is going to just kind of be like a side thing, just to kind of save space on, this computer. We have 4 monitors, though. This is one that I'm looking at, another one, the other one I'm looking at, the other one over here, that's chat, and then the main monitor in the middle. So we have 4 monitors now. I don't have the backwards face camera hooked in, but actually, I probably could hook it in. Let me see if I can try to hook this in real quick. I don't know where the other... We don't have a tornado warning. Give me a second. I don't have a good transition between this. Let me do that. Go back to this. Paste that there. Let me see if I can show you guys. I got my other face cam back here. This is going to be the new face cam, by the way. This is the new one we got. It's another Logitech, but it's a new face cam that'll be replacing the one I have right now, because the one I have right now glitches a ton. It's been kind of breaking. All right, let me see if this is on. Okay. Let me see if I can put this back here. Why does this camera keep turning? Turning. This is really frustrating. This camera keeps turning. Okay. Alright, let me do this now. Alright, so this is now the studio setup. It's a bit different from before. Alright, here you go. I'll full screen it a little bit. So, again, you got monitor, which is this is the chat here. Shopmaxvelocity.net, which is where you have the merch. It's just the top one for some reason right now. This is the main radar. We usually look at storm reports at the top. Got the face cam right here. Got the 2 big lights. This is the RGB light right here. So that's actually where it is. It's literally right behind me, but you can't see it in the actual face cam. And then the laptop is off to the right over here with the other monitor. So that's the laptop and that's the monitor. So, yeah. There you go. Sorry, that took a while to set up. Thank you, Chelsea, for becoming a member as well. And welcome to the Velocities. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. We did a lot of upgrades to the studio. It was a massive upgrade from before. We literally had a laptop and 1 monitor for the longest time. All the way up until literally, I mean, not even like a month ago. So we did this upgrade, I think, like 2 or 3 weeks ago now. It wasn't even that long ago. We did that members only stream with the whole computer building set up too. Just, a lot of different stuff. Yeah, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, I think. You want me to gritty? I kind of want to gritty again. I want to actually do it where the camera actually kind of shows it. That'd be pretty funny if we do that. How do I become a VIP member? The link is in the description. It's also the join button down below to become a member. And if you're tuning in for severe weather, again, most of the storms right now are wind and hail producers. There's not a whole lot of severe weather really left. It's predominantly a wind and hail threat right now. In Nebraska, got 1 hailstorm back over near Grayson County, Texas, which is north of DFW. That's moving north. And then there's also still some storms in southwest Oklahoma. Those are mainly just hail and wind producers at this point. I don't expect much of a tornado risk there. Poor Connor is still stuck. Is he really? Man, he's been stuck for a while. I feel bad for him. He's been literally stuck for like 2 hours, I think, now. This is max velocity after dark. That's literally what this is at this point. Need like some graphics for it. I don't expect anything in Kansas City tonight. If we have anything, it'd be just isolated wind. Now, if you're wondering about tomorrow, Saturday, or Sunday, we'll have a full detailed weather forecast tomorrow morning for all that. So make sure you subscribe to the channel and click the bell icon down below so you're notified when that video comes out. Type 1 in the chat if you want to see me gritty. Before we gritty, make sure to pick up a limited release hat or t-shirt for 250,000 subscribers. ShopMaxVelocity.net. Links at the top of the description. Very, very cool stuff. A lot of people have just picked them up. Make sure to pick one up if you want. Top link in the description below. All right. Guess we're doing a gritty because everybody wants it. All right. Part 2 continued. Wait, let me double check this real quick. All right. Trying to see if I actually put this in the shot this time. I can't really move the camera. That's the problem. So we're kind of left with a lack of room here. I can't really even tilt it up. I can tilt it up a little bit. Tilt it up a little bit there. Thank you, Dom Hall Mac, for becoming a maximum velocity member. And welcome to the velocities. All right. Here we go again. Thank you. All right. We're kind of in the shot this time. Look at this. Fantastic. All right. I think that was better. I think we're improving here. We can do it a little bit around here, too. with the other cam? The other cam I would have to hook in. Look at that gritty. I think that was better than yesterday, honestly. All right. Oh, crap. All right. I think the camera's back to normal. It's fantastic. Fantastic weather coverage brought to you by Grittying. I think that was better than yesterday, though. You actually could see me. Thank you, Chris, for becoming a member. After all that, everybody else become a member. Exclusive grittying videos available for members only, starting tomorrow. No, not really. I'm not doing that. Still have a little bit of circulation south of Stockville. Not warned, though, for a tornado. Somebody commented to me on Twitter last night. They were like, "This stream is so unprofessional." Like we were at near the end of the stream yesterday. Like I did the gritty or whatever. Like this is so unprofessional. I'm like, there's nothing even. There's no tornado warnings or anything. I'm just, we're having a good time sometimes. When there's nothing big happening, it's good to have a break. I'm like, I think it's professional. I think doing the gritty during a stream, I don't see a problem with it. Hey, Baseball for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I really do appreciate it. That's the highest tier membership on the channel. And welcome to the Velocities. Put smarts in the chat for Baseball Babe, becoming a VIP Velocity member. Also, thank you, Mac and Tyler, for becoming members. Tell them to leave. I know. I know. I really do not care if you don't tune in. I mean, the end of these streams are usually kind of more just kind of whatever. Anyways, I'd rather interact than Now, if there was a big tornado, it's a different story. But, you know, when there's nothing tornadic really happening, it's mostly just damaging winds. It's not usually that big of a deal. Thank you, Justin, for becoming a member. A moderate velocity member. My own boss. Yes, I am my own boss. Now, granted, if I'm the only one live doing severe weather coverage, it can definitely be a bit different, but whatever. Oh, man. Bruh, what is this? Look at that gritty. Makes sense. Please make this the after dark emoji. Goodness gracious. Thank you, official. I act out a drunk NATO. I'm not spinning in a circle like a tornado. I would probably fall over from that. Thank you, by the way, to anybody picking up the limited edition trucker hat and t-shirt. I do appreciate it. Again, somebody mentioned it in chat earlier. They're like, this is really priced low for limited edition stuff, but I'm trying to make it affordable. I'm not trying to make it outrageously priced. So I do appreciate anybody picking up the hat or t-shirt. They are, again, really high quality. If you want to pick one up, again, shopmaxvelocity.net. Top link in the description below. It's also pinned in the chat. How long am I live for? Probably 7 more minutes. I'm not doing a Minecraft stream. I've not played Minecraft in probably about 7 years. What other moves do I have? I don't have moves. I barely can even... I can't even do the gritty. Pathetic. We should sometime do like a members only stream that's just like, whenever weather gets quiet in like the summer, we should do a members only stream that's just like some sort of random game or something. That'd be pretty funny. I don't know what we would do, but that'd be interesting. I should have a Radar Omega settings thing coming out probably in June as well. Whenever severe weather finally simmers down, we will do that, because a lot of people have been asking for it. So we'll probably do that at some point. This is the this is Beyond Today, by the way. Just a quick little update on Beyond Today. So Friday we have severe weather, again, large area. I'll talk more about it tomorrow. Saturday and Sunday look like outbreaks. We'll talk again more about that tomorrow, so subscribe to the channel. Monday, Tuesday, things look quiet. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, everything looks quiet, honestly, next week. We might get some like High Plains madness on like Wednesday or Thursday, maybe Friday, but honestly next week does look like a bit of a break. The next big event beyond Sunday, which Saturday and Sunday look big, the next big event beyond Saturday or Sunday would probably be sometime next weekend or even on Friday. So looks like we'll at least have a 3 or 4 day break. A 3 to 4 day break, hopefully. So that'll be nice. Everyone put in $5 will meet for a more Oklahoma picnic. Okay. Yeah, Justin, it was a pretty crazy tornado. That was a crazy tornado. Somebody just picked up a Storm Chaser trucker hat on our shop. It's not even our limited edition hat. Hey, you T Rimmer for the $20 super chat. Just topped off 14 hours at the brewery. Missed some insane stuff today, it seems. I appreciate that. Yeah, today was a pretty... I mean, it wasn't, like, all across the board insane, but, you know, the tornado that we had earlier was no doubt insane. That's awesome, Shelly. Glad you picked up a t-shirt. Again, you won't be disappointed if you do get a hat or a t-shirt on shopmaxvelocity.net. You won't be disappointed. They are quality. I had somebody got a t-shirt that I know, and they're like, wow, this is really high quality shirt. I'm like, it's comfortable. It's actually, I mean, again, I'm not trying to sell you on, but I'm just saying they are comfortable. I have multiple shirts. They are relatively comfortable. Probably one of the more comfortable shirts I've had. The only thing that's more comfortable in my opinion would be like dry fit. So they're definitely high quality. I don't know how much damage that tornado did, but I don't think it was a whole lot. Because it was a very rural area, but it was a huge tornado. It's quite literally crazy. HelloFresh sponsorship? I don't have a HelloFresh sponsorship. But I will say tomorrow's video is sponsored by something that's similar to that. So stay tuned. It's the first time in over a year that we're actually doing a sponsored a video. We have not done a sponsored video since like early 2023. So pretty cool. I'm not going to reveal it. You'll learn tomorrow. Just watch tomorrow's forecast and you'll figure it out. It's not Culver's though. I'll tell you it's not Culver's. I've had a lot of people saying, you got a Culver sponsorship? I'm like, no, I don't. If I had a Culver sponsorship, that'd be pretty incredible because I don't think anybody does. Or it's a very low number of people. Am I sponsored by trampoline manufacturers? It'd be pretty cool if I was, but no. Somehow the trampoline companies just have not caught on. A NASA sponsorship? Yeah, 100%. 100%. Imagine? That'd be pretty crazy. It's not Circle. Now, I really wanted a Circle sponsorship, but they're just not interested. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we have too many trampolines on our stream. That might be the reason. Connor's still not out of that ditch. Holy cow. He's been there for hours. I thought he'd be out by now. All right, just a friendly reminder, before we log off for the night, I just want to throw it out there again. If you want to pick up a limited release, again, it's only going to be out for 2 weeks. You got 2 weeks to pick one of these up. The 250,000 subscriber merch. We have both a hat and a t-shirt. There are multiple options to the hat. You can get different colors. You can even get it in pink. You can get it in black. It's a really high quality hat. This is embroidered. The signature's embroidered. The 250K, everything is embroidered. So it's a very high quality hat. Very comfortable as well. Pretty similar to this, but it's 250K and it also has the signature. So it's pretty cool. Again, pick one up. Top link in the description below. It's also the pinned link in the chat. Also our t-shirt is really cool. A lot of different things in the t-shirt. It might look kind of like just like a drunk NATO, but we have a drunk NATO. We have an 8-inch symbol there. We also have the cheese curds inside the tornado. So some cool little things that I threw in there. I got the trampoline with the 250K bouncing off of it. And then you also got a signature on the sleeve. So the left sleeve will have like a little signature printed. This is a printed shirt. It's, again, a Bella canvas shirt, so it's very high quality. If you want to pick one up, again, top link in the description below in the description. And there's also 4 colors to this, so you can kind of play around with what color you want. In addition to that, you can click the pinned link in the chat, or you can just look shopmaxvelocity.net up on your browser and find it that way. Why is everybody spamming 1? Press 1 if you don't want Max to leave. I have to get off at some point. I'm live, like, so often right now. I didn't think we would even be live for 5 hours today. I thought it'd be like 3 or 4 hours. Honestly. Well, anyways, if you're already to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream, click the bell icon down below. We'll be live tomorrow possibly, but definitely Saturday and Sunday by the looks of it. We'll have a video tomorrow morning, so make sure to subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified for that. And if you enjoyed the stream today, again, make sure to like the stream, subscribe if you're new here, and if you want to support the page above and beyond, you can send a Venmo, you can mail me something in the description. There's links all over the place down there, and there's also the donation link down below. And if you want to support the page above and beyond, really one of the best ways to do so is becoming a member. It is one of the links down below. It's the join button as well. You can become a member for as little as $2.99 a month. It's very affordable. It supports the page a lot, helps us be able to do upgrades to the studio and all that sort of stuff. The new RGB light came from that. So, again, check that out. All the links in the description. Follow us on Twitter and as well as on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. And if you want to pick up one of those limited edition merch items, today's stream was brought to you by shopmaxvelocity.net. You can pick one up. The link is at the top of the description. It's also the link pinned in the chat. All right, I appreciate you guys all tuning in. We'll see you guys all again possibly tomorrow for a live stream. If not, we'll be live Saturday, Sunday, and we'll have a video at the bare minimum tomorrow morning. All right, so that's the plan. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Stay safe if you're in Nebraska tonight. Storms will continue with mainly a wind and hail, and mainly a wind threat, maybe some hail, and then maybe an isolated tornado or two. All right, I'll see you guys all again soon. Have a great, safe rest of your night, and we'll be back probably tomorrow for a live stream. If not, it'll be Saturday. All right, see you guys all again soon.